যে পুৰকাষ্টৰ পিছত নহয় 410 to 420 পুৰকাষ্টৰ ছাৰৰ দেই 420 to 440 প্ৰেজেন্টেচন অন আছাম আছিলে মই সেই কথাটো কথা কৈ আছিলো তেওঁলোকে পঠিওৱাটো
কিন্তু এক্স্যাক্টলি কিৰণ ৰিজিজুৰ টাইমটো আমি মেইনটেইন কৰিব লাগিব সেইটো যদি মেইনটেইন হয়
তেতিয়াহলে দেখুৱাওক নহয় তেওঁ দেখুৱাই আছে ইয়াতে 440 আৰু তেওঁ 430 আহি যাব না মানে
এইটো অকমান কনফাৰ্ম হৈ লোৱা দেই প্লিজ মানে আকৌ জানা বৰ পিছত টাৰ্ন আপ কৰি দিলে মানে ফ্ৰম অভিষেক অফিচটোৰ পৰা কনফাৰ্ম হৈ লোৱা আৰু মন্দিৰা শুনা আমাৰ বন্দে মাতৰমটো নহয় আমাৰ ভেলিডিক্টৰীটো আৰম্ভ হ'ব ও মোৰ আপোনাৰ দেশ দি ষ্টেট এন্থম দি
সেইকাৰণে মই কৈছো তেজস্বিনী তাকে নকৰে আজি
নকৰে মইতো কালি ডিক্লেয়াৰ কৰি দিছো ন
হেৰি আৰ্চনাই কৈ আছে তেজস্বিনী কথা
নাই কাৰণ আমাৰ ষ্টেট এন্থমটো আমি দিয়া নাই যে আমাৰ ষ্টেট এন্থমটো আমি দিয়া নাইতো আমাৰ ষ্টেট এন্থম দি আমি আৰম্ভ কৰি দিম তাৰপিছতো প্ৰগ্ৰেম বিলাক হ'ল আৰু শেষত নেশ্যনেল এন্থম
নহয় তাৰ মানে সেই প্ৰগ্ৰামটো তাই নামটো উল্লেখ আছিলে নহয় সেইটো মানে চেঞ্জ কৰা নাইতো কাৰণ আমাৰ ই বাবনে আকৌ হেৰিখন কৰা নাইতো সেইটো কাৰণে সেইটো কাৰণে মানে মই ভাবিলো কিজানি তেজস্বিনীয়ে কৰিব সো আই গট কনফিউজ লাইক
no it will be the state anthem এটো হেটো ৰেকৰ্ডেড কৰি থৈছে
ঠিক আছে
আপোনাৰ দেশ ভূপেন হাজৰিকা
ঠিক আছে
that will be played before the village আৰু মন্দিৰা মইতো প্ৰথমতে এবাৰ খুব শৰ্ট এটা ওয়েলকাম কৰিম যেটো হেৰিত আছে তাৰপিছত কিৰণ ৰিজিজুৰ যেটা বহিব জাস্ট ওয়ান লাইন তেখেতক অন বিহাফ অফ কাউন্সিল ফৰ টিচাৰ এডুকেশ্যন মই ওয়েলকাম এটা কৰি দিম
হেতু মই হেৰি দেৱাসুতিৰ লগত কথা হৈছো দেৱাসুতি ৰিজিজুক ইন্ট্ৰোডাকশন কৰিবটো কৰি পেলাই আপোনাক হেণ্ডওভাৰ কৰি দিব টু ওয়েলকাম
জাস্ট এট ওয়ান সেন্টেন্স অন বিহাফ অফ কাউন্সিল ফৰ টিচাৰ এডুকেশ্যন এন্ড গ্ৰেচিয়া টেকনলজি
আচ্ছা মেম এটা কিৰণ ৰিজিজুৰ এক্সাক্ট টাইমটো কওকচোন নতুন যেটো টাইম দিলে তেওঁ
440 দিলে এই মাত্ৰ অৰ্চনাই যে ক'লে
তেওঁ 440 কিন্তু তেওঁ এৰাইভেল টু 430 হ'ব কালি মানে তেওঁলোকৰ অফিচৰ পৰা ক'লে বাট ষ্টিল আই এম সেন্ডিং এ মেসেজ এগেইন ৰাইট নাও
প্লিজ কৈ দিবা হা অৰ্চনা
কৈ দিম নো ওয়াৰি
আৰু এটা কথা এতিয়া যে ফাৰ্স্ট টু হ'ব আপোনাৰ জি চৌৰাচিয়া মেমৰিয়েল লেকচাৰ নহয়
এটা স্টাৰ্ট এটা জি চৌৰাচিয়া মেমৰিয়েল লেকচাৰ ফলোড বাই KM ভাণ্ডাৰকাৰ তেওঁ JP মেমৰিয়েল লেকচাৰটো আৰম্ভ হ'ব
হেতুটো আগতে আছিলে
এতিয়া মোৰ যে কালি নহলে মোৰ নোহোৱাৰ কাৰণে এতিয়া হ'ব
ঠিক আছে আপোনাৰ আৰম্ভ কৰি পিলে
এতিয়া আমি আৰম্ভ কৰি দিও দেই let us start
A very good morning to respected speakers, panelists, and participants. On behalf of CTEF Assam chapter, I heartily welcome you on the second day of the 34th CTEF Annual International E-Conference 2020 on Reimagining Learning and Beyond. Our session today will start with the Dr. G. Chaurasia Memorial Lecture to be delivered by Dr. Nilima Bhagavati, International Secretary General, CTEF. May I request my co-host, Mandira Bordoloi, to introduce Dr. Nilima Bhagavati ma'am before the gathering.
Thank you, Devasuti. I invite our very own Dr. Nilima Bhagavati, International Secretary General, CTEF, who has been the heart and soul of this e-conference. Dr. Nilima Bhagavati, Emeritus Professor, Guwahati University, retired in 2015. Professor Bhagavati is a national awardee for her contribution in the field of education and research. She is a Commonwealth Fellow Awardee 2006 and National Best Teacher Award winner, and CTEF Kerala Chapter's Best Emeritus Teacher Educator Awardee of 2019. Professor Bhagavati is the Director, National Asian Region Commonwealth Council for Teacher Administration and Management. Director, Education Support Society, Assam. Director, Student Wellness Society, Assam. NCT ERC member. She is associated with NAC, Executive Member, Bharatiya Shikshan Mandal, Executive Board Member of Indira Gandhi National Center of Arts, and also an adolescent and parent counselor who has led Goodwill Mission to 6 countries. It is my pleasure and privilege to present before you Professor Nilima Bhagavati. Over to you, ma'am.
I will start right now. Okay. Gracia, can I start right now?
Yes.
Yes, I can start. Okay. Suprabhat and a wonderful day ahead to all of you. On behalf of Council for Teacher Education Foundation, I again welcome you to the second day of this global conference organized by CTEF Assam on the theme Reimagining Learning and Beyond. Friends, today we are starting the day. In fact, we'll flag off the second day with Dr. Gulab Chaurasia Memorial Lecture. To begin with, on behalf of Council for Teacher Education, I offer a floral bouquet of tributes to the great personality who in fact is the father of Council for Teacher Education. It was he who established Council for Teacher Education on 25th June, 1985. Friends, along with him, I also offer another bouquet of tribute to Dr. Devraj Vis, who was our second national CTEF president, with the blessings of both these great stalwarts in the field of education who contributed the optimum for the development, for the promotion and extension of CTEF. And with their blessings, I will give a very brief presentation on Dr. Gulab Chaurasia Memorial Lecture. Friends, I just gave the PPT, but the PPT is not in front of me. I haven't seen it. So without wasting time, let me just start with Dr. Gulab Chaurasia, a very charismatic personality and a rare blend of far-sighted vision and deep-rooted knowledge in all aspects of education. His scholarly thinking drew the attention of Professor W.H. Kilpatrick, an American pedagogue and successor of John Dewey, the American philosopher and psychologist, when Chaurasia was undertaking studies for PhDs in Columbia University. Friends, let me just tell you that Dr. Chaurasia was an institution himself. He was not only a renowned educationist in the truest sense, but he was a global thinker, a policymaker, and a very competent administrator. He proved his leadership and constructive actions as chairperson in various bodies, councils, and organizations. To name a few: National Council for Teacher Education, All India Federation of Educational Association, and Asian Academy of Education and Culture. And also, he was the main person behind the concept of Regional Institute of Education. Friends, in fact, I should say about him that he was the person who translated the vision into action. And he played the pivotal role in conceptualizing and shaping the nationally important NUAPA, you all know, NCRT, and I already mentioned the Regional Institutes of Education. This great apostle of education and the father of CTEF is, as known, earlier we called it CTE. He established, and that also I mentioned, in 1985, was a very, very renowned teacher educator. Whenever we had discussion, his main topic centered around teachers, developing teachers, and teacher educators. It was he who brought this great concept of doing something for the development of teachers in the country. Friends, the seed he sowed is now a matured tree, and we have branches in 24 states and 3 overseas chapters. It is expanding day by day. It is going ahead doing works, CTEF, with the blessings of Dr. Chaurasia, and very soon we will be expanding more of our chapters in the globe. So to start with a very brief memorial lecture on him, I just like to mention one thing, that my lecture is centered around the discussion which I had in my own residence when he visited Guwahati in 2002, when we organized the first international conference in Guwahati in Administrative Staff College. It was my privilege, and I jotted down whatever he spoke, whatever he discussed with me, and on the basis of that, you will find how relevant it is now in the present century, what he said and what he talked. So friends, as his concern was always for the teachers, so I have entitled my short presentation on teacher as a professional practitioner. Now, he used to always say that the global scenario of education is just fluctuating. It is no longer the scenario which he used to say that I had or you people had. It is changing very fast. And along with the change, the classroom culture has changed. The classroom culture is gradually changing and governed by computers, web textbooks, smart classrooms, and by other electronic gadgets. He added that to cater to the needs of the 21st learners, we have to train the teachers, and teachers must be ready to accept the new role of the 21st century. So friends, these words he spoke in 2002, and it is so relevant today in the present scenario. And he was very much concerned about the present generation of learners. He used to say that our present generation of learners are very smart, very intelligent, and our teachers must be equally ready. They must be smart, they must be equally intelligent, and also they must upgrade their knowledge. Like every day, they have to upgrade their knowledge to face the new generation. Friends, he used to say one thing which I will never forget in life. Like he said, the present day teachers, that is the 21st century teachers, they must have 4 C's. Capital letter, it is in front of me, and these are the communication, critical thinking, creativity, and collaboration. So therefore, they must be equipped with all these 4 C's. And friends, very briefly, I will sum up that he also focused in the discussion that the rationale behind developing and training teachers and teacher educators lie in providing qualitative instruction and need-based and well-designed as per requirements of the present century, along with the competency-based, commitment-oriented teacher in the training program. So he repeatedly said some of the aspects which should be introduced in the teacher education system, like technology integration, collaborative environment, creative expression, reflective thinking, problem-solving method, hands-on practice, experiential learning, which we are having it now in the present educational policy. He talked about art-integrated education, which we have in our national education policy. He talked about interactive classroom, life skill, discovery learning, and community participations. So these are some of the areas which was really, it was going around and around in his mind all the time. And whenever we talked, it is always on teachers. So to this great soul, to this great personality, I again bow down my head and again offering my deep respect to him. And I do hope his blessings will take us ahead to establish CTEF in the global platform. With these words, I sum up, and thank you very much. Thank you very much once again. Thank you all.
Thank you, ma'am. It was wonderful hearing to your lecture. We now have the Dr. J.P. Nayak Memorial Lecture to be delivered by Dr. K.M. Bhandarkar, President, CTEF. J.P. Nayak was an Indian educator, a great humanist, a freedom fighter, an encyclopedic thinker, and a social educationist. He received the prestigious Padma Bhushan in 1974 and his name was included in the UNESCO Roll of Honor of 100 educational thinkers of the last 25 centuries. May I request Mandira Bordoloi to introduce Dr. K.M. Bhandarkar, President CTEF, before the gathering.
Thank you, Devastuti. My video is not coming. Can you start my video, please?
Now you can, we are hearing you. You can go on talking.
Dr. K.M. Bhandarkar, the President CTEF, and he is the ex-principal of Panjabhai Patel College of Education, Gondia, Maharashtra. He is a former director of Nagpur region of Yashwantrao Chavan Maharashtra Open University, Nasik, and a former Dean Faculty of Education, RTM, Nagpur University. He was also the member of Board of Studies Faculty, Faculty of Education, Senate, Academic Council, and Management Council of RTM, Nagpur University. He has authored 15 books related to education in Marathi, Hindi, and English. Presently, Dr. Bhandarkar is a national trainer for value education program of Dharma Bharati Mission. He is also the director of Tyagar Chana Mission, a project for school children. He has a host of awards and accolades to his credit. We now proudly present before you our National President of the Council for Teacher Education Foundation, Dr. K.M. Bhandarkar. Over to you, sir. You have to unmute yourself.
Namaskar. I am very happy to be with you in this fine morning. First of all, let me pay my rich tributes to my Guru, Dr. G. Chaurasia, the founder of Council for Teacher Education, and second President, Dr. Devraj Vij. Friends, I am here to present before you a wonderful biography of a great educationist from India. He was from Kolhapur district of Maharashtra, Dr. Jain Pandurang Naik. And he was born in a very small village. Screen sharing. Please give me the option of screen sharing. Screen sharing I will be needing. Hello. Screen sharing. Gracia Technology. Are you listening? Give me the option of screen sharing, please.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. You have been given.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. So he was born on 15th of September. Actually, the date of birth of Dr. Radhakrishnan and J.P. Naik is same. That is 5th of September. And from 1950, he started celebrating Teachers' Day in India, but not in the to celebrate, but to celebrate the birthday of Dr. Radhakrishnan, the former president of India and a great teacher. He was educated in rural schools of Kolhapur district and later in Bombay University. He was married to Chitra Naik. She was also a great educationist and director of Central Institute of Education, Pune. She was also the member of Planning Commission, Government of India, and was awarded Padma Shri. In J.P. Naik was basically a freedom fighter, and he was a follower of Mahatma Gandhi. He actively participated in disobedience movement initiated by Mahatma Gandhi in 1930. He was a freedom fighter and became underground in 1930. His real name was Vitthal Hari Ghodge, and he changed his name in order to hide his identity from British government. He was arrested and sentenced 2 years rigorous imprisonment and was kept in Bellary jail of Karnataka. During imprisonment, he requested jail authorities to allow him to work as a ward boy. Look at his simplicity. He was ready to work as ward boy in hospital. And what was his intention? After getting free from jail, he started Health for All program in Betigiri and Karigiguda villages near Dharwad, Karnataka. He also performed minor surgeries, and people knew him as a barefoot doctor. So he started 30 balwadis in 30 villages and started night classes for adult education. So we should remember that the adult education program run by the government of India was basically the idea of J.P. Nayak, because for the first time in this country, he started night classes. Many institutions. There is little disturbance. I request you to unmute. He started so many institutions, Balwadis, primary schools, secondary schools, social reform institutes, agriculture and cottage industries, cooperative societies. He also established drama groups. Indian Institute of Education at Bombay in 1948 was again established by J.P. Nayak. He established Moni Vidyapit at Gargoti near Kolhapur and started skill-based education there. So skill-based education basically was the idea of J.P. Nayak. So we should remember that how versatile he was. And then he was appointed as Chief Executive Officer of ICSSR. Actually, he took active part in establishment of the ICSSR, that is Indian Council of Social Science Research at Delhi. He was again a member of the NCERT and was instrumental in establishing NCERT at New Delhi in 1961 along with Dr. G. Chaurasia. These people were very much active. Members, he was a member secretary of the National Education Commission, that is Kothari Commission. And you know a very famous sentence, a milestone sentence from Kothari Commission, that is, the destiny of India is being shaped in her classrooms, not in assemblies, not in parliament, but the destiny of India is being shaped in her classrooms. So that is a milestone sentence coined by Dr. J.P. Nayak. He was education advisor of the government of India. Then he was UNESCO consultant for universalization of elementary education in Asia. Then he was a very prolific writer. He authored 35 books and reports. Some of them are History of Modern Indian Education, then Educational Planning in India, then Elementary Education in India, and but he said the unfinished business, and still it is unfinished. We didn't have our 100% children in schools. Out of school children are in crores. An alternative system of healthcare in India, then some prospects in non-formal education, the Education Commission, and after a very famous publication. Then he was included in 100 thinkers of the world. It was a publication of UNESCO, and it included only 3 educationists from India. Number 1, Rabindranath Tagore, number 2, Mahatma Gandhi, and number 3, J.P. Nayak. He was honored with Padma Bhushan in 1974 by the government of India. He followed the principle of simple living and high thinking, not only in words, not only in principles, but in day-to-day life. He was polymath and encyclopedic thinker. He was open-hearted, enthusiastic, and great supporter and follower of secularism and democratic values. He rendered dedicated and selfless services to the nation and humanity. He used to draw token salary of ₹1 per month during whole of the tenure on his prestigious positions. For many years, he lived in a single room at UGC's office, and it was full of books and reports. He used to sleep there, live there. So that was his contribution. He was a great promoter of the value dignity for labor. He himself worked as mason for construction of building at Mauni Vidyapit, that is rural university situated from 50 kilometers from Kolhapur at village Gargoti. His integrity was of very high order. He loved students and people at large and worked tirelessly for betterment of their lives. J.P. Nayak was in fact a great servant of humanity. He loved his students, he loved his teachers and fellow. Then people actually called him as an epitome of human values. And in each presentation, I often show this slide. Types of teachers. Category number 1. This is after NCTE and after thinking of a great professor, R.H. Dave. 4 types of teachers are there, and this is applicable for the teachers of the whole world. Competency absent, commitment absent. This type of teacher will be of no use for students and community. Then competency present, commitment absent. Category number 2. If competency is present and commitment is absent, then this type of teacher will be of very little use because commitment is not there. Then category number 3, competency absent, commitment present. This type of teacher will be useful up to some extent because though competency is absent, because competencies can be acquired in due course of time, but commitment is present, then the teacher will be of definitely he will perform good in his school or college or university, whatever, and he will be useful to society also. But if we wish to have an effective implementation of the NPE 2020, then we will be needing the teachers of category number 4, competency present and commitment present. If competency is there and commitment is there, then such teacher is useful to teacher, students, teachers, fellow teachers, and for society also. And friends, J.P. Nayak was a teacher who was having 100% competencies and his commitment was 101%. So I pay my rich tribute to him. I must record my gratitude towards the organizers, and I am very much thankful for patient listening. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Bhandarkar, for your speech on J.P. Nayak, a great personality and an educationist par excellence, person who literally was an example of simple living and high thinking. Our pranam to Nayak ji. And thank you, Dr. Bhandarkar, for sharing your valuable thoughts and ideas on his teachings. We now invite Dr. Moshmi Bordoloi to moderate the third plenary session. Over to you, Dr. Moshmi Bordoloi. Is Moshmi present? Moshmi, are you present?
I think she's not. I think she's not being able to come online. So
Moshmi is there. I can see. She just has to
unmute. Unmute. Oh yeah, I can see her now right now.
Unmute and video is also off. But there she is. Over to you, Moshmi.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the third plenary session on the theme, Rebooting Teacher Education for New Generation of Learners. I would like to introduce you to the chairman of the session, Professor Keshav Sharma ji, former head and dean of Himachal Pradesh University, Shimla. He is the member of many professional organizations. He is the president Society for Research in Education and Information Technology. And he is also the president of Bishwa Yoga and Vedanta Prasar Parishad. And besides being the member of many organizations like member of International Association of Educational Technology, London, he is also member of Psycholinguistic Association of India and many more. In addition to these, he has many memberships in various associations to his credit. I would also like to introduce the plenary speaker for this session, Mr. M.S. Chauhan, retired Deputy Commissioner, Kendriya Vidyalaya Sangathan, New Delhi. Presently, Mr. Mahipal Singh Chauhan is working as a program head in KVS for Swasth Bache Swasth Bharat program, which is conceptualized the idea of a student-oriented education program based on assessment of health and physical fitness of the students of Kendriya Vidyalayas in the state of Bihar. For this session, we have 3 best papers. The first best paper is by Dr. Sheikh Fahimida, Principal, SAH College of Education, Kulaburgi, Karnataka, on Perspectives of National Education Policy 2020, Challenges for Teaching Professionals. The second best paper is by Dr. Rimi Datta, Lecturer, Suniti Educational Trust, B.Ed and DLED College, Kalyani, Nadia, West Bengal, and also by Dr. Jayantam Mete, Professor, Department of Education, Kalyani, Nadia, West Bengal, on ICT infusion in the teacher education curriculum in India. The third best paper is by Dr. Devika Fukan, Assistant Professor, B. Borwa College, Guwahati, on Art Integrated Learning, a pedagogy for effective learning. We have 20 minutes for the chairman, Professor Keshav Sharma sir, and 20 minutes for the plenary speaker, Mr. M.S. Chauhan sir, and 8 minutes each for the 3 best paper presenters, Dr. Sheikh Fahimida, Dr. Rimi Datta and Jayanta Mete, and Dr. Devika Fukan. Thank you so much, and over to our chairman, Professor Keshav Sharma sir.
It's mute. You're muted, sir.
Sorry.
Sir, you are muted.
Everybody. No,
Okay.
it's not. It's all right now. Well, friends, we are already late, so without wasting any time any further, I'll request the first presenter. I could not catch the name. Kindly.
The first presenter is Sir Dr. Sheikh Fahimida. Dr. Sheikh Fahimida.
I request Dr. Sheikh Fahimida kindly present your paper and kindly see to it that you finish your paper within the time limit, and also only share the important points, not to read the paper as such. Okay, go ahead.
She is not online.
It seems so.
Dr. Sheikh.
Yes, ma'am. A very good morning, ma'am.
Okay, come.
A very good morning to all of you. Ma'am, can you able to make me a host, co-host, so I can share my screen?
Okay.
Yes, done. Please go ahead.
Okay. Thank you, sir. Thank you. Thank you very much. First. Go to first. A very good morning to all the dignitaries, eminent speaker, and all the participant friends over here. As this is a wonderful international e-conference by Nilima ma'am, and who has given us the opportunity over here to present our views as well as our feelings with others, and we can gain a knowledge from the eminent speakers. Here my presentation with the permission of Keshav Sharma ji. Dr. Keshav Sharma ji, I can start my presentation.
Yes, go ahead. All the best.
Thank you, sir. I can start with this misfortune, as I'm going to be seeing the NEP has been given a great opportunities as well as challenges for the teacher educators. And this COVID-19 is already making the challenges for all the teachers, especially all the professionals. But in that, we are finding the teaching profession where they are finding it is a complex process dealing with all the human values, all the children's, and where we are finding not only the human values, it is going for the future generation which we are building. So I will start with this verses which I got from Vivekanand. It is whatever the diseases and misfortunes are there, it comes for our good. It is for a long run, although at the line we feel that we are submerged forever. When we are finding any crisis, ultimately we can, whenever the crisis is going to be there, it is acceptable, like pandemic. Everywhere the school are closed, education industries, relating from primary, secondary to all the university level, all it is going to be closed, and we are searching some alternative, how we can go and touch with the children, how we can develop the values. Not only the values, we are having there whatever curriculum is going on with that. And so here we can say the crisis, whatever it is there, it is accepted. More questions were there instead of maximum answers. So we are invented, we are having number of teachers are working for that. Yesterday's presentation, eminent speakers has given number of examples. They had been prepared, so many YouTube channels they have started, they are working for that and all this thing. But I feel over there, this is good for the rural, for the urban students, those who are in touch with this all. But what about the rural students? I feel very serious for the rural students. Like I am also presently in a rural area where we are having number of problems like internet. Not only the internet, whatever the surrounding areas are there, maximum of the teachers, even teacher educators are not having the advanced technology gadgets like laptops or PC. They are not having their own. It is going to be have, they are dealing with the mobiles, and with the mobiles number of disturbance were there. So anyhow, the challenges are adapting education to the changing the society with the scientific and technological advancement taking place leaps and bounds. Invitable, these changes are invitable in all walks of life. In today's world, we are firing varied information sources trying to future to give the knowledge to our future generation in a wide spectrum they are having. In a wide spectrum they are having, they are giving. But as the last speaker yesterday's, that is Miranal, some name was there, he wasn't from mass media. We are finding that the sir has given such a nice, the today's technology is present, and so many things are there in the media, social media. The students are trying to get the knowledge, but in a not correct direction. If will not stop them, if will not direct them, ultimately it is going to be, we are facing the problem in again, as we are ruining them in the advanced technology or to the gadgets, or we are going to be addicted to the machines. We are not going to be the more human beings. So it is very important. For that also we have to bring the changes among ourselves, specifically for the teacher community among themselves, and teacher educators, specifically the teacher educators, because they are preparing the teachers, and the teachers are going to prepare the future students. The previous policies, whatever the previous policies are there, it is Albert Einstein's I have taken from the net. It was very nice. Our education system is like genuine we are having. The students are going to be bounded with only notes taking, and teachers are bounded with syllabus completion. There is no creativity at all, or we are finding the students are just running behind completion of notes, attendance and all this thing, and writing the examination, that is 100 marks. There is no creativity, nothing. And those who are unable to gain the knowledge, we are finding that they are lacking behind. So this policy, National Education Policy 2020, is putting the whole stress, or when we are going to see light in 2020 policy. So it is holistic development of a child, and holistic development of a child is going to be shown. And the overall higher education, when we are finding, it is, yesterday sir has explained so nicely, that is Deepak Vaikar sir has been explaining what the national education policy specifically in graduation level. So it is 3 to 4 years, and post graduation courses are 1 to 2 years we are finding. And the option of 5 years bachelor degree is there, master program is there. But best I feel like that, as students are going to be credited, or it is going to be facilitated or helpful to the students anywhere they can go, because their credit transfer for student who is in the course, they are midway, either they have to complete 1 year or 2 year, the credit is going to be transferred, and they can continue their studies in any other state, any other universities, or any other countries, or overall the world. This is the best I feel over there. It is going to be not stop the students, specifically for the girls, those who are getting them married, or those who are not allowing them to go ahead after marriage, they are going to be stopped. So it is going to be one of the solution. And other, those who are having the dropouts. They can continue. No need of dropouts now. Anywhere I can go and I can settle with that. So we are finding that in the next slides, I want to hear what the teachers, the challenges means specifically what the teachers has to do, what the teachers are going to change themselves. Again, I am very much inspired by Deepak Vaikar sir has given us such a wonderful presentation, and I feel like that it was nothing but whatever I was thinking that is coming out. As he said, we are going to be have TPAC, as I had given the word over here, and he said that is trilemma. Teachers are today facing the trilemma. What we are going to be do it, how we are going to cope up with that, or how it is going to be having advanced technology using. They are going to be remote professor. Previously we are having professor, now we are going to be remote professor. We are going to be robo professor. We are going to be work as a robocher. So that should be have, the teacher should be have the triangle of not only the knowledge of their content, they should be have the pedagogical strategies, new strategies, and as well as it is going to be involved with that advanced technology is going to be binded with their technology, including all these three or triangle of these three or three domains of teaching they can include, and then they can produce that TPAC over there as a best teacher, and they have to become out as just now also sir said, we are in a need of competency present teacher, and we are need of that is commitment present teachers. So we can be try with that, we can be come out with that. It is very important for the teachers to come for the ahead. This is the scenario where we are finding that teachers has to work. As I have done a small research in Kalburgi city. Kalburgi, it is a district place, small in Karnataka. So I have been found that here nearly more than 45 colleges are there, teacher education, but maximum of the teachers, teacher educators are not having the knowledge of information technology. They are unable to handle the computer ICT, just they know the theoretical remote teaching traditional methods. And if these teachers are like this, making the future teacher, what the future teacher will do? I'm having this one big question in my mind. And because of that, I was thinking and started writing. And I came through with this. So I found that the God has given me the opportunity so I can be assembled with a great peoples and thinking, increase my gain, my more knowledge, and I can share my more knowledge. So it is very important. The present scenario is also challenging us, and it is very important problems we are facing, that the teacher educators
kindly sum up.
ready. Yes, sir. Ready for their professional development. They are going to be have their very good in their curriculum, their content knowledge, and they should be ready to innovate their learning, innovation, and innovative skills with advanced technological teaching. So we are finding that this is the sum up. I can say NEP 2020 is giving educational reforms, and it want the teacher educator should be the role model. The teacher should be the role model for these students as a progressive educational practice, focus more on individual students' need. Their modern way of teaching is more activity based, using questioning, explaining, techniques of demonstrating, and collaboration. Challenges for our teachers will have overcome with dedication, moving with agility to nurture the value of adaptability and innovation in their classrooms. So we are finding this is the end of. I'm very much thankful. These are the references which I had been used over here. And thank you very much, sir, for giving me the 10 minutes to present my paper. And it's over to you. Thank you, sir.
Oh, thank you very much, Dr. Sheikh. We are very happy. Now I will request the next presenter, Dr. Rimi Datta. Kindly present your paper. Welcome. Is she there? Dr. Rimi?
Sir, if she's not there, I think you can move on to the next presenter.
Okay. Well, she is not there. Therefore, I'll request our next
Dr. Jayanta Mete.
Dr. Devika Phokan.
Dr. Jayanta Mete is also there in the second best paper,
Oh,
sir.
acha. Dr. Jayant, kindly present your paper, please. Welcome. Are you there?
Jayanta is also not online.
Oh.
So the third presenter,
Dr.
Mosumi, please
Devika
check.
Phukan. Dr. Devika Phukan.
Dr. Devika Phukan, kindly come and present your paper. Welcome.
Okay.
Are
I
you
don't
there?
see her online. I don't see her online.
What is happening?
I don't know.
They should be careful about the timings. Now,
I
if
know.
this is state of affair with the teacher educators, then why are we organizing such conferences and wasting our efforts?
Sir, I think we can move on to the panelists, like,
I think
Chauhan.
Mr. Chauhan is one wonderful, versatile, genius person whom I know for the last 40 years. Mr. Chauhan, hello.
Namaskar, pranam sir.
Kaise? Well, before he starts his, I will say, discourse, I would like to inform you something about him, in addition to what has been said about him. I have taught more than 150,000 teachers in this country. And I will say, and I'm proud to say, and feel very happy to tell all of you people, that Mr. Chauhan takes the cake. He is and he was my best student, a wonderful person, a versatile genius, to the extent that when he was Deputy Commissioner of Kendriya Vidyalaya Sangathan in Patna for that region, Mr. Lalu Prasad Yadav tried to persuade him to come back and work for that state. Even after his retirement, Kendriya Vidyalaya Sangathan did not leave him alone. He is again serving in Kendriya Vidyalaya Sangathan even after his retirement. I am proud to be his teacher, his friend, and he has been a wonderful student and disciple and a member of my family. Mr. Chauhan, the stage is yours.
धन्यवाद सर. मेरे गुरुजी को भी प्रणाम. और आज के मौके पे when we pay our rich tributes, the founder of the Council for Teacher Education Foundation, Sri Gulab Chaurasia ji, and we also remember the contribution of JP Naik sir to the Indian education. I would like to divide my lecture in 4 parts. Number 1 is the importance and significance of teacher and teacher education. Secondly, the design and the practice of current teacher programs in India. What are our assumptions on which we are doing it, and how it is impeding the progress of ideas and professional and personal growth of the teachers. Then I would like to highlight what are the educational reforms which have been proposed in the new education policy as far as the school education is concerned, and then what we have in store for teacher education programs as far as NEP 2020 is concerned. Well, Dr. Rabindranath Tagore had said that a teacher can never truly teach unless he is still learning himself. A lamp cannot light another lamp unless it continues to burn its own flame. And I think that is what is required for a teacher to be a teacher. Since times immemorial, say from the Vedic age, the importance of teacher education and teachers is well known. In those times, teacher was held in a very high esteem, and even the rulers, the kings and the emperors had to bow down before the teachers and the teacher educators. As the time passed, we know how this changed during the different phases. But what I'm going to stress upon is the certain things which were highlighted by the latest education commissions and committees, like the NPE 1986 to 1992. It has said that it recognized teachers should have the freedom to innovate, to devise appropriate methods of communication and activities relevant to the needs and capabilities of and concerns of the community. The Yashpal Committee has again recommended restructuring of teacher preparation program with emphasis on enabling the teacher trainees to acquire the ability for self-learning and independent thinking. Now, these two things which have been quoted over here, it shows that teachers are expected to be innovative. They should be able to communicate properly, and they should be able to devise certain activities which will be relevant to the needs and capabilities of the society. And similarly, there was emphasis on self-learning and independent thinking. I would like to draw the attention of the audience towards the design and the practice of the current teachers programs, which is based on certain assumptions which impede the progress of ideas and the professional and personal growth of the teacher. And the first and the foremost thing which I would like to highlight is that it is assumed that the subject knowledge is already acquired by the teacher, by the training, and through general education, and is independent of professional training in pedagogy. This is something, when we are doing our B.Ed or any other teacher training program, the emphasis on the content part is less. We try to emphasize only on the proficiency on training the teachers as far as the pedagogy is concerned. Then we have the repeated practice teaching of certain isolated lessons, which we feel that is sufficient condition for professional training to be a teacher. Now, the links between the theories of child development and the learning instructional modules and methods of teaching specific subjects are automatically formed in the understanding that developed by the teacher training. So by just giving these lessons, the isolated lesson practice teaching, we assume that the trainee has developed those practices and he will be able to deliver that in his normal classroom teaching. The third thing which I felt is that the concept knowledge embedded in the prescribed books, the curriculum, is treated as again given. Student teachers are not expected to examine the contents critically, and they assume that the teachers they assume that we have to adjust to the existing realities. Whatever is there in the content, whatever is there in the curriculum, whatever is there in the syllabus, you don't have to say anything. You have to accept them and then deliver that when you go to the classroom situation. Teachers are also expected to meticulously follow what they have been taught through methodology courses and set aside their own beliefs and assumptions about learners' knowledge and learning. There is a need to empower the teachers to reflect his own experiences and assumption as a part of the classroom discourse and inquiry. Then we have the conventional teacher education program, which trains teachers to adjust to the needs of the existing system through lesson plan in standard formats, ritual of completing the required number of lessons, rituals of completing the organizing school assemblies, activities, etc., and completing the required number of written assignments and projects. And the last thing which I would like to bring about in this is the mushrooming of the teachers training institutes all over the country, and many of them are even providing with fake degrees. This is the scenario which I wanted to bring up, put forth. And now the responsibilities which will be, put on the shoulders of the teachers, trainers, and the teacher trainees is more so because what we have, are expected from the policy of New Education Policy 2020. I would like to highlight some major reforms in the school education which have been proposed in the NEP, and I would categorize them into 5 or 6 divisions. The first one is the universalization of the early childhood care education. I think this is the first time that when the categorization of primary education, secondary education, and senior secondary education has been really brought down up to the early childhood education. And it's really a good thing that early childhood care education has been given a due importance for, the early childhood care education is of prime importance, as has been professed by all the educationists and psychologists. In this, the national mission on foundational literacy and numeracy is again an important thing. We have been seeing that the students are moving from one class to the other class, but without getting the basic foundation in literacy and numeracy. So this is one thing which is very important, and I feel that the policy makers have really done a wonderful thing by including these things in this. The third is the curricular and pedagogical structure, that is 5 plus 3 plus 3 plus 4. This also defines that the school education is basically in 4 different stages, and in every stage the importance has been well defined, the learning outcomes have been well defined, and therefore the teachers who have to be prepared for tomorrow have to be specialized in these particular stages. They cannot, one teacher cannot deal with another stage without getting specialized training in that. Education in mother tongue or the regional language is another aspect which is, I think, of a very prime importance, because earlier education, especially when the child is just developing at an early childhood stage, it is the mother tongue or the regional language which is of prime importance to the child, so that he is not burdened with learning a language in order to understand, to express his own views or to understand the various concepts. Then you have another breakthrough which is very important, and I think we have been working on this, is that the line of demarcation between art stream, the science stream, and the commerce stream has been done away with. Now it is very important that there is no rigid separation between art and science, between curricular and extracurricular activities, between vocational and academic streams. This really defines that the focus has been the child. It is the field of interest of the child which is of prime importance, rather than the curriculum which has been pre-designed, and then we try to frame the child in that particular curriculum. Another aspect of education policy which I felt is of very prime importance is about the assessment part. The assessment is something, when we hold the examination, we find that examination phobia is there, and because of this, the child who knows the things is not able to write the things in the examination and is credited with something which is he doesn't deserve. So provision of multiple chances to the learners to write and accumulate grades to finally get certified is an important thing. Board examinations will be of low stakes and will be based on knowledge application. Self-assessment along with peer assessment of every child would be given due importance, and here even the teacher will be assessed. I remember during the time of Mr. H.M. Carey, who was our commissioner in Kendriya Vidyalaya Sangathan, he had introduced one of the ideas of evaluating the teacher, and in fact he had already prepared the entire paper on that, and it was about to be implemented when there was a change of government and it was not there. But I could realize, and we do still remember Mr. Carey's contribution in in bringing up the Kendriya Vidyalaya Sangathan to its present form, that how well he could think of the times ahead, that the teachers need also to be assessed. Then there is a 360-degree holistic progress of the child. This report card is also there. I would like to add in this that having a holistic progress report card of the child should also be dynamic in nature, so that the field in which the child is really doing well, in which he is really excelling, should be highlighted, rather than highlighting the areas of assessment in a set pattern of academic subjects. So if the child is doing well in sports, it should be the sports which should be highlighted first. If the child is doing well in music, it should be highlighted first. If he is doing well in mathematics, mathematics should be highlighted first, so that every child is given the credit of his performance, the excellent performance he is doing in the different areas. Tracking of students' progress of achieving learning outcomes has been again a noteworthy thing in this. And PARAK, the National Assessment Center, I think the establishment of PARAKs will also be an important phase in this. The education policy also has a lot of stress on the less privileged and especially abled students. There is a special focus on this and the different track of schooling to help them use their potential and get recognized. The Gender Inclusion Fund has been there to help the less privileged girls children. There is a proposal of also upgrading the Kasturba Gandhi Balika Vidyalayas up to grade 12. And these are the residential schools for girls from humble background, but are very bright and deserving ones. Another aspect which I feel is of importance is that the new national curriculum framework for the early childhood education, for teachers and adult education is to be there, and curriculum to integrate the 21st century skills, mathematical thinking and scientific temper. Here I would like to again draw the attention of the audience that this policy emphasizes on learning how to learn. It also says that education must move towards less content and move towards learning how to think critically, solve problems, how to be creative and multidisciplinary, and to innovate, adapt, and absorb new material in novel and changing field. Now, here I would like to stress that all this is possible only when the child is interested in the contents, and the contents should be from the field of interest of the child. It is possible that the NCF is designed keeping in view the field of interest of the child in focus. These days, we are having a lot of workshops, lot of talks on integration of say art, dance, music, and sports with the science and mathematics and social sciences. I would like to pose a question that why can't there be integration of science, maths, and social science with art, dance, music, and sports? A child who is interested in sports should have the liberty of learning sciences which would benefit him in sports, or learning mathematics which would benefit him in sports. or for that matter, even a child who is interested in music, why can't we design science curriculum which would help the child to help his performance in music, or mathematics which would help him in enhancing his performance in music, and similarly in arts and other fields. Therefore, the participation of teacher educators and the teacher trainees, I think, in framing and in their contribution in the national curriculum framework is of prime importance. Lastly, I would like to even bring certain aspects of the new education policy, which takes the concerns of the teacher education. The entire policy is wonderful. I think we have everything in it, and for everyone, for every part of the society, for every learner and every social activist. But one factor that can lead the Indian education system to produce competent, creative, skilled, and enjoyable and ethical learners is the teacher. And therefore, the teacher education is of prime importance. The NEP 2020 recognizes that the teacher education is vital in creating a team of teachers that will shape the next generation. However, it also takes note of the ground realities as mentioned in the Justice J.S. Verma Committee report. The sector and its regulatory system are in urgent need of revitalization through radical action in order to raise standards and restore integrity, credibility, efficacy, and high quality to the teacher education system. The NEP 2020 holds the dismal condition of teacher education, recruitment, deployment, and service conditions responsible for lack of teacher quality and motivation. So again, it is the environment which has to be created, and to create this particular environment, there are various things which have been proposed in the new education policy, especially as far as the pre-service teacher education is concerned. The National Curriculum Framework for Teacher Education 2021 will be drafted to guide the teacher education, pre-service and in-service teachers working in academic, vocational, and special education streams. The teacher education must be conducted within the composite multiple disciplinary institutions. We are talking about the isolated B.Ed colleges and other colleges. So now there's this thing that all standalone TEIs will be required to convert to the multidisciplinary institutions by 2025 and offer a 4-year degree integrated teacher preparation program. So for converting these TEIs into multidisciplinary HEIs, there shall be support even from the government, especially the financial support. And the National Testing Agency would be conducting a single nationwide entrance examination for admission to the pre-service teacher preparation course. This is again important that shorter post B.Ed certificate courses will be available for career growth of the teachers who wish to move from into more specialized areas of teaching or into the leadership and management positions in schools, or from one stage to another stage. All fresh PhD entrants will be required to take credit-based courses in teaching education, pedagogy, writing related to their chosen PhD subjects. And the teacher recruitment and employment has been given a lot of importance in this. The recruitment in private or government schools of the teachers would require qualifying teacher ability tests, give demonstration class, pass an interview, and have the knowledge of local language. So NEP 2020 promotes for recruiting teachers to a school complex and sharing them across the group of schools. It also encourages school complexes to hire local eminent persons or experts in various subjects. Then there is another program, which is continuous professional development program, which is also there, which is not only important for the teachers, but even for the for the principals and the complex leaders. Here, the success of NEP 2020 depends on the design of the national curriculum framework. I would again stress on this, that where the interest of the child is the core, and its implementation will largely center around the competency, creativity, and the interest of the teachers. A monitoring and continuous improvement framework will help in chiseling the rough edges during the design or implementation phases over the next 3 to 5 years. In the entire school curriculum, what is of importance is the fitness. I think this area of physical fitness has to be stressed upon, because our country would be facing a lot of problem if we do not have physically fit and healthy students now. And therefore, even the Fit India movement, which has been started by the government of India, is, I think, a wonderful thing which is there. In Kendriya Vidyalayas, we started with Swasth Bacche Swasth Bharat as a program, and I felt that all the teachers have been trained, need to be trained in this particular program, so that it becomes an integral part of our system to be healthy and to be fit. I have highlighted most of the things as far as I felt was important, and now I hand over to our Guru Keshav Sharma sir for further deliveries. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Johan. What a wonderful presentation. Well, I knew it very well. Friends, those who are listening and participating, I think you got a gist of whatever is there and whatever should be done, not only in teacher education scenario, but also in general education. I will also add to your knowledge that Mr. Chauhan's ideas were incorporated in the new education policy, and he was in great demand in Delhi for all these. Thank you very much, Mr. Chauhan. I think we have some time, and any conference or seminar without discussion is incomplete. So we have for 10 minutes. If any participant or the panelist has any questions, any question regarding what Mr. Chauhan has said or the paper presenters have said, kindly ask one by one. Kindly unmute your microphones. Come on. Any question? Feel free. Yes.
Hello, Chairman sir of the session. Yeah,
Okay.
I'm Nilima Bhagavati, and my video, it has to be, like open from the end. Anyway, yeah, I can open my video now.
Sure.
So it was an excellent presentation by Chauhanji, and he just sort of focused on a number of important areas regarding the teacher education. And also in my Golab Chaurasia presentation, I also focused some of the aspects which he used to always talk about, the teacher educators. So
Right.
the one thing which we have to do is an excellent teacher education program, the concept of ITEF and all that has come.
Right.
And what we need now is also to, awareness, more training before the implementation to the teacher community, so that they can, take all this to the classroom. And it is one good that 50 hours training is already there annually. They have to go for it. That's wonderful. But like the in-service, which was really given a great, sort of importance idea, significance earlier, that was stopped over here all of a sudden. And that is something which should be continued, sir. That is what I believe. I think Sohanji can just add something to it.
I'll in-service training courses, as far as Kendriya Vidyalayas are concerned, ma'am, we have regular in-service training programs. In fact, we have 5 zonal institutes of teachers training. And throughout the year, we have teachers training in-service courses run in these institutes. In fact, nowadays, we are even having online courses. And I think the teachers must be, in touch with the latest developments and latest technological, additions which can be made in the field of school education. And I am very happy to inform you that Kendriya Vidyalayas have been doing a lot of things in this regard. And even our teachers are invited from this thing. In fact, the children are even visiting CSIR institutes, for getting the latest things from them also. So our teachers are going to these institutes also for getting the updates on the latest developments in the field of sciences and other advancements.
Right. Very right.
Okay.
Any other question? Please come up.
And also it is my observation, sir. I just want to add, like we are talking about a technology which is must for the 21st century teachers, okay? But unless and until each and every town and the cities of our country, they should be digitally connected. That is a little, a challenge which is before us, and we have to overcome that. Because during the pandemic, we have seen practically in the state of Assam, I'm living aside the hilly states and all, this is one of the greatest problems which was found by the teachers, for which the online education couldn't take place nicely. This is one of the challenge I feel ahead of us, and we have to really take care of it.
I think definitely, ma'am, what you have raised is very, very important. And CTEF and SREET organizations, they can take a lead in this of organizing workshops and having online courses for teachers who could come and join these things, so that they can be, trained on these aspects also. So I think even the private organizations should come forward and extend the training aspects for this. I think CBSE is preparing for that also.
Right.
Yes.
Any other
that is
comment
true.
or question? Any participant? Kindly come up. Don't feel shy.
Yes, there are now.
There has to be some discussion. After all, you cannot have a perfect lecture in this world. So always there are certain, there is some scope for some doubt or something, if there is any. Though Mr. Chauhan's presentation was wonderful, and he did not leave any hole.
Sir, okay. if you don't mind, can I just interrupt for a second? Okay, sure. First of all, I'd like to thank, I'm not visible, but I'm audible, I'm sure. First of all, I'd like to thank Mr. Chauhan for his excellent presentation. He has actually incorporated everything that is required for us teachers to know. We are all looking forward to the new education policy and all that is being incorporated there. But sir, I just have one query in my mind, and my question is that we have been talking about holistic education earlier too, but when it comes to implementation, something seems to be, lagging behind. We are really hoping that the holistic education gives more stress to the teaching of value education at the school level, at the base, unless and until we put those values in our the little children at the growing up stage, they will not emerge as, resourceful citizens in later years. These things can be taught only at that level. And side by side, if you talk about holistic education, we need to give more importance to sports. And I'm really happy that the new education policy has incorporated that particular aspect too, and giving the opportunity to the students, to select their own subjects and not make a, very distinctive division between arts and science, as they do in the foreign universities and in the foreign schools, colleges and all. They have the options. So this is just an observation, not a question as such. I would like to hear your views.
May I respond, sir?
Yeah.
Sir,
your turn.
Ma'am, I'm a very staunch believer in what the child wants to do. In fact, when I was in Patna and I interacted with the children, and I asked them about their performance in the academics. So they posed one question to me. This is that you only try to test us where we are not interested. You don't try to evaluate where we are interested and where we perform well. I said, you give me examples. So they said, sir, why don't you test us on sports or on music or on dance or on fitness? There we excel. You give up any program is organized in the Vidyalaya. Say they have to do some annual day function or some social science exhibition is to be done. So they said, we are the ones, who come forward and do everything. here, you know, those children who are only bookworms, they don't come forward. They only score good marks in the examination. But when it comes to performing in the field, we are the ones, you know, who come, and we are never evaluated on this. This was the things, you know, which I had proposed during the Chintan Shivir also, that there should be a dynamic report card. And dynamic report card should, you know, do away with this, that whether there is sports field is there, or mathematics is there, or science is there, or music is there, everything should be taken at par. A child who is doing well in mathematics, we as teachers, we grade him as that he is an excellent student. But a student who is doing well in music or in sports or in dance, though he brings laurels for the school by getting some prizes, or in some competitions he comes up with various prizes, we never treat him at par as far as the report card is concerned. So what we had proposed is that the report card should be dynamic in nature. The child who is performing well in sports should be at par with the child who is performing good in mathematics, or say for languages. So here was the concept of having a dynamic report card, and that is how this holistic concept also came up. So there is one thing which I wanted to add over here, and here I would like to draw your attention on this also, that when we are designing the curriculum.
Mandira, please mute your microphone, Mandira. Yes, Chauhanji, please go on.
What I'm trying to say over here is, ma'am, that when we are framing this curriculum framework, when we're working for this curriculum framework, why should we only design science curriculum or social science curriculum, or say the academic curriculum, and try to integrate art, music and other things in that? Why can't we have a curriculum, a science curriculum, especially designed for the sports students, the students who is interested in sports? Sports students may not be interested in science as it is, but the moment he comes to know that this aspect of science is going to help him in his performance in sports, he will definitely take interest in that. So the first thing which the sports person would like to know is that how to keep his body well. So it is quite natural that to know about his body, the entire biological sciences come in. To how to excel in the field, so then physics comes in. How well he can do in measuring his performance, mathematics comes in. So can't we have curriculum of science, mathematics and social science integrated with sports, or integrated with music, or integrated with dance, or integrated with arts? Why is it necessary that every child needs to study the history in the traditional way? Why can't he be made, why can't we have history of sports through the various periods? How the sports came through different phases, and what impact sports had on the history, and what impact history had on sports during the different phases of history. So curriculum designing, I think this is something which is going to be very important, because in times to come, again, the textbooks, the syllabi and the curriculum is going to play a vital role. And therefore, I feel that one single aspect which should be of importance should be the curriculum framework.
Thank you.
Thank you.
There is a question, just a minute. There is a question from one of the attendees.
Participants, I think so.
Some changes.
Can you propose some changes in the methodology for recruiting teachers? What do you say, John? Very difficult question.
Very difficult question, but very apt question also, sir.
That is right. That is right.
Very apt also. And I think regarding that, even in the new education policy, they have mentioned over here that the recruitment of the teachers would be requiring qualifying the teacher ability test, giving demonstration class, pass in the interview, and then have the language of local language. But apart from this, I think what is very important, what the presentation was made by Mr. Bhandarkarji about Mr. Naik, about the competence and the commitment. Yes. I think these two aspects are also very important. One needs to be committed. Competence उसके हम बढ़ा सकते हैं, लेकिन commitment किसी की बढ़ा नहीं सकते हैं. Commitment के लिए तो you have to be committed, sir. जैसे आप committed हैं, अभी तक लगे हुए हैं सारे उसको बढ़ाने में. So I think that commitment aspect is very important.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, I can just give you an example. Recently, I was asked by the Vice Chancellor of a very big central university, to be an expert for the selection of a professor of education. Will you believe it that we did not find a single one suitable what to talk of a post of a professor, but even for the post of a lecturer. I told the Vice Chancellor that had I been the Vice Chancellor, I would not have even appointed them a lecturer. Now, the reason was they did not have the knowledge of their subject. They did not have the communication competencies, and there were so many other things. Well, it is a very difficult thing. Mr. Chauhan knows it very well. I will just tell you a small incident. Once, a few years ago, when he was working as Deputy Commissioner of Chandigarh region, he just asked me to become the group head for the selection of PRTs, primary teachers for central school. Then what happened that students, the candidates were, there were a large number of candidates, and a number of the candidates whom I interviewed, I asked a simple question: did you go to the B.Ed college regularly? And will you believe it, about 10 to 15 candidates accepted that they never saw the face of their college. And I had to reject all those people. Now look at this. Well, anyhow, I think now my turn has come, isn't it, Dr. Nilima? I think because the time, it is 11:30, and by 11:45 we have to wind up this session.
Yes.
Well, first of all, I will thank the organizers for organizing this conference in such times, difficult times. I wish you all the success in your future endeavors. I'll also thank all the panelists and presenters of papers who have put forward very nice ideas, especially Mr. Chauhan. I will thank you very much for enlightening us, because you have been in the field for the last so many years. A few days ago, I was talking to some of my students. Most of my students are teacher educators in this country and quite senior, principals of B.Ed colleges. And we were discussing, incidentally, MSP. You know, this Kisan farmers agitation, this MSP has become a very big issue, right? So MSP for, now you can ask me why were you discussing MSP, because this is a matter related to the farmers and farming and not to teachers. No. For me, MSP means minimum support pay of teachers. I think you will appreciate this.
Yes.
I need not discuss in details how much money, how much salary a teacher educator gets in a private college, right from 4,000 to 15,000. And sometimes out of that money, a few thousands are taken back by the management. There are so many things. Now, I will start, though Mr. Chauhan, Archana, and many of you who know me, they know that I am a fighter. I am an optimist. But here I will start not with the note of optimism, but pessimism. One of my very senior students who married twice. First, he married a beautiful lady, and then second time he married his own college of education in Punjab. Once he just rang me up and said a very pathetic line. He said, "Sir, teacher education is in ICU. What should we do?" In spite of the fact that so many education policies, commissions have been there, and this is the latest one, I assure you, when the time will come, I have been in teacher education for the last 50 years, that unless and until certain basic changes in the value system and attitude of the stakeholders unless these are brought about, nothing can happen. Things will move as such. One reason, I'll take the very practical examples. Out of thousands and 10,000 colleges of education in this country, and I have visited a lot of them, you will find that all of these colleges, barring a few, very few exceptions, these are either run by the politicians themselves or their chamchas. Now, when it comes to any change, nothing can happen, because it is the political system which frames the laws, rules and regulations. What NCT has done, these people should be put behind the bars. They have destroyed the entire teacher education system. Those who are quite senior and those who did their B.Ed in 50 years ago, they know that it was the college which was responsible for admitting the students. And at that time, there was no rush. And the teachers and the teacher educators, I mean, that was a very nice scene. What is happening now? For the last nearly 5 to 6 years, because the bubble burst, earlier everybody was after B.Ed paying a premium of 1 lakh rupees just for admission. In 2014, time came when this bubble burst and there were not enough students to run a college. And the college people gave discounts. This is not education. This is kind of a shop. Okay, you come to my college and just pay half the fee. And there was a bargain between the college management and the parents. That okay, parents said, sir, we will give you 20,000, but my child will not come to the college. Will you believe it? Out of 100 B.Ed colleges in this country, 90 to 95 colleges are having students, but what you call the non-attending students. There's a new culture, non-attending culture. Universities know, vice chancellors know, state governments know, central governments know, the education ministry, everybody knows. But nobody takes action because I do not know what is the reason. Now then you think that any kind of education policy, the best ever, will be able to bring about drastic changes in our society. Forget about it. Unless and until things are put in the right places, unless and until these mushrooming teacher education institutions are closed, I have been responsible for closing down certain. Don't expect anything. We may have so many seminars, conferences, but nothing will happen. But who is going to bell the cat? Anyhow, these are my random thoughts. I'm not going to give any formal lecture, but random thoughts. Now see, no security of service. If the management does not want somebody, now the general secretary says, okay, get out. You are fired. Is this the way? Will that poor teacher who was getting 10,000 a month, having a wife and 2 kids, will he go to a temple or a gurdwara for langar? Nobody bothers. Nobody ever bothered about it. That is why MSP, minimum support pay for teacher, has to have a legal, legal binding on the management of the colleges. Then no stringent norms, as I told you. Gareeb ki joru sabki bhabhi. That is a saying in Hindi. Yeah. That is the state of affair as far as teacher education in this country is concerned. You have to have stringent norms for all dimensions of teacher education, and there has to be somebody to implement in letter and spirit. Who will do that kind of thing? When it comes to the competency of teacher educators, less said is better. You won't find 10% teacher educators whom I will call a real teacher educator. No knowledge, proper knowledge of their own content. They hardly read. Communication skills are faulty. Can't speak their own mother tongue. What to talk of a foreign language like English? Nothing. Very bad. And then comes no punishment. Shade Shatyam Samacharet. Tit for tat. Shade Shatyam Samacharet. No action on erring colleges, erring teachers, managements, and all that. Who will do that? Politicians will not do. Forget about it. I doubt whether parliament or the state governments will enact that these are the norms, and if somebody doesn't follow, put to task. Not because colleges are their colleges. Why should they hang themselves? Then let us decide. I think Mr. Chauhan must be remembering that once I said that if education, and specifically teacher education, is not to be considered as a service, then declare it legally an industry. At least the teachers will get salary. There will be certain rules and regulations. There will be somebody to look after your grievances. So even today you have to decide whether we want to keep it a service or let us make it an industry, which it already is. I also gave one suggestion. Now I'll tell you, those people who have ever visited Haryana, there is one very famous and old college of education in Ambala, Kent. In Ambala. Sohan Lal DAV College of Education, about 80 to 90 years old. Once the principal of that college, an old friend of mine, was virtually weeping that these other colleges have destroyed our reputation also. This college and such colleges, known as aided colleges, were getting aids, granting aids, as you know, the senior people know, from the government. Gradually, as a teacher who was getting salary from the government aid, as he or she retires, the post is abolished. Right? And then my suggestion is that you just choose certain good colleges and make them aided colleges as in the past. Most of the problems will be over because these colleges are very much jealous about their reputation, the old colleges. Otherwise, nothing can happen. And then a few more points. Parents should be held responsible. Parents are not held responsible now if the child comes to college or does not come to college. If a student does not come to a college of education, first the parent should be penalized. And then the university head of the Department of Education or Dean of Education. These are the people. Many times these inspections are held and money changes hand. Very, very bad. And the last is I am happy that NCT and all these regulatory bodies are going to be abolished. Is it correct, Chauhan?
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
I think. But do you think that abolishing all these and having a fresh body will solve the problem? Because the people will remain the same. You know very well that all the directors or chairmen and all, I mean, of all of these bodies, they have links with the politicians. Unless and until you belong to a party in power, nobody is going to make Keshav Sharma chairman of UGC. Nobody. Nobody is going to make chairman Mr. Chauhan, because we do not have any links, and you know it very well. What about the vice chancellors? I am yet to see a single vice chancellor who was appointed just on the basis of merit, not his political affiliation. Actually, the rot has gone down very deep into the earth. Who is going to pull it up and throw it in the Ganges? This is a very big question. And the last and the most important, which is very dear to me, and Archana knows, John knows my habit, the human value system. Now, whatever I have said and other people have said, if all those management people, other people, if they are people of values, there is no need to have any new education policy. You can do wonders with a flawed educational policy, provided you have a very strong, crystallized human value system, which is missing in this country.
Exactly.
Let us see. If you, in the end, I'll just say one thing. If you ask me to select one dimension for the benefit of teacher education or education in general, I will say values. Find out ways and means, and very simple. As the lady asked the question, the methodology for recruiting teachers, wherever I have been going for the selection of teachers, professors, and school teachers, I did not bother much about how much they know. Because as Mr. Chauhan has rightly said, we can improve their scholarship, their knowledge, no problem. But commitment or the values, we cannot change at that late stage. I always try to find out whether this person is committed. And I found, in case of the selection of PRTs for Mr. Chauhan, that there were many girls and young boys who showed their commitment. And those people were selected. Now, those who are teaching in colleges and universities, they know very well that you are selected a lecturer or associate professor or a professor, not only on the basis of your scholarship or the research, your commitment, but some other extraneous factor. Anyhow, this is a long discussion, but I am happy that we have been able to discuss certain very important points. And people like me always touch the raw nerve of the country and the system. I think everybody should do that. And as a very senior person in age, my advice to the young teachers, young people, you will get whatever is destined for you. So have no fear. Be fearless. At least charity begins at home. Kindly start from your own self. No need to butter your bosses. Try to call a spade a spade. Do not fear. Do not fear. Whatever God has given you or is going to give you, nobody can take it. And whatever is not yours, you won't get it. We do not call a spade a spade. We are afraid because we think that if I say this, then I may be at some disadvantage when it comes to promotion or something. Nothing happens. In my life, this is my own experience. Now, rest is yours. Thank you very much, all the panelists, Mr. Chauhan, and all the organizers. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. It's a wonderful presentation, and you have focused the reality, the ground reality. And just to your presentation, just let me say, as far as my experience goes, when you talked about the good colleges, right? Even if I said 10%, I think it will be quite a great number. I think 5% colleges are good. 5% colleges are working good. But on the other whole, you know, what I see around that less importance is given to this important education sector, teacher education.
Right.
That is really sad about it. But one thing which I find also, sir, that what happens, NCT many a times, as I am associated with that, they have said that they are going to uproot the colleges, which are not at all showing performance.
Right.
If they can really do it, implement in reality, only the good colleges will remain. We don't want a huge number of good colleges, but we want the colleges which can really impart real teacher education, sir. And that is also, it's my dream, and I always think about it, that our system should change. Our system should change, sir, in the teacher education.
Just a parting note from my side. There was a huge national meeting of management in Jaipur 2 years ago, and I was invited as one of the experts. Actually, most of them did not know that I am a warrior, and I will pull their pants down, excuse me. And that is what I did there. I said that you have come here. Even that lady chairman, she was a nice lady. She also came, chairman of NCT. She also came. I said, you have come here not for finding out ways and means to improve teacher education, but you have come here to find out ways and means how to survive. How to survive. Right. I found that there were certain management people who were very honest, and they were really virtually weeping that we want to do something, but these other people have given us very bad name. What to do? Now, when it comes, now just one more point, just one more incident. When the NCT was formed as a separate entity, one of the chairman of the NCT was my colleague in Himachal Pradesh University. He was in physics and I was in education. So a physics man was made chairman of teacher education. Now, what a funny thing. Why? Because his father belonged to the political party in power. Now look here. What? No, please.
This is reality. This is reality.
Yeah, but kindly you forget that this country's education will ever be improved unless and until I become the prime minister. There has to be. I think you follow the point.
So, sir, I would just like to add up the last point that in spite of all the negativities and darkness around, I'm an incorrigible optimist, and I always think that behind the cloud, the sun is shining. So on that positive note, I thank all of you here today. This discussion is really wonderful. It took us from reality to another realm, and we are so grateful. Over to Moshmi.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. I take this opportunity to place on record our deep sense of appreciation to the esteemed chairperson of this third plenary session, Professor Keshav Sharma sir, for wonderfully conducting this session and also for his knowledge-enriched, motivating, and very relevant speech. Thank you, sir. I also thank the plenary speaker of this session, Mr. Mahipal Singh Chauhan sir, for enlightening us with his thought-provoking and valuable presentation, and which has definitely broadened the horizon of our minds and which reveals his rich experience and expertise in the respective areas. Thank you, sir.
Thanks.
I also take the opportunity to convey my gratefulness to the presenter, Dr. Sheikh Fahib Mida Madam, for her informative and interesting presentation. Thank you, Madam. With these words, we come to the end of this third plenary session, and I would like to hand over to Mandira Bordeloy, Madam, to go ahead with the agenda. Thank you.
Thank you, Moushami. That was indeed a very interesting discussion. Now, let us invite the fourth speaker, Dr. Ram Bhuj, former Program Chief, Natural Sciences, UNESCO. Dr. Bhuj is an environment and sustainability professional with rich and varied experience of over 40 years working with the government, university system, civil society, and the United Nations. He is associated with several prestigious universities, which include University of Manchester and Bradford, UK, Massachusetts Institute of Technology, MIT, University of Michigan, Environmental Law Institute, Washington, DC, BHU, NEHU, JNU, and many more. He is the co-founder and board member of World Ocean Network France and executive board member of the Conservation for the Oceans Foundation, USA. With these words, I welcome Dr. Ram Bhuj. Over to you, Dr. Bhuj.
Thank you, Mandiraji, and all my esteemed participants, guests, particularly Professor Nilima Bhagwati, Dr. Archana, and of course, the earlier session was so enlightening on teacher education. I think it was very captivating. What I would like to present before you all is a set of slides. It will be both addressing the issue of sustainability, because that is the area where I work mostly, and of course teacher education. Let me just share the screen. Host disabled participant screen sharing. So you have to allow me to share the screen if possible.
They'll do it.
Done, sir. Done. You can go ahead.
Okay. Okay. So here is the topic of my presentation today: reimagining learning and beyond from a sustainability lens. We all celebrate, of course, in India, we celebrate Teachers' Day on 5th September, but globally, World Teachers' Day is celebrated on 5th October. And this year's theme was Teachers Leading in Crisis, Reimagining the Future. And I think this cuts across most of the discussions that you had in this international event on teacher education, as they are the most influential and powerful force for ensuring quality access and quality in education and key to sustainable development. Sustainable Development Goal SDG 4 on education, particularly Target 4C, recognizes teachers as key to the achievement of Education 2030 agenda. And Goal 4C, basically, of course, we just discussed about the recruitment, retention, training, and working conditions of teachers. So this Goal 4C, Target C, is specifically for this goal, and UNESCO has a guideline for all these things, including teacher recruitment, which is a benchmark, global benchmark, how we are going to recruit, retain, train, and of course about the working conditions, including how they could be motivated. And UNESCO also has a task force, International Task Force on Teachers for Education 2030, to address the teacher gap and tackle issues related to targets 4C. There are huge gap in globally. There are very large gap in teachers because of low recruitment. And UNESCO also has this very prestigious prize, UNESCO Hamadan bin Rashid Al Maktoum Prize for outstanding practice and performance in enhancing the effectiveness of teachers. This is of $300,000, and this year this was already bestowed on 3 individuals, equally divided. COVID-19, in fact, this has put huge burden on teachers, and particularly how teachers were involved as a leader. In fact, we call doctors and nurses frontline warriors, but teachers were also on the front line of continuing the education. When around 1.6 billion learners, more than 90% of the world's total enrolled student population, was affected by school closures. This crisis has affected 63 million teachers as well, and that exacerbates the global learning crisis. But teachers have shown great leadership and innovation, ensuring that learning never stops, that no learner is left behind through solutions to create new learning environment. To build a more resilient teacher workforce in times of crisis, all teachers should be equipped with digital and pedagogical skills to teach remotely, online, and through blended or hybrid learning, whether in high, low, or no tech environments. This was one of the main ideas which were discussed during the World Teachers' Day globally. Another very important, because when I talk about sustainability, in fact, at the beginning of this year, 2020 was considered to be the super year for environment and nature, because one of the major crises the world is facing nowadays is the climate change, and world community wanted to accelerate action on Paris Agreement at COP26, which was supposed to be held during November, December. That is postponed to next year. There was also a new 2020 biodiversity agenda in Kunming, of course, that was to happen in October. This is again postponed. Then SDG implementation, we have already passed 5 years, but there is very little progress. So remaining 10 years, of course, including the goal 4, which is very, very important, concerns with education. But goal 4 also impacts all other goal achievement of, because education is crucial in order to achieve all other goals. And of course, education for sustainable development. I would speak about it in later slides. A 2030 framework. Oceans also, the World Ocean Conference, because there is a whole decade that is going to be launched next year for 10 years, decade on oceans. And then World Conservation Congress that was to be held. So all these important things were slated for 2020, but COVID crisis overshadowed. Of course, this is again the same thing. Time for nature. Everybody was looking towards nature. Of course, this International Day for Biological Diversity on 22nd May this year was also focused on nature. A lot of students and teachers, they celebrated all over the world, involved in biodiversity conservation and finding solutions for nature, even during this COVID pandemic, in terms of building resilience and also immunity. World Environment Day also, again, it was focused on nature, celebrating biodiversity on June 5. This is very important in terms of nature, because last year, COP25, United Nations Secretary General made a call that our war against nature must stop. This was at the climate conference. Nature was in the focus. We must finally demonstrate that we are serious in our commitment to stop the war against nature, that we have the political will to reach carbon neutrality in 2050, to put a price in carbon. So, but at the end of the conference, of course, there was quite disappointment, because world did not agree last year, and that is why Secretary General said that I am more determined that than ever to work for 2020 to be the year in which all countries commit to do what science tells us is necessary to reach carbon neutrality in 2050 and in no more than 1.5 degree temperature rise. So that was the hope. And but positive side is that because of COVID, there have been 7 to 8% reduction in carbon contributions of the world. And this is very, very promising because youth of the world, of course, while leaders of the world, they said, let us postpone COP26 to 2021. But youth leaders, they had a parallel COP, mock COP, and one of they deliberated on 5 key themes, but education was one of the most important themes. And they made several very important recommendations. You can find these recommendations on their website, COP, mock COP. Climate emergency is the Oxford Dictionary's 2019 word of the year. So this just highlights how important climate change has become. But one thing is very important. Earth Day, which was 50th anniversary, was celebrated this year on 22nd April. 50 years back in 1970, this was an educational event, national teaching about environmentalism, and that was started by Gaylord Nelson, a Wisconsin senator, and some 20 million people from thousands of schools, colleges, universities, and communities were mobilized. And that brought a kind of revolution on the front of environmental legislation and administration in the US, and which was spread throughout the world. So how potent vehicle education is, again, this highlights. As I already said, COVID-19 greater disruption, but main problem, of course, is the teachers are trying to continue with the education. Of course, there are problems of both access in terms of devices, computers, mobiles, and of course the technology and access and accessibility, both. And where there is a digital divide, particularly in remote areas, both teachers and students are facing. And there is also online fatigue with because a lot of people, they are now fed up with the going on all the way online all the time. So that is another problem, and this is called as greatest disruption in the education system. And this has also overshadowed all other crises, as I already told. These are some of the, in terms of sustainability, the major events on the world. And sustainability, I think you all know the definition. I'm not going to go into the detail, but it is all about the that we can meet the needs of the present generation without compromising the ability of future generations to meet their own needs. Even COVID-19 is one of the outcomes of unsustainable ways we are exploiting the nature. Sustainable Development Goals, 17 goals, and 169 targets, very, very important. And these are based on the 5 principles, 5 pillars, you can say: people, planet, prosperity, partnership, peace. These are, and sustainability education, as I would explain later, are mainly based on these 5 pillars. Before I talk about sustainability education, in fact, let us talk about environment education. When the whole environment movement started in 1972 with the Stockholm Conference, in fact, education was one of the declarations, and which was unanimous not only 72 conference, but 1992 to 2002 and 2012, every 10 years these Earth Summits are held. Everywhere education was one of the aspects, one of the agenda items where there was no controversy. It was adopted without any controversy. And environment education was in 1972 globally accepted as a means to look into rather greening the education which is meaningful, or as a means of making improving the quality of education. That was one of the aims. And then education for sustainable development started. Of course, there was 2002 World Summit on Sustainable Development in Johannesburg, and where world leaders agreed to launch a decade of education for sustainable development, 2005 to 2014. And this is what it says: ESD empowers learners to take informed decisions and responsible actions for environmental integrity, economic viability, and a just society for present and future generations, while respecting cultural diversity. It is about lifelong learning and is an integral part of quality education. As I said, this is all a way to improve the quality of education. It's a holistic and transformational. And this is in nutshell. After the decades was over in 2014, there was a global action program from 2015 to 2019. And this gap mainly did an analysis, and it was these are the three premises on which the future agenda, that is ESD 2030, was evolved. That there is plenty of awareness about environmental and sustainability issue, but we need to pay more attention to learners' transformation process. How we can, through education, we can bring transformation. Then there is also more attention to deep structural causes of unsustainable development. Why this development is not becoming sustainable? What are the structural causes that need to be analyzed? And then, of course, because this is in fact Industry 4 era, so technological future, there is a lot of need to impart critical thinking as part of the ESD 2030. Last year, I was involved, in fact, in Delhi. I was responsible in organizing this international conference on sustainability education. And it has almost 15 parallel sessions and some 70 very high level presentations with almost 36 partners from all over the world. And this laid a kind of foundation for ESD 2030. And also it was agreed that we will set up a World Environment School, and a curriculum with the help of CE and others have already been brought out. And this is what the new framework looks like. It builds on the UN General Assembly resolution, which noted ESD as an integral element of SDG 4 on education and a key enabler of all the other SDGs. As I already said, that all 17 SDGs can only be achieved through education. So that is why this Education 2030 agenda was brought through the UN General Assembly resolution. And it was also endorsed by the UNESCO General Conference. And this was to be launched in June this year, but next year on the same date it will be launched. Much of the emphasis in ESD 2030 is on the climate change, education and action, and particularly, of course, how education could be geared towards the green jobs. In fact, that is what has the potential. You can just see how much potential there is in climate action and the green jobs. Many challenges, and there are greater appreciation, as this is one of the publications which UNESCO has brought out, education in a post-COVID world. And there are 9 ideas for public action. And these are some of the ideas. I think you might find these on the net. Strengthen education as a common good. Lot of commercialization is happening on the education. You can see many online courses that has become so expensive. So there is need for make education as a common good, easily accessible, open access education. Expand the definition of the right to education to address importance of connectivity and access. As I said, this is very, very important, connectivity and access to knowledge and information. Value the teaching profession and teacher collaboration. Give frontline educators autonomy and flexibility to act collaboratively. Fourth recommendation is promote student, youth, and children's participation rights. Intergeneration justice and democratic principles should compel us to prioritize the participation of students and young people broadly in the co-construction of desirable change. This is very, very important, co-construction. Protect the social space provided by schools. As we transform education, the school as a physical space is indispensable. We cannot do away with this. Make free and open source technologies available to teachers and students. Education should not be made dependent on digital platforms controlled by private companies. Government must come into this. Ensure scientific literacy within the curriculum. Right time for deep reflection on curriculum, which of course our national education policy is rightly addressing this issue. Protect domestic and international financing of public education along with public health and social services. A lot of post-COVID era and all those economic this incentives that have been announced, they address the public health and social services. In fact, financing public education is must. Advance global solidarity, that is also again important in terms of COVID as well as education. And there is this United Nations Alliance on Climate Change. Some 13 agencies, they have come together to address education, training, and public awareness. A lot of mobilization is happening during this year. And of course, what would be the role of teachers in the education of tomorrow? That is also being addressed through several measures, online courses, open access platforms, many. And of course, the post-COVID education also is addressing to new areas, new education, as you can say, artificial intelligence, augmented reality, virtual reality, all those things. I think I'm not going to go into detail because I think I have already overpassed my time. As I said, our education policy, we had recently on 9th, 10th September, during the ICSE, full discussion on this. And as I said, youth are on the forefront. These are the global youth ambassadors: Greta Thunberg, Imi Lucas, Blue Olis. They're all, in a way, creating awareness and, of course, trying to defy the formal education system in a way. Of course, that is the challenge. And they say what this formal education system is not going to help the planetary crisis, the human existence, which is very much endangered. So these youth, they have come forward, and we need more such voices. And of course, my recommendation would be to work while being to bring transformation while being in the system. Our own Lisi Priya Kanguzam, she's also very much active, 9-year-old girl, and we all support her. So thank you very much. This is what I wanted to share with you all.
Thank you so much, Dr. Rambhuj, for highlighting the position of teachers in contemporary times, in this time of crisis due to pandemic, and the working of the UNESCO in this regard. Thank you also for giving us an insight into the immensely important environmental issues faced by humanity in general. Next, I would like to give the next agenda over to Debastuti to invite our next speaker. Over to
Sure.
Debastuti.
Thank you. We have with us Professor Rajeswari K, General Secretary, CTEF Kerala, who is going to deliver the Dr. K.S. Pillai Memorial Lecture. Dr. Rajeswari K is the principal of Government College of Teacher Education, Thiruvananthapuram, Kerala. She has vast experiences in teaching and research. She is a member of editorial board in research journals and has also published many books and articles in national and international journals. Dr. Rajeswari is an expert in the research team of SRC, CMET, and SCRT Kerala. May I now request Professor Rajeswari K to deliver her lecture.
Respected
Over to ma'am.
because the two systems are functioning, I am closing just 1 minute. Thank you. Respected dignitaries, especially Dr. Nilima ma'am, Dr. Pandarkar ji, and all the organizers of the program, and also the other eminent scholars and dear participants. At the outset, I would like to extend my sincere gratitude to the organizers for giving me a chance to present Dr. K. Shivadasan Pillai Memorial Lecture this year. I think that I am very lucky to present the memorial lecture because I am a student of Dr. K. Shivadasan Pillai sir. We all know that Dr. K. Shivadasan Pillai, he was closely associated with Dr. Gulab Chaurasya, father of Council for Teacher Education Foundation, and was a person with a rare blend of versatile vision. He made certain significant contributions to promote literacy in the state of Kerala. He gave a major push to the Kerala State Literacy Mission along with Dr. P.N. Panikkar, father of literacy movement in India. This ultimately led to universal literacy in the state. Dr. Shivadasan Pillai, an emeritus professor, fellow of UGC from 1998 onwards, was a native of Trivandrum district. He possessed various degrees such as BSc, MA, MA Sociology and Politics, PhD in Education, AIE London, Adult Education and National Development Edinburgh, Adult Education West Germany, and also Dr. K.S. Pillai is well versed in Malayalam, English, Hindi, and German. Working as a graduate teacher in secondary schools for about 9 years, he has a record of meritorious service as research assistant, especially in the NCERT project. The masterly touch of Dr. Pillai in research guidance is revealed in all the 25 PhD works produced under his guidance in the formal education and the 11 PhDs produced under non-formal education. Dr. Pillai is credited with directing and publishing several research projects, studies, modules, and evaluation reports funded by UGC, ICSSR, and other agencies. Dr. Pillai has received laurels from the academicians and student community for publishing several works of his own in English and Malayalam. Malayalam is the mother tongue of Dr. K.S. Pillai. Dr. Pillai's writers, research papers, and articles, as well as 600 in Malayalam, were published in international journals, national journals, and in leading dailies. We have to think, while discussing about Dr. Pillai, we have to think whether our education system is losing relevance and how to unleash its potential. I think that the theme of this seminar, that means the webinar or the international conference, is trying to evolve strategies to unleash the potential. So let us reset our education and learning to meet 21st century needs, shaping a path from education to employability and economic independence. So this is actually a tribute to all the dignitaries or all the great gurus like Dr. Chaurasya, Dr. Viggs, Dr. Shivadasan Pillai, and all other legends in this field. Endowed with leadership qualities, Dr. Pillai was the president of All India Federation of Educational Association, chairman of Asian Academy of Education and Culture, and chairman of NCTE. He played a leading role in literacy movements and non-formal education programs, although he was a faculty of formal education. As the trainer of trainees, he directed a number of training programs for different levels of adult education functionaries, including project officers, principals, program officers, supervisors, and inspectors of various agencies at the state and national level. He launched many innovative programs in adult education, which were appreciated and copied by many universities, voluntary agencies, and government departments throughout the country as well as abroad. Through the UGC-sponsored adult education programs, he helped nearly 60,000 people to become literate and conscientized. He had expertise in the then field experience, editorial caliber, as well as clarity of expression in speech and writing in general, with special reference to education, social service, and human resource development. So I think that this is a great opportunity for me for presenting some details regarding Dr. K. Shivadasan Pillai, sir. So I end this presentation by bowing my head in the reverence and fond remembrance of the late Guru, Dr. Shivadasan Pillai. In the fond memory of Dr. K. Shivadasan Pillai, CTEF Kerala, that is Council for Teacher Education Federation Kerala, started Dr. K. Shivadasan Pillai Memorial Award for Academic Excellence. Remembering the great Guru, one of the most distinguished educationists, his thoughts on imperative need for professional development of teachers to be reflected while we are organizing such programs, not only on Dr. Shivadasan Pillai, sir, but of all other legends, great gurus who have contributed much to the field of teacher education. Then Dr. Pillai, he presented commendable performance as member of the advisory committee of International Conference in the Lifelong Learning and Social Development organized by different agencies. He is a real social engineer. He is a role model to teachers and teacher educators. What Dr. Fandakar sir said was correct. We need teachers who are to be committed and also to be competent. If competent teachers are committed, then they can make wonders in this world. We are able to implement NEP 2020 very successfully if we have competent and committed teachers like Dr. K. Shivadasan Pillai sir. So I once again bow my head before him, his remembrance, and once again I extend my sincere gratitude to the organizers of this program for giving me this opportunity to present the memorial lecture of Dr. K. Shivadasan Pillai sir, a great guru of Kerala as well as the country or the nationwide. And once again, I take this opportunity to congratulate the organizers for organizing the seminar in a very beneficial and enriched manner, because this is a very intellectual academic exercise. We had two sessions, two enlightened sessions before, and you have arranged many sessions like that. And there is no wonder that you can arrange this because of the able leadership of our own International General Secretary, Dr. Nilima ma'am. So I once again congratulate all the dignitaries and organizers, and also I extend my sincere gratitude to the organizers for giving me this chance. Thank you very much.
It was wonderful hearing to you, ma'am. Thank you for acquainting us with the ideas and ideals of Dr. K.S. Pillai. Thank you once again. We have as invited speaker, Professor R.G. Kothari, former Vice Chancellor, MS University, Baroda, Gujarat. Professor Kothari was the former Dean, Faculty of Education and Psychology, MS University, Baroda. He is the chairperson, CTEF, Gujarat. Professor Kothari has made vast contribution in the field of research and has conducted many workshops and seminars on education. May I now request Professor Kothari to deliver his speech. Over to you, sir.
Thank you very much. Respected President of our Council for Teacher Education Foundation, Professor K.M. Bhandarkar, International Secretary of this foundation, Professor Nilima Bhagwati ji, my previous speaker, Professor Rajeshwari ji, Dr. Ram Bhuj, then team members, Dr. Archana Bhattacharya ji, Mandira, then Mosmi, then Devastuti, real case of women empowerment, entire leading team here in this session. My topic given is holistic national development, a robust approach to research studies. So two words are very much important. One is the holistic national development. The word holistic we are using since long in the Faculty of Education. All-round development and holistic development we were considering. It was criticized also somewhere by, I think, a report on learning without burden. Now again, it has come in a national policy, a national education policy also, that it is, what do you consider? Number one is intellectual development, aesthetic development, social development, physical development, emotional development, and moral development. If these developments are there, if these faculties are developed, then you can consider yourself that you have gone for a holistic national development. Now, second is the robust approach for this. That is a strong and healthy approach. Approaches are quite strong and healthy. So now coming to the real research, now if you see there is a tremendous growth, and along with that there is a rapid deterioration in the standards of PhD programs, both quality and quantity. Quality is going down, quantity is going high. This is what is my observation from since last 40 years in the field. There was one study conducted in, I think, Nepal by Bandyopadhyay in 2003. And they said that during 1973 to 74 to 77, 78, within these 4 years, PhDs awarded in Indian universities were 18,286. And this became double within 10 years. That is in 84 to 88. Double means now 18,286 multiplied by 2. So more than 36,000 PhDs had been awarded. Now during the period 1993 to 94 to 1999 to 98, more than 50,000 PhDs were awarded. More than 50,000 PhDs were awarded. And especially when I think there was one UGC clause in December 2002, those who have submitted their PhD before December, I mean in December 2002, they are eligible to apply for the post of assistant professor. At the time it was lecturer. So this was a great thing. And this, because of this, there was a mushroom growth in PhD degree holders. And you say that academic community responded very well. And see, we say that those who have submitted, not awarded. Of course, that's true, because in education, in entire research, if you find our result is more than 99.99, hardly theses are rejected. There may be a revision, but rejection rate or failure rate is very, very, that's why I say, and that's why they said that not awarded, but those who have submitted, they are eligible. Now in 2002 also, nearly 11,300 scholars awarded PhD, and out of them 3,900 were from science. In the faculty where I belong, that also more than 10,000 studies have been submitted when 6 survey was conducted. Similar is position in and across the world also, that China, I think before 2 years, annual rate of PhD was 49,698. Japan, it was 16,296. UK, 16,606. Germany, 25,604. And in India, 2017-18, 1,400 PhD studies were awarded. 34,000, you can say. Out of them, 20,000, almost 20,179 were male, and 14,121 were female. So this is the status of research. Now, what are the expectations of the research? Why quality has gone down, and why things are not coming out up to the mark? For that, you have to see 3 things. That what is the purpose of research? Why we are conducting the research? I think I will conclude within 3 things. Various definitions are given by John Best and many other authors, Gay and Narration. They say first to solve the problem in the field of education. That's what we are supposed to do. Now, great problem today we have is the vaccine for the COVID. It took almost, we started somewhere from March 2020, and now it has come, right? So that's a great problem, to solve problems in the, and many other problems are there. I will come to policy also, to establish the relationship amongst the variable, and to generate knowledge. These 3 things are there. Any approach you follow, you go for qualitative, you go for quantitative, but you have to solve the problems in the field. And you can create problems also, no problem, to establish the relationship amongst the variables and to generate knowledge. That's what we are supposed to do. I think other day I read that there are, in India also only, there are 200 districts where COVID has not entered. Now, this is a real challenge for the researcher, that we are supposed to go there. We should find out, and this any single person cannot do. That's why I say that now we should stop doing PhD on, we have to go for research. That's a difference for me, because PhD is conducted by only one person on only one topic, right? But if it is research, why there are 200 districts, and if at all you want to go there and if you want to find out what are the causes, then it requires lots of people. You require a sociologist also. You require a people from food and nutrition also. You require people from health also. You require people from education also. That lifestyle also we have to study. So this is what is emphasized in research now, that multi-faculty, multidisciplinary. This is the word I think time and again used in 487 page of National Education Policy draft, and in this policy of about 60 to 65 pages, this interdisciplinary and multidisciplinary, it has been used. So now, of course, I very openly said that now let us put a foot point on the PhD. Let's do this type of research only. And if entry level also, if you want, now, of course, some minister said that PhD will be again compulsory. When it is again compulsory, this 34,000 per year will go to 50,000 per year and 60,000 per year, and we are not getting anything. So instead of that, at entry level also, you can go for some research and find out. We should know one who enters in higher education must be well versed with the higher education. So there should be some postgraduate diploma in higher education and second postgraduate diploma in research. You learn that and then you enter and then you go for the research. That is in a combined way. Identifying the national problems. Now, what are the national problems? See, we had n number of policies. Before 34 years, we have a national policy on education. The National Curriculum Framework 2000, 2005, National Curriculum Framework 2009 for teacher education. And now we have another one. Along with that, we have millennial development goals, because we say think locally, but do something globally. So that global concerns are also there. So that should become the base for our research. Here now what they say, if you at all you want to go, because this research and national development will go together. Now critical thinking. So this is what we have to develop. And for that you have to go for a research, that how critical thinking can be developed, what content, what methodologies of teaching. This we want to emphasize. Communication. Now there are students, they are not able to communicate in GPSC or UPSC. And when we talk with the in the interview, these are the difficulties. Even their own language, they are not able to communicate properly. So this needs to be emphasized. Problem solving, because we are bombarding lectures only. Critical situations are not created. Field work is not done. Internship is not done. So this is what problem solving, creativity, cultural literacy. Now we say India is such a country with so many states and so many cultures. We are supposed to know also that cultural literacy, along with that global outlook. So these are the issues for the research for any faculty. Then teamwork. Teamwork is not available. In PhD also, this happens. Ethical reasoning, social responsibility will not only develop outstanding employees, but this, if we develop this quality, it will develop outstanding citizens also. And if outstanding citizens are developed, I think something can be done. So this is what we are supposed to do in research, right? So these are the broad ideas reflected in national education policy. So there we have to focus. Now, why we are not able to do? Because our system of higher education is fragmented, being broken into various collections of interest groups. Poor learning outcomes are there. What I shared for research, these are nothing but the learning outcomes. I think there is one body, General Council. The task is given to them that now this council will be preparing the learning outcomes. Nowadays, people are not clear with the learning outcomes. I go in my class, I delivered a lecture of 1 hour, I will come back, I will ask some multiple choice questions and things are over. That is not the thing, but you must be familiar with the learning outcomes, and best learning outcomes are listed in the IGNOU module. If you see, for each unit, learning outcomes are very nicely spelled out. So this is what we are supposed to do. So we have a rigid and separate disciplines, then lack of teamwork, that's what I said, and another limitation or delimitation pointed out is lack of research in college and university, lack of research in colleges and university. So this point is very well taken. And as a result, we have to focus on increasing that, again say, creativity, critical thinking, right? Higher order thinking, problem solving abilities, right? Teamwork, communication skill, and in-depth learning. This is what we are supposed to do if at all you want to go for the holistic and national development, right? Now, policy also says that to create a research intensive university, that also will come. But I don't know what will happen, because it is always said, there was a well-known scientist in Pune, Narlikar, he said that research is better, no research is better than bad research. No research is better than bad research. And many of our researches, I can say that they are not up to the mark, because there are many. There was one author who has written his article in a book, Association of Indian Universities. He said that mostly our research is 80%, he said, he was Dahiya. He said that 80% of our researches are bogus, stereotype, repetitive, plagiarized, and hence irrelevant. So how to make it relevant? That is a question for us. And in education also, main role of research is to improve the classroom instruction, but that somehow we could not do. And there were studies, I think in 764, 66 onwards, technology started, but at that time, technology was only a program learning material in the research in education. If you refer the third survey written by Professor M.B. Buch, out of 120 studies on the technology, 70 studies were in the field of program learning. Nothing has been done after that. All theses are lying, and most of the studies, they have proved that program learning is far, far significantly better. In the language of research, it was said that program learning is significantly better than the traditional method of teaching, but it has never entered to the classroom. Many studies on the other side, at United States of America, they had also conducted researches in the field of program learning. And it was found that program learning is not significantly better than traditional way of teaching. Both are equal. But even then, they take a clue from that, that if it is equal to, if this program learning is equal to traditional method of teaching, I think we should utilize this. And as a result, some of the issues I told about the communication and in-depth learning and knowledge increasing, they had certain issues on traffic sense, drugs, abuse, and all other things. They prepared program learning material on that day, on that topics. And it was very, this they have started with the primary education, and it was given to the students, not for reading. It kept in library, no force, nothing. But it was so appealing, the cover page and everything, that they started reading. And gradually a study was made. So there was an attitudinal change. So this is an attitude. Don't go for any, our all methodology are strong and healthy, but attitude is very much important. So these people, they could do it. Awareness about the traffic, environment awareness, this is what we are supposed to do. Water harvesting, at least not in all parts. Where you are there, you have lots of water in Assam. But in other parts of the country, water harvesting is needed. What to do now? So this is what we are supposed to focus, that we have to identify our national goals. But this is what we are not able to do. So one example I have given for program learning. Now there are studies about the modules we have prepared. IGNO has also prepared module. Now it is a high time to prepare modules, videos, and everything. Now people say that internet connectivity is not there. Mobiles are not available. Now prepare two types of things. Same module, you try to write in such a way that it goes to the computer also and mobile also. So those who are interested, they can refer that, and those who are not having that, this in the form of a textbook. So textbook written, there should drastic change in the textbook writing also. It should be in a modular form, and it should be in a program learning way. So he will be reading at home, and there is a self-test. He will be answering. And after that, if there are any problems in contact classes, we can conduct. This is a specific situation, so I say. So we should prepare various videos. One of my students also prepared the videos on a particular topics, and let them listen at their own, and you check. but this has never entered. Video, my student also proved that video is significantly better than the traditional way of teaching. And I have seen that computer and TV and all other things, these are quite versatile media. And at least at a primary level, up to class 8, you can do, and you will have a wonderful results. So this is what we are supposed to do, but we have miserably failed. The implications we write, but entry to the classroom, that has never happened. So that is the result. And quality wise, I always say that there was one study conducted in NUPA only. 9,000 theses were examined, and it was found that supervisors themselves said that 60% of supervisors thought that most of them are repetitive and with a known methods. Another finding was that 70% of supervisors work in isolation. Now, this is another problem. Can we come together? I am expert. Other day, I was not able to do factor loading, how to find factor analysis. I need a help. So this is what that type of culture we have to create. And that's why I said that do away with PhD, but go with the research. Research where 4 or 5 people can come out that, okay, India is facing this, my city is facing this, Guwahati is facing this, Baroda is facing this. This problem we have to solve. And they should come to us. Industry should come to us. Pharmaceutical companies should come to us. They should fund us, and we will be able to do this. So that is the what we are supposed to do about the research. And applied research also, mostly 80% of our research are they are also in a mediocre state, right? So this is what we are supposed to do. So first of all, if you want to go for a research culture, that was said that there is no research culture, we have to go for research culture. And that's why any method-wise, people say that which method, qualitative, quantitative. Qualitative also in India, I think roots are quite new, but books written by Peckham and others, even Creswell, 3 books he has written on the qualitative research. Complete volumes are available with the mixed method. But people are not familiar when to use mixed method. There are certain assumptions, but we never go for those assumptions. So weaker section is our own, you can say, colleagues. There are people, they don't know when to use t-test and when to use correlated t-test. Now what to do now? Why do you blame the methods? Methods are always strong and healthy. Whatever the methods you go, even you go for a case study, there is a wonderful book written by, I think one Wig. He has written 3 books, I think, Robert In, Y-I-N. Wonderful book. We had been doing case studies, medical people were doing more, but here we try to study any school we select and make the case study. No, that is not there. We wanted to go for a deviant type of sampling, a rundown school, a very fantastic school where every year the passing outs are there, a university or college where every year hundreds of the people pass the NET slate examination. So such deviant cases we have to use. So there is nothing wrong with the methods. It is with the human being. We don't know when to use T. I know that a person in the category of reader is not able to find a difference between capital T and small t. What is capital T? What is small t? He was not able to say. Similarly, correlated T, when to use. On one side, you use the non-probability sampling, and you are using the parametric statistics. No, that's not allowed. So there are certain assumptions we should take care. But our own colleagues, I don't know, we should focus one entire session on this, that what are the fallacies in our researches, and that will be able to do. So there is nothing wrong. Now in national policy on education, we are coming out with now ICSSR and UGC, all they will not be there, but NRF, National Research Foundation, will be there. And clearly functions are also given and focus is also given. NRF has been focusing on clean drinking water now. This is the area of a research. How sanitation is another problem. Quality of education and healthcare. Now healthcare is not left to the only medical people, but it should be with other people also. There should be a diploma, there should be a degree in healthcare, and improve transportation and air quality. So these are the areas very clearly stated in national education policy and the functions and priority areas for that, right? And they have also said that fund the competitive peer review grant proposal. 80 in ICSSR, my experience is that 80% of proposals are rejected because of poor quality. Significance is not properly justified, objectives are not written, and methodology. Sampling part is the biggest form of here. In any proposal, if you see, they say population, nobody bothers to write the population. You write what is population, then you say sample. Sample also people write 300 schools were selected, but how? Whether it is a probability, if it is probability, in which way, it is a clustered sampling, or it is a randomization, or it is systematic sampling, nobody bothers. So these are the very common errors I can very confidently say, because I have gone through 215 PhD thesis evaluation and some projects also. So this is what is needed, that liaison between researchers and other field, even with industry. We should find out what are our problems, what they need, and accordingly we should go for a research. And that is not a research for PhD. You conduct a research where lakhs of rupees are available, sir. We are not able to take ICSSR, UGC, Historical Council or Agriculture Council. So many councils are there, and hundreds, crores of rupees are there, but we are not able to do. So identify a great problem which needs attention of the many, and that is a need of the country. And after identification, go for a method. All the methods suggested, they are robust only, they are healthy, strong, but we are making them big because our knowledge is not there. So this is what we are supposed to do. And if we can do this, I think a quality of research can be very well improved. So whenever you do any research, at least you find out that you are contributing something to the nation. And it should start from a problem of a nation, problem of a community, problem of a society, and then appropriate method in a group work, in a teamwork. I think if you can do, that is the good part. So there is nothing wrong with the research methodology available, qualitative, quantitative. You can go for naturalistic inquiry, you can go for phenomenology, you can go for postdoc study, whatever it may be, ex post facto study. Researches are very strong, but thorough orientation for the research student and guide, that is necessary. I had been working as a director of PhD coursework from 2011 to 16. I was collecting the feedback, and one feedback, common feedback which has come across, they said, sir, similar coursework should be there for PhD guides also. I was surprised, but this is the real cause. So if we can do this, I think the quality of research can be improved and national development can take place. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for enlightening us with your speech. It was wonderful hearing you. Thank you.
It is time for the panel discussion on the theme National Education Policy 2020, a paradigm shift in Indian education system. I take the privilege of inviting Professor Chaturbhai Patel, Faculty of Education and Psychology, the Maharaja Sayaji Rao University of Baroda, to chair the panel discussion on the theme National Education Policy 2020. Professor Patel is the Nodal Officer of Monitoring Institution Commission by Ministry of Human Resource Development, New Delhi, to monitor and supervise the implementation of Sarva Shiksha Abhiyan in Gujarat. He is nominated by HRD Ministry to appraise the annual working plan and budget since 2006 in Gujarat. Professor Patel is the Director, Institute of Advanced Studies in Education in Gujarat. He is closely associated with NCTE, UGC, NAAC, and also nominated as Program Director of IUD CTE. The other respected panelists include Professor Sanjeev Sonwane, Dean, Faculty of Interdisciplinary Studies, SPPU, Pune. Professor Amit Kaut, Dean, Faculty of Education, GNDU, Amritsar. Professor Neeta K. Barua, Department of Education, Dibrugarh University. Professor Tana Shoren, Professor of History and Dean, Faculty of Social Sciences, Rajiv Gandhi University, Arunachal Pradesh. And Dr. Arup Kumar Mishra, Associated Professor, Department of Chemical Engineering, Assam Engineering College, Guwahati, Assam. Over to you, Professor R.C. Patel, to chair the panel discussion. The time allotted for the panel discussion is 2 hours. Has Professor Patel entered? Has he joined? Has the chairman joined, Archana Bhattacharjee?
He was online. The information was already passed to him.
Yeah, I have already communicated with him and he knows the time, but I can't seem to connect with him right now. I'm trying his line.
I can see most of the panelists here. Dr. Arup Mishra, Neeta, Madam Neeta, Sanjeev Sonwane, sir. I can see them.
Okay. Just wait a few seconds. He's connecting with Professor R.C. Patel. Archana, could you connect him?
I'm not being able to connect with him, but trying. Sir.
Most of them are already there.
Hi.
Hello, Mandira. Mandira.
Yes,
Hello.
ma'am. I can hear you, ma'am.
Can you hear me?
Yes, yes, I can hear you.
I also tried to connect him, but sort of, wait, let me see. Oh. Oh. Hmm. Yeah, I just received an information. Professor R.C. Patel, he just went to one place from where he's not getting the connectivity. So it will be late. I think we can request our next Professor Sanjeev Sonwani. He will chair the session. You can announce that. You can announce that, please. Okay, for
Thank you,
Professor
ma'am.
Sanjeev Sonwani, he will chair this session.
Thank you. So now over to Professor Sanjeev Sonwani, Dean, Faculty of Interdisciplinary Studies, SPPU, Pune, Maharashtra. He was going to chair this session. And he's going to also speak on holistic, integrated, engaging, and joyful learning in school education. Over to you, Professor Sanjeev Sonwani.
Yeah, thank you, madam. Thank you. So we will start.
Problem is there?
Yeah. I does not have list with me, but I will welcome all the panelists for this panel, digital or online panel discussion session for our this city event. I will request to the Bhattacharya madam to continue the business, because I does not have the panelist list. I think the Amit sir is the next one.
Yes, I have the list here with me. So
Yeah. You can govern the panel discussion, and as a panel chairman, I will monitor at the last. So no problem. So first, who is expected to talk, you can call them.
So I now invite Professor Amit Kautz, Dean, Faculty of Education, GNDU, Amritsar, to speak on continuous professional development of teachers in school education and career progress.
Please give the time limit also. Time limits also 7 to 8 minutes, because we need some time for the discussions at the end.
Exactly.
So you give time also, unless there will be a mismanagement of the time. For better management of the time, I think we should have a 7 to 8 minutes for each panelist. And you can monitor also time.
Okay, I think 10 minutes is okay, Professor Sanjeev. Is 10 minutes okay?
Yeah, it's fine, because we waste 10 minutes already.
Yeah, so, that's fine. That's fine. That's fine.
Yeah. If you say 7 and 8 minutes, it will extend to 10 minutes.
It's okay. It's okay.
Yeah.
Over to Amit Kautz. You have to unmute yourself, sir.
Yeah, thank you so much, Professor Sanjeev, chairman of this panel discussion forum. On the same side, I'd like to thank Professor Nilima Bhagwati, Dr. Archana Bhattacharya for giving me this opportunity to share some of my concerns on one of a very pertinent issue of National Education Policy 2020. I plan to have a PowerPoint presentation, but because the time is short now, I'll just raise certain issues and concerns, and we can discuss it later on. After 34 years of the previous policy, a new policy has come up, and there were certain challenges to which it addressed to. One was that we were not having any formal education for small children, like 0 to 3 years of children, and research studies says that anything which is exposed to the children at a very early age, they tend to grow higher in those areas which are being which are being open to those children. And that is one area which this policy has addressed in a very fundamental way. They say that early childhood care and education has to be a strong input to bringing out quality in education, because ultimately, if you don't have the foundational literacy, if you don't have the foundation of reading, writing, and working with numbers, probably these are the few things which are very important. Like language learning is very important if you have to learn concepts at a higher level. So this is one area which was dealt very, very effectively by this policy. Now, the implication for this is to root certain effective programs of pre-service education. So there has to be some kind of teacher education programs which are to be, very effective for developing a professional, a teacher who is a professional in its approach for bringing out, foundational literacy and development, numeracy development aspect, which needs to be taken care of. And, when you are looking for it, one thing which is very prominent in this policy is that, they say that it is not that, if you are an Anganwadi worker, and then you get into primary education, then you get into secondary education, you are not to have that kind of promotion. The most effective thing which have been talked about this policy, which I appreciate, is that, there has to be a promotion within the sector. Like if you are a professional of early childhood care education, if you are a professional for primary education, if you are a professional teacher for elementary education or higher or senior secondary higher education, so your growth parameters would be within that segment, and then there will be a liberty that if you want to move from one segment to another, you are free to do that. So I think one thing which would be a hindrance in this area would be that you should to bring out the stages of promotion of teachers within a sector. If that is done, probably this model would function effectively. Number one. Number two, the parity in the salary. Like nowadays people think that person who is teaching in a higher education is more qualified, is to be paid more. But the kind of skills and competence, specialized skills and competence and understanding of early childhood development you require for being a Anganwadi or being a ECC teacher is also requires specialized knowledge, skills, and competencies. So there has to be some kind of marginal difference in different sectors of teachers. Then only probably this model could work out. Number one. Number two, there has been a wonderful policy, one wonderful parameter of professional development, and that is that every teacher who is teaching in a particular sector needs to have 50 hours of continuous professional development programs or engagement, in a particular year. Meaning thereby, if you have 6 hours in a day, so approximately 7 to 8 hours training. And that training has to be split into say some kind of local training, some kind of state level training, some kind of national level training, some kind of international level training. Here I like to share with you one thing which I want to contribute into this model. That is, the assumption is that if a teacher thinks that any kind of professional development program is going to lead to his improvement, and when he says his improvement, it means
the kind of improvement which is going to bring out some change in the learning outcome of the learner. If that is the assumption of the teacher, probably he is more pro to learning new things, as a professional development. Yes, I think there was some disturbance. I think Professor Nilima Bhagwati, her mic is not mute. Professor
Yeah.
Professor Nilima, please mute yourself.
Bhagwati madam, please unmute. Please mute your speaker. Bhagwati madam, please mute your speaker.
Mandiraji, you can call her.
Archana.
Mandiraji, you can call her. Even we are not able to understand what she's saying.
Hello? 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 Hello?
Yes.
Hello. There's I have some sound at the background.
Archana, I think she has. Yes, now
okay.
She has muted. Yes,
she has muted. She has forgotten that.
Sorry, sorry.
Thank you so much.
Dr. Coates, please go.
Sometimes they forget to mute.
Exactly. We are not so comfortable with the ICT.
You can continue.
You can.
Yeah. Thank you so much, Professor Sanjeev. So, when we are talking about 50 hours professional development, one thing which we have to understand as a organizer or as administrators or policymakers, that, how this whole process of professional development takes place. One thing is that, if as a teacher, I think that, learning something is going to help me as a teacher to improve the learning outcomes of my students, one aspect. And then, if that is the assumption I have, probably when I go to any professional development program, I participate or I attend that program, I'm quite active in that kind of program for improving myself. But one thing which we need to understand, as a teacher, I will appreciate those pedagogies, those engagements, that nature of understanding, which I think and I have seen that it has really worked. I'll be able to internalize only those practices into my behavior as the outcome of professional development program, which I see that this program is really bringing out some effectiveness. Now, this is a paradigm shift. Some of the research is also projected, when we see some phenomena, some intervention to be effective. So it is basically learning and understanding that looking at some workable solutions, looking at some effective pedagogies happening and bringing out some desirable results. If that happens, probably that leads to better professional development, that leads to improvement in the change. When as a teacher who is participating in professional development program, when I see some phenomena, some intervention, working and improving learning outcomes of the students. So starting with the intervention and experiential aspect of that intervention, and looking at that intervention is bringing out some change in the learning outcome of the learners, that changes the attitude of the teacher, belief of the teacher, the competency of the teacher towards their professional development program. So 50 hours professional development program is a wonderful initiative, but how you are going to conduct 50 hours professional development program. Here, I would like to mention that, one of the initiatives with Government of India is looking for is to develop a national educational taxonomy.
And they are saying that, those educational technology initiatives which are experimented at different places, maybe in schools, maybe in colleges, maybe in universities, in different areas, maybe in a student engagement program, maybe in student support services, maybe in pedagogies, maybe in different types of e-content generation or e-content transmission. Whatsoever is the case, once you have a forum there, that forum should not only accumulate experiences of the practitioners, that forum should also try to manage online data. Like, one of the problem in school education is dropout. Like, we are very happy that, gross enrollment ratio in elementary education is say up to 100%. But, when you say after 8th class, maybe after 10th class, you find dropout or gross enrollment ratio up to 79%. It means approximately 21% is the dropout by the age of, by the grade level of 12th. So, once you see this dropout, you have to have a data that who is dropping out. You must have individual database that this is a child whose address is this, whose contact address is this, maybe some email or a phone number is this, who is residing in this district of the state and has dropped out after this. And there must be some kind of follow up to that. I remember one of an IAS officer in Punjab who is working in Punjab. Earlier, he was working for women empowerment. Now he's working in education. Krishan Kumar. He was in one of the district. He was DC in one of the districts in Ropar, one district in Punjab. And during that, the whole sex ratio of Punjab was, diluted. Like, you'll have more number of boys than the girls. But in that district, it ensured that the sex ratio was compatible. Like, it was around 95 versus 100 boys. And how it happened? Any lady who was tested anywhere, positive, pregnancy was positive there, from that place, the data would come to DC's office. And DC's office persons would be directly managing that, meaning thereby contacting the parents of that girl, contacting the in-laws families of that, and they will create that kind of environment that every week there is some kind of monitoring of that. So nobody would think of doing something malafide. So, once once we are looking for technology as a major intervention into the whole, to be the whole planning and execution, probably we need to look on the database of children who are dropping out, database of each and every teacher who is having what kind of training. And, if we can have a training base, like, what kind of programs are available throughout the state, throughout this country and throughout the world, keeping in view what is the need and requirement of teachers at different places. This is one thing which can help help the administration governance to ensure professional development program. I'll take 1 minute more, Professor Sanjeev. One more thing which I perceive is very, very important from the point of view of professional development programs. That is, one is that teacher is deciding what has to be improved within him to bring out qualitative changes, among learners. One more thing is, as a state or as a district, if we plan, like the administration plans some kind of intervention, you require some kind of intervention to be implemented, and for effectively implementing that intervention, you require some kind of professional development of teachers. Because any kind of provision which is which a policy gives, it cannot be effectively implemented unless teachers are prepared, principals are prepared for it. So what one more thing which I suggest that, if Government of India really wants this National Education Policy 2020 to be effectively implemented, then there could be some kind of interventions, localized interventions, nationalized interventions, and accordingly professional development programs could be conceived and implemented. Thank you so much.
Thank you,
Thank you,
Mr. Court. Yes. Please go on. Next, we have Professor Neeta K. Barua, Department of Education, Dibrugarh University. She's going to speak on multidisciplinary equity and inclusive approach in higher education. Over to Dr. Neeta K. Barua.
Good afternoon, everybody. Respected Chair, Professor Sanjeev Sonawane, Professor Amit Kots, my other respected panelists for today's panel discussion, and members of the CTEF Assam, especially the dynamic Secretary General, Professor Nilima Bhagavati Baidu. A very good afternoon to you all. I have been given today to speak on equity, inclusion, and multidisciplinary approach in higher education. Now, as we are all aware, education is the single greatest tool for achieving social justice and equality. And it has been recognized since the Education for All document in 1990 to Millennium Development Goals in 2000 that unless and until education is inclusive and equitable, it is not possible to bring about inclusive society or an equitable society. And keeping in mind the Education for All goals and the Millennium Development Goals, and more prominently the Sustainable Development Goals of 2030, the National Education Policy 2020 has tried to wonderfully reflect on the concept of equity and inclusion at all levels, starting from the school level to the foundational level to the school level and the tertiary level also. Another thing it has brought about a wonderful change is the concept of a multidisciplinary approach right from school up till the highest level of technical and tertiary education. Now, these are concepts which make this particular national education policy very transformational, because it seeks not only to change the colonial hangover of Indian education that we have been carrying for so long, it tries to Indianize the educational system, the traditional Indian education we were so proud of in the past. And at the same time, it also shows the roadmap, because it is very transactional in its explanations about how to achieve whatever it wants to transform. So the NEP basically has conveyed the need for a structural change in the existing educational system if we want to make India a global knowledge superpower, ensuring equity and inclusion while also ensuring a holistic and multidisciplinary approach at all levels. The vision of the National Education Policy, therefore, is increased access, equity, and inclusion. And at the same time, it suggests a range of measures, which I'm sure will be discussed later. But basically, it provides greater opportunities for public education, scholarships, ODL, and also infrastructure and learning materials access. The rationale of the NEP, like I said, is based on the Sustainable Development Goal number 4, which is providing quality education for all by the year 2030. And it basically seeks to define the concept of quality education, which means ensuring inclusive and equitable quality education, as well as promotion of lifelong learning opportunities for all. Now, therefore, having such a lofty goal will surely require that the entire education system needs to be reconfigured. However, we are all I'm sure we have the consensus on the need for quality in higher education, because our framers of the Indian Constitution always believed in a democratic, just, socially conscious society, upholding liberty, equality, fraternity, and justice for all. So keeping in mind those goals of our elders in the past, NEP seeks to give the roadmap to how this can be done, keeping in mind the needs of the 21st century also. So basically, it emphasizes the fact that every citizen has the right to dream, to thrive, and contribute to the nation. It is based on the human rights approach and aims at creating an inclusive culture as well as achieving an inclusive society. So basically, if we talk about equity and inclusion, we basically mean two things. That one is equity, that is a term which needs to be understood first, because there are some other terms which were more prominently in use earlier. One term is parity. Now, parity was a term which was used in the Dakar framework, it was used in the Millennium Development Goals, but now we have removed the word parity because we realize that parity is actually more of a numerical construct, and it is a bit limited. Moreover, it doesn't give us any idea about equality. However, when we talk about equality also, we realize that in a society as diverse as ours, where we talk about individual differences, social differences, cultural differences, equal opportunities may not be the way forward. Rather, we should more be considering about what is needed by the learner rather than what is to be given to the learner. So equality of educational opportunity, a term that was used in the past, is now no longer in vogue, because equity is the term which we use today, because it means distributing resources to groups based on the need of those groups for the resources. So basically, it ensures fairness and basic equal rights for all. So if we have to define the difference between equality and equity, then equality means treating everyone the same, but equity means giving people what they need. That is a fairness. So there are different types of equity, maybe because of the constraints of time. I would not like to go into details, but there is the concept of horizontal equity, where we find that it is measured basically by calculating how the funds are distributed. And there is also the vertical equity, which means providing people what they actually need rather than what the system wants to. So vertical equity recognizes that students and schools are different, and the treatment of the unequal requires unequal treatment. So equity, is it possible? Well, as per the NEP, it may be difficult, but we are not to give up, because equity or wealth neutrality is something that we as a society in India require very much, because even in the 21st century today, we find that our society is still having so many differences, as a result of which the disparities are becoming more and more pronounced every year. Now, in the context of education, we basically talk about education equity. So reaching and teaching all students, that is educational equity. Now, when we talk about educational equity, there are three things that we need to keep in mind. One is the inclusive learning environment. Second part is the diverse instructional strategies that have to be thought about and which have to be research based. Today morning I was listening to respected Kothari sir, and he has talked about not doing PhD but doing research. Exactly, because instructional strategies of the future need to be research based in order to create inclusive learning environments. And moreover, we have also to ensure that the curriculum is very well articulated, culturally aware, differentiated, and when we have all these three things together, the inclusive learning environment, the diverse instructional strategies, and a well articulated curriculum, only then can we have educational equity.
Nita madam,
So,
please sum up.
Oh, but sir, I have not even touched on inclusion. Okay, let me just very briefly give. So basically, there are some verticals, there are gap verticals, and therefore we have to bridge those gaps of access, participation, and learning outcomes. So when we talk about equity, that is most important, that we have to recognize that there are three vertical gaps and we have to remove those gaps. But when we talk about inclusion, we talk about 5 R's, which is a right. Inclusion is a right. It has to reach everyone. It is the responsibility of society. It is based on relationships, and it is supposed to create respect for one another. So when we talk about inclusive education, basically we talk about 6 E's: equity, equal access, equal opportunity, effective communication, equal dignity, and embracing culture. So when we talk about therefore an equitable and inclusive educational system, there will be some pedagogical concerns, and therefore curriculum needs to be adapted. It has to be made more experiential. Child-centered teaching learning strategies need to be used. I think Professor Kotz was talking about this a little while ago. Competency-based learning outcomes are required, and these need to be assessed accordingly, and continuous assessment as for and of learning. So therefore, in NEP 2020, we find that it talks about the SEDGs, the socio-economically disadvantaged groups, and it creates the need for respect of people belonging to these groups. Now, in this NEP, the SEDGs, the socio-economically disadvantaged groups, have been broadly categorized on 5 dimensions. One is gender identities, particularly female and transgender. Socio-cultural identities, we all know: scheduled castes, scheduled tribes, OBCs, and minorities. Geographical identities, such as students from villages, small towns, and aspirational districts. Disabilities, including learning disabilities, and last but not the least, the socio-economic conditions such as migrant communities, low-income households, etc. So it has given some suggestions regarding each of these groups, and it has recognized that these groups need targeted scholarships. We have to recognize the vulnerable and worst affected groups, and we have to include, along with disabilities, also the learning disabilities, and create certain enabling mechanisms for children with special needs. And it talks about creation of special educational zones with aspirational districts. So the roadmap that is proposed may be faulty for many, but we have to acknowledge that every set of these groups face their own challenges. However, we have to keep on trying to silence the uh, challenges and take more and more affirmative actions for the uh, future based on our learning. And to cut a long story short, therefore, the roadmap proposed is definitely paved with potholes. However, keeping in mind the specific steps that have been identified in the NEP to be taken by the government and to be taken by the higher education institutions, if we take care to start by taking those steps at the very beginning, for example, earmarking suitable government funds for education of the SCDGs, setting clear targets, enhancing gender balance. It talks about gender inclusion fund. It talks about outreach programs to create scholarships and opportunities for SCDGs. So it has given what the government can do. At the same time, it
Please
has
sum
also
up, madam.
given, yes, I'm
Please sum
stopping.
up.
1 minute. So it has also talked about the steps to be taken by the higher education institutions. So I think with this, I would like to say that in order to achieve inclusion and equity, we need to work together, collaborate with each other, and tolerate others, because none of us is as smart as all of us. Moreover, keeping in mind the holistic and multidisciplinary perspective of this particular document, we have to understand that ultimately this document is based on the achievement of quality education for all. And when we talk about quality education, we have to remember the 6 tenets that are important. The first one is make children college and career ready. Tenet 2, assessment has to be very much scientific and transparent. Tenet 3, it consists of positive partnerships and student success. Tenet 4, educator effectiveness. Tenet 5, transitions have to be kept in mind and managed from time to time. And last but not the least, the Tenet 6, which is educational opportunities and access for all. So keeping in mind the 6 tenets, we find that the NEP 2020 has tried to deal with each of these 6 tenets individually. And therefore, I am very hopeful that in the future, by 2030-40, when this whole act will be, policy will be implemented, we'll be able to achieve the dreams set out by the framers of this policy. Thank you so much for giving me this opportunity. And thank you once again, CTEF Assam. And thank you, everyone.
Thank you, madam. Thank you. You have taken twice time.
But I didn't deal with one point, sir.
Yeah,
That
I
is
know,
also
I know.
true.
I know. That is why you have a little bit liberty to take 10 minutes more. So, but the problem is that in a digital or in a virtual way, the people are having a little ability to sit in front of a screen. According to that, we have to plan. That's the issue. So please, next one.
Now I invite Dr. Arup Kumar Mishra, Associate Professor, Department of Chemical Engineering, Assam Engineering College, Guwahati, Assam. He'll be speaking on science and technology use and integration in higher education. Over to Dr. Arup Kumar Mishra.
Thank you, ma'am. Good afternoon, everybody. Thanks to CTEF for giving me this opportunity. Actually, I can see that in most of you who are basically involved with education level things, I'm not directly in the pedagogical or educational matters. I'm a chemical engineer turned teacher and who has been into also some administration. Recently, I was the director of Assam Science Technology Council. But a question which was initially given to me by Professor Nilima Bhagavati, who happens to be, I call her auntie for a long time. And since my childhood, I know her. That's why I accepted the challenge and I said, okay, let me see what can I speak about and, regarding the NEP 2020 and also the integration of science and technology. So one question I always ask my students when I go to the classroom or different type of forum is that when there was no science or technology in education system, always there was. One, the way in the curriculum directly science and technology inputs, and the secondly, the type of implements and tools that we have been using. Whether you talk about the counting numbers by abacus or the hieroglyphics or the different type of, this cuneiform, all the art forms, etc., which were used by the old Egyptians in Mesopotamia culture, 3200 BC, we have been using these type of things. These are basically human minds which are thinking about how to improvise the teaching method, how to make students remember the things, So I feel that since time immemorial, maybe not in the form of today's blockchain technology or artificial intelligence or hi-fi computing devices, but in some form or other, whether it is an oral device or it is a visual device or it is some sort of, mud-based or stone-based type of device to implement, we have been using science and technology. That is how I look. And therefore, it's an evolving process. It's an evolving process. And today we are all talking about, we are sitting in the midst of Corona. Lockdown is over, but the scare of Corona is not yet over. We still have the vaccination coming on the way. And therefore, it is not by choice, it is by force. We are thinking about a new shift in use of science and technology in higher education. So, till 1 year back, you can say that we were always thinking about how to go parallelly with the conventional traditional system of education as well as too much of technology-based education. We have been having, or we are listening to all those things. But since I come from an engineering background, just by one small example, you can see how things are evolving. When I went to Assam Engineering College as a student in 1980-81, then in a huge room, which is fit for 100 people to have a meeting today, hall, the whole computer processing unit, the central processing unit, CPU of the computer was kept. It's a Hewlett-Packard huge computing system with some small workstations. And you have to open your shoes and go inside the hall like a temple, mandir, and you sit there and do your work. And you have to take prior permission from the instructor that tomorrow will I get a slot. If the available, you can do your computing. So we used to do our Fortran and basic and COBOL languages today. From that level, we have come. Then after I went to Kanpur IIT for my master's, I found there much more advanced level. 150, 200 computers were there in the local area network. When I came back to Assam Engineering College again to rejoin my teaching assignment, I found that there was, instead of LAN, there was WAN, wide area network. And when I went to work for Ministry of Science and Technology in 1998, it was so exciting that I could talk to communicate with my friends through internet. And the Hotmail was there. Gmail had not come. And something called very interesting, World Wide Web, www, that we always type in our address, that was coming. It's called Information Superhighway. So along with the development of Information Superhighway, different type of devices, now we are at the level. Today, if you tell your child in primary school also, if you tell them that a computer used to, processing unit used to take the whole room, they will laugh. They will not believe you. If you tell them how big the computer initially was, they will laugh. Because now in a small matchbox size of a thing, device also, all computing can be done, all information can be stored. You don't have to buy 36 volumes of Encyclopedia Britannica and fill up 2 almirah in your drawing room. You can send the Encyclopedia Britannica over internet, high-speed connectivity, 36 times in 1 minute. So that is the type of revolution we have seen. And therefore, first let me give you in a very brief what is happening right now in educational technology, which we call EdTech. Since I'm talking about technology for higher education system, there are 3 clear-cut trends which have been observed. One is the innovative teaching methods. I don't have to elaborate on this. I can see all of you panelists, very, very eminent persons, many vice chancellors, directors, deans. And you can just imagine the power of strong animation and live videos and multimedia in teaching methodology. So it is coming. It was there already. Now it is coming in a much bigger way, because we are not only convinced that this is not the last time that the biodisaster is struck in, like COVID-19. World may see in future course of time a lot of such disasters, and people must be prepared to work in their isolation in a different online mode. Number 2, which is very, very important, is the enhanced collaborative technology. And I don't have to give you any example. If you look at today's conference, you will find that Guwahati, Dibrugarh, Dhaka, Mumbai, Wardha, Singapore, Philippines, Kharagpur, Delhi, Baroda, Arunachal Pradesh, Kathmandu, Delaware, USA, all are connected. How? For a 34th CTEP conference, we are all connected, and we are connected online. So therefore, This is, I call, enhanced collaborative teaching method. Today's conference, if you translate into the classroom mode, if you expose your students to the best of the teachers available in the particular subject and have a chat with them, conference with them, that will really, really help us, whether Corona is there or not there. This is a sort of a thing which is very, I still remember, not today, but about 17, 18 years back, from, your Margherita, very, very remote place in Margherita, remote place in Dhokwakhana. I organized when that our Northeastern Space Application Center. For your information, NESAC is one of the centers of ISRO in Shillong, near Shillong in Borapani. I requested the Borapani director to set up their art station in Margherita in Dhokwakhana, Dhemaji area during our Children's Science Congress, where I was the national coordinator of this event. And they had done this. And from Shillong studio, Professor Minal Miri, Professor A.K. Goswami, and some other eminent scientists, they had done the video conference with the children. I still remember those rural children, the interior place children of Assam, they had come. They were so shocked to see that people sitting in Shillong are talking to them real time online. So it has got tremendous power for teaching. And the third element is your teaching and learning process. Entire teaching and learning process so to sum up, I say this technology, educational technology in higher education could be innovative teaching methods, 1. 2 is enhanced collaborative learning. And 3rd is teaching and learning process per se. So there are different trends. If you look at the different works done by United Nations, the World Health Organization, other educational bodies, you will find that this e-learning, blockchain, artificial intelligence, gamification, how to gamify the process, learning with virtual reality and augmented reality, which you call VR and AR. Then important change is there this time. Earlier, everybody used to call STEM, science, technology, and environment, and engineering and maths. But now another letter A has been added in between. It is not STEM, it is STEAM, STEAM. A stands for art. That means we have to solve the real life world problems through hands-on learning activities and creative design. Earlier, creative design or learning activities were not part of the STEM. I'm a part of engineering college. I was part of Assam Science Technology Council. I'm a member of many different committees of DST and MHRD, etc., etc. That doesn't matter. What matters is that STEM alone has not been able to solve all the problems because the creative pursuit of the children or the students was missing out there. So all these things are there. Social media, of course, I don't have to emphasize on that. Today, maximum organizations have their YouTube channels. Recently, my friend was telephoning me from Tejpur and he says, have you seen the ZSI site? Z stands for Zoology, Zoological Survey of India. I said, no, have a look at it. Oh my God, 140 wonderful videos are there, self-learning type. A student can go through any concept of zoology through this particular YouTube channel. Therefore, social media has been used to a very large extent. Looking at the time, even today, I don't want to continue drag on much, but let me tell you, I am one of those who is very, very positive about the use of science and technology in higher education or any system of education. Why only higher education? But at the same time, I'm also apprehensive about my country and the demography and the topography and the economic status of the country. Therefore, there are a lot of problems. When the National Education Policy, NEP, was first launched on the 3rd day, 29th of July, it was on 31st of July, I was part of a 4-member panel in Doordarshan Guwahati for a discussion session. First question I raised, 48% people of this country only have connectivity to internet or the things like that. And much less about Android phone or smartphone. And much less, again, in between that also, much less about all the girl students who are having access to the mobile phone. Maximum boy students have got. If the girls ask the parents, I want to have a smartphone, Android phone for classes or online, they will say simply no. Chula bartan karo, ghar ka kaam karo, tumko shadi karni hai. Dr. Neeta has already spoken about gender equity. My wife also works for gender equity in Vigyan Prasad, New Delhi. So I know a little bit about this disparity in the society. Therefore, I have a few problems. I have got few problems which this panel can discuss later on, if not today. Number one is there's a huge expenditure involved with setting up of the online, systems. It is a one-time expenditure, but not all can afford it unless government comes forward. Number two is insufficient teaching methods. we have a lot of inertia. Our teachers, many a times, even in engineering college, I find teachers who are not willing to go for audiovisual medium in the classroom. Hey, Hobor, I have been teaching like this, chalk and talk method, I will go through this only. They don't want to use even the LCD projectors for the classes. Therefore, it is there. Many people think it's a wastage of time. It is really a wastage of time, is it? We have to think about that. Number 4, most important is that cybercrime is increasing it to a large extent. And therefore, this panel, where a lot of educationists are there, working with different pedagogy and different systems, I request you to look at this. Can it be a source of distraction? Can online education be a source of distraction? Can given exposure to mobile phone and internet too much go away from, education to something else? So this is very real. And the most important point, which during the COVID-19, I have gone to many schools when it was gradually opening after August, I found that many children are saying that, sir, online classes are okay. We can see our teacher, sir or madam, but we are missing the classroom ambience. We are missing the tiffin period. We are missing the camaraderie, playing with children, doing all things together. So this disconnect to the real world might be a problem. Too much. 1 minute, sir. So that is the point I'm trying to make. So difficulties are there. Difficulties are there with dealing with these problems. But nevertheless, as I said earlier, online is going to be the answer. Whether you talk about the massive open online courses, MOOC, or you talk about any other system, it is going to be there for a long time. And therefore, higher education systems have to integrate S&T. They have been doing it, but now with a new paradigm shift, as many people have told before me, NEP 2020 has given adequate platform for us to go and fit into this particular systems. So technology will be its own place. Our mindset matters most. We will change our mindset. We will change our orientation. We will motivate students and children to go for all this technology in a better way. As I said, technology is always a double-edged sword. It can cut both the ways. Children can go for looking at both studies and study materials, also pornography side. Therefore, we have to be very, very careful. I am talking it without any holds barred. So we have to do it, and therefore, up to the teachers, up to the academic planners, policymakers to make it happen. But my final comment is science and technology, since time immemorial, CAFE Edges has been with education system and will be education system. It's depending on how do we use it. Thank you very much.
So it's time to invite the last speaker, Professor Tana Shoren, Professor of History and Dean, Faculty of Social Sciences, Rajiv Gandhi University, Arunachal. He's going to speak on a new vision in teacher education, ITEP approach. Is Tana Shoren present?
Hello.
Hello. I tried to contact him, over phone, but I couldn't reach him. It's unreachable. It just sounds all the time. I think we can just.
Half an hour earlier, I was able to talk to him, and I had reminded him also. He said that he'll join, but now even I have not been able to connect with him.
Okay. So we just go to the chairperson of the session, Mandira.
Yes, I think so.
Yes.
Yes, Arunachal Pradesh does have connectivity problems. So now over to our appointed chairperson, Professor Sanjeev Sonawani, who is the Dean, Faculty of Interdisciplinary Studies, SPPU, Pune, Maharashtra. His topic was holistic, integrated, engaging, and joyful learning in school education. Over to Professor Sanjeev Sonawani.
Thank you, madam. And we have a very interesting panel discussion. Every speaker had presented their work related to the new education policy, technology, early childhood education, and all these things. I will talk first on my responsibility, that holistic education in new education policy, and then we will move towards our panel discussion sum up and any question answer sessions. So holistic education is the main key. What are the souls of, we can say, the soul of a new education policy? in this policy, actually the aspect of teacher education will be not remain only as a only B.Ed and M.Ed program, but it has been extended horizontally also at a to cover the holistic way. And as the Amitji had rightly said that the Right to Education Act was taking care of only the 6 to 14 years children previously. But now in this policy is saying that the education, the responsibility of education, this policy will start from the age of 3. That means from the age of 3, what type of the psychology will be of a child, along that what type of pedagogy will be adopted there, and how the child's education will be interesting and joyful will be there. And for that purpose, this policy is saying very interesting that the experiential learning, प्ले-वे मेथड, इंक्वायरी मेथड, डिस्कवरी मेथड, हम ये बोल सकते हैं कि हम ये क्रीडन यानी प्ले-वे, क्रीडन यानी क्रीडा के साथ हम साइंस पढ़ेंगे, क्रीडा के साथ मैथमेटिक्स पढ़ेंगे, खेलते खेलते मैथमेटिक्स भी पढ़ेंगे. और दूसरा जो है वो है यानी कृतन मीन्स एक्चुअली एक्सपीरियंशियल लर्निंग. There are ways. Just now, Arupji had talked about the technology. Lot of project had been given to the technology people also, and now project-based learning become a regular pedagogical aspect of teaching learning process. In this way, that you are doing any project, the students are taking interest in that line, and their learning become their own learning, because it is a totally student-centric learning, or we can say the learning-centric learning. Another aspect is that, along with that, the inquiry, because the curiousness of a child to be satisfied through the education process or teaching learning process, and that become again the teaching learning process joyful. And this has been taken care. Another interesting thing for considering the holistic approach of this new education policy of education is that, if you see, the teacher now will be produced for the 5 plus 3 plus 3 plus 4. These are the stages, and at every stages there will be different pedagogy. Every stages the learning outcomes of or competency development in the child is taken care in this line. And for that purpose, the holistic way it has been taken care means the school has to take care of sports and physical education, music, dance, drama, painting. These are the aspects to become any citizen as his holistic development. This thing also this new education policy is talking about taking care, and this is very interesting. And that is why in the teacher education program now, I said that teacher education program is now horizontally expanding, not only limited to the languages, not only limited to the science, social sciences and mathematics, but it will extend now to in a multidisciplinary approach. The teacher education will be include now the music, sports, play, the painting, drawing, and all this aspect of a holistic development of a child. And this is the interesting thing they are taking. This policy is considering. And then another aspect is that the aspect of teacher education is now going to change, and there will be after 2030, every teacher education institute will be a multi faculty in this line. So regarding this, the Nita madam has expressed about it, the inclusive education. That means including me. This is also one of the aspect of the holistic education. Every sections of a society is taken care, including the disabled, or Divyang, we can say, and all other socio-economical sectors, the backward sectors, all sections of the society is this policy is taking of this. We can say that in the goal of this policy is totally taking care of a society, to transform society into a knowledge society, and we can say that really this new education policy is taking care of the child development in a holistic way. Along with this, the Indian knowledge is also imparted to the students, because we have in our syllabi a lot of things of others also is been taken care. But the one thing is very clear, that when I was taking an interview as a vice chancellor's nominee at my university, and the post was the assistant professor for geography. And at that time, I asked the person was, the candidate was MSc Geography in distinction. And where are you from? When their primary introduction, he said that I am from so-and-so small village, from so-and-so tehsil of Pune district. Then I asked them, your native village, where from you belong, how much is the sea level of your village? And he was puzzled. Was not implementing it. How much rainfall is there? Average rainfall is at your village, because he said that that was not part of our MSc syllabi. I mean, students are not looking towards the application of knowledge to his own village, own area, own region, and in not acquiring the knowledge in their own languages. So these are the things that, though you have a very deep subject knowledge, how can apply the knowledge for their own? That is also interesting thing. This new education policy is taking care by delivering or emphasizing on the mother tongue education, or we can say that the regional languages, the study material or the learning material or textbook will be prepared in a regional languages. The Arubji was rightly saying that the technology is helping, but the problem with the technology just now is there, how to prepare a content in their own languages, content in own languages. My university has taken a lot of efforts regarding this, and how the even science and technology and mathematics and all these engineering subject, how that will be taught in a regional language, and the reference material will be prepared in the regional languages, like in Assami or Gujarati, in Marathi, Kannada, that will be available. Then only I think the holistic education, though the policy is saying very excellently, unless and until the study material will be available in a regional languages, own languages, then only this aspect will be succeed. So I am now moving towards our panelist approaches. The Amit ji has very elaborately explaining about the childhood education, what the NEP is providing us, along with the professional development. Also, he had thrown light, and the the professional development of 50 hours every day, every year. That also aspect here, and effective professional development, effective pedagogy. Regarding this aspect, that he had very perfectly narrated, explained very well. Barua madam had explained very in detail the aspect of equity. Though she got a little bit less time regarding the inclusive education explaining, but the 5R, 6E, in this line, she had really explained, put the things very properly. The inclusive learning environment, and then diverse instructional strategies, curriculum, articulated curriculum. These are the really key aspects regarding success of equity and inclusion she had put forward. So another thing, the Arubji had is as a IIT scholar, science and technology integration into the education, right from the development of computer, how the computer had entered into the education system. And just now also, we all are using the technology to connect each other in this CTE Assam chapter, this conference also. So this is the technology's magic we are really experiencing. Now I'm expressing and appreciating the each panelist contribution in this panel discussion. Now the forum is open to ask a question to the all panelists regarding if question, queries, and appreciation, if there any. So I am opening the forum. So,
yes,
hello,
madam. Yes.
Madam, you can monitor now. If there are any questions, the concerned panelist will explain their question, queries, and you can proceed the proceeding forward.
Okay, Archana, are you there? Are there any questions from panelists or the participants? I mean.
So, yes, please check the chat box, and also you just give an announcement sort of to all the participants. If they have anything more to learn from the panelists, they can ask questions.
Yes, it's already there on the chat box.
Oh, yeah.
Participants are requested to write questions in chat box.
Yeah, that I wrote that. I sent that. Yeah.
So they've already got the message.
Mm-hmm.
So it's open to the participants now. Please ask questions.
They have to unmute.
Mm-hmm.
Any participants? Nothing. No chat. Have you seen anything in the chat box, Mandira?
No, I don't see anything in the chat box.
Okay. Okay. Yes.
Can I ask or can I give some observation here?
Yes.
Definitely. Definitely.
Yeah. Yeah. My observation is regarding Dr. Arup Kumar Mishra, who is in the Department of Chemical Engineering, Assam Engineering College. Dr. Arup, you have elaborated a lot on different initiatives and different strengths of ICT. Specifically, we have experienced it in COVID-19 period, because initially there was a lot of resistance, but this situation has made us accept that change. Rather, not only accept, but probably we were trying to know, because that was our need that time, right? We have a lot of initiatives of Government of India. We have a SWAM portal on which MOOC courses are being uploaded, which are designed by Indian academia, maybe through UGC Invite or maybe through NRC, which is a scheme of Pandit Madan Mohan Malviya National Mission for Teachers and Teaching. There are a lot of e-contents prepared by Swam Prabha, the video lectures are telecasted on DTH channels, and those video channels they are related to all the subjects and specifically catering to the to the coaching needs of +2 students as well. They are related to school education also, like EPG Pathshala is there, E-Pathshala is there, CEC programs are there, Consortium of Educational Communication, they are there, National Digital Library. So, yeah, Nishta is there. So there are lot many initiatives of Government of India. But one thing which I find, as far as the infrastructure is concerned, you'll find most of the things, they are coming on TV, they are coming, like even NCRT in collaboration with different state, they are trying to develop e-content, and that e-content in the regional languages is telecasted on TV also. many of the people, they have smartphones. Of course there are problems as far as the socioeconomy of Indian people, especially people who are living in rural areas. Connectivity issues are there, but I find that many of the teachers, many of the faculty members, even in higher education institution, they are not able to avail the existing content which is already available. They are not trying to integrate into their teaching and learning and evaluation systems. How to go about it, because ultimately, like, for example, I give you my example, like, NCTE, National Council for Teacher Education, they made an initiative, like in the month of April, they constituted a committee and they said, okay, now you can further liaison with the Indian academia or Indian teacher education professors in different universities or colleges, and try to cover lot of topics under different subjects of teacher education. And we did that work sitting at home. We created videos also, we created animated PPTs also, and all the contents of teacher education was uploaded on NCT website. But the problem is, how many people are using that e-resource? Like, a lot of OERs are available. As teachers, we need to integrate that into our teaching, learning and evaluation system, but we are not able to know how to do, like what to do. This is what I said, that ultimately,
I told you, Professor Amit, in my last concluding remarks, I said that technology is in its own place, but the mindset has to change, inertia has to go. Actually, just 1.5 months back, I have come back to teaching again in the engineering college, but before that I was almost for 5.5 years in the council. And one of our job was to see our government, state government told us that how the high schools and high secondary schools and colleges, how they're doing in the COVID time, how classes are running on, whether they have any requirements or problems. So we had gone for some sort of, sample survey, randomized survey, and we talked to some people, we shot some emails. You will be surprised to think that maximum teachers in the schools, at least vernacular medium schools, not English medium schools, vernacular medium schools, they were saying that online education is not possible with us here. Because how to use the system, how to get oriented, the teachers' education. We have come across teachers who, after getting a job in the school for last 19-20 years, has never even gone for a 1 week or 2 week training, in-service training. Forget about ICT, but even for their own subject in-service training, they have not yet received. In that circumstances, I'm talking. In Indian context, it's really, really difficult in some of the things. We are talking about gender equity, we are talking about digital divide, how to remove digital divide, etc. But now that last week, the report coming from World Bank says 72 million children will go into 2021. Further, 72 million children will go into deficiency in terms of their online education. They don't have any access to it globally, not India only, globally. Adding to the earlier number, another 7.2 crores will go. So are we sometimes, I'm very sometimes I'm not cynical, but I'm very critical about this aspect, that if students don't have facilities, if teachers don't change their mindset, if the respective governments don't bring up the best quality material in vernacular language, how can we proceed ahead? Your university in Punjab, I have a lot of friends in different universities in Chandigarh, in Amritsar, in Patiala. So I know that it is very proactive. Things are going on very well. But with about 25 different languages spoken in our state and so many dialects, 225 dialects in Northeast and Assam, every 10-20 kilometers the language changes. It's very difficult to go for even video programs. When we do something for Children's Science Congress, national movement in Assam, you'll be surprised. I have to print four different type of booklets. One in Assamese, one in Bangla, one in Hindi, one in Bodo language. And now, since we have done for Bodo, other tribal language, Rava, Karbi, Diwa, Tiwa, Dimasa, they are saying, why not for us? Therefore, sir, it's very, very challenging. Not undoable, but very challenging.
Can I add something, Chairperson? Yeah.
Please
Yes.
Very shortly.
Very shortly. Yeah, right. In the month of May, I just did a little bit of study. It was the peak of pandemic that time. in a nearby place in a colony, which is next to my. So I contacted 30 students who were studying in the government school, right? And out of those 30, they were all, like they don't have any electronic gadgets at home. They are from socio-economic depressed families. So if this is not only the case of the studies I did, but it is the case of maximum the children, when we are talking about online, when we're talking about the digital education, it is a big challenge before us. It is actually those who can reach, they are getting it, but those who cannot reach, they are deprived of it. This is what is really, big challenge for us ahead.
Yeah.
That's
Therefore,
true,
I also,
madam. Yes, the Arupsi had rightly said, had out what are the challenges in front of us for
yes.
integrating the technology in regular education. And I think the mindset, Arupji had rightly pointed out, for that purpose, professional development of the teacher. And another aspect is how to prepare a material or the reference or books in regional languages.
Exactly.
That's the question. But these are the just solutions coming out. But Arupji had rightly said that how to prepare so many dialogues, so many things, but subtitling in a digital material can solve little bit problem. Not 100%, but in somehow it will be try to find out the solution to it. And we have a challenge
agree with Sanjeev ji, yeah.
to
Fully agree
face
with
the
Sanjeev ji.
how to avoid the digital exclusion. That's the challenge in front of us.
Exactly. That's what.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So thank you, everyone. Nilimaji,
yes.
see, very fruitful discussion was occurred at the end also and during the panel discussion. So we are going to the Mangalaji can sum up and end this session.
Mandira, yes.
Mandira, sorry.
Thank you so much, Chairperson, Professor Sanjeev Sonamane, you have conducting this panel discussion. It was truly very interesting and interactive. And I'm sorry some of the panelists could not complete their presentations, and that was a constraint of time. Now, I thank each and every esteemed guests and panelists for making this discussion so informative. A special thanks, of course, goes out to Professor Sanjeev Sonamane for chairing the panel discussion and making it very lively too. Next, I would request Gracia to show the poster presentations. Over to Gracia.
Mondira, that's the last one. That was the last one. So I think we can move on. We can move on.
Has the next speaker joined?
I think she's online. I talked with her.
Okay.
You give an announcement.
Okay. For my co-anchor Debastuti will now carry forward the next item in the agenda, Dr. Vij Memorial Lecture. Over to Debastuti.
Thank you. We have with us Dr. Satinder Kaur Dhillo, who will deliver the Dr. Vij Memorial Lecture. Dr. Dhillo is the National Vice President, CTEF North. She played a key role as founder member of CTEF Punjab and Chandigarh chapters. She has served as principal, Dev Samaj College of Education, Chandigarh, and Divya Siksha Gurukul College of Education, Mohali. Professor Dhillo specializes in teacher education and human rights. She is also a social activist. May I now request Dr. Dhillo to deliver her lecture.
I think Dr. Dhillo is not there on the.
I talked to her a few minutes back.
Yes, Sylvia, I think she's online maybe. Let's see. Check it.
I can see her name.
Oh, yeah, she joined.
She had joined.
Yeah, she's there now.
She joined.
She's mute. She's mute.
She's mute.
Yeah, now she's unmuted.
Okay.
No.
What's the problem?
Maybe she's having some connectivity problem at her end.
She was there from morning. She just. Just started, but. Ouch.
What's happened?
That's what I'm thinking. She is visible. I can't see on my screen, but.
I think her video option is, muted.
No.
But Satinder Dillon?
Maybe
Satinder
she's,
Dillon, huh?
maybe she's trying again. Net is slow at her end.
Something is there, or she was already there in the morning. From morning she was there. But I don't know what's happened now. Again from
maybe just be sure. She's there. She has sent in a message in the chat box. I'm here.
But what's the problem?
I think she's having net is very slow probably at her end. That is why she's, but she's unable to, see her. Oh, the video option has not been made available to her. She has written, but
Hello, Gracia. What about the video option?
I think this Jasbir Chahal. Maybe she join in through another one also.
Jasbir Chahal. I can't see on my screen. That is the problem. Time is here. I can see them there now, but time constraint only 10.
Yes.
10 minutes will be good. Yeah.
Sound. Audio's mute.
Your is mute. Please unmute. Unmute, please.
I am happy to be the part of such well-organized 34th annual conference of CTEF. I congratulate all Assam chapter and their guiding spirit, Madam Nilima Bhagwati ji, who has special commendation. I feel immensely honored and gratified that I have been asked to deliver Dr. D.R. Vij Memorial Lecture. For this, I am grateful to my President, International President, Dr. K.L. Bhandarkar, and my Madam Nilima ji, General Secretary General, International. Dr. D.R. Vij was a philosopher. मत पूछ हमनशी उसके खरामे नाज का आलम, मत पूछ हमनशी उसके खरामे नाज का आलम, ये तन्हा हम जुलूसे जिंदगी होकर निकलता था. It is really very difficult to bring out all the facets of Dr. Vij's multidimensional personality and education, and a teacher, educator with vision, competency, above all, a wonderful human being, educated. He was the most combination of idealism and practicability. The ethics of action was so essential in combination of idealism and practicability. The ethics of action was so essential in his life that he would not shy away from working 24/7 till the fading days of his life. In combination of idealism and Dr. D.R. Vij was born on 20th February 1986. And there, after Pakistan, his education, was in Khalsa College and Hindu College, Amritsar. He did his master's in psychology from Aligarh University and BT and M.Ed also. After completing his PhD from the Sardar Patel University, Gujarat, he started his journey on the path of teaching, which spread to half a decade. During this long innings, he set and achieved many milestones, still guide teachers' education of today. He started his professional life as professor of education and psychology at Government College, Dharamsala. He became principal of Government College of Education, Patiala and Jalandhar, and he was retired as Dean College of Development Council, Punjabi University, Patiala, but he was not retired as a teacher.
During his illustrious career, he was bestowed with many awards at the state and the national level. The Rajasthani Award was bestowed on him on 1992. In 1993, he got Dedicated Teacher Award by the Punjab Governor, Excellency Governor of Punjab. NCT Lifetime Achievement Award was awarded to him in 1993. Dr. Devraj Vij, during his illustrious career, has long association with many universities and national bodies. And he appeared a number of times on TV and All India Radio for teacher education. And although by training, talent, as well as inclination, Dr. Vij was first and the foremost a man of intellect, a teacher, yet the momentum of life plugged him into the lives of his many students and whose lives he not only supported but transformed with such. He became their permanent mentor, well-wisher, and family member. He knew the art of connecting with people. As he was endowed with excellent qualities of head and heart, he was always held in high esteem of students and the teachers. As Dr. Vij, memorizing and unique style of oration with great sense of humor, he could diffuse any situation. He was a prolific reader and writer as well. He authored many books on psychology, education, and poetry, and his towards better teachers and Shiksha Ke Sutra have his most admired, read, and referred books. He has written Guide to Experimental Psychology, Problem Children, Nazrana, Paigame Zindagi. He could not only write Urdu couplets on each and every moment, but and used them with such a precise selection that they became the synonymous with situation. Just one out of his numerous couplets. First, खुद को देखा करो दिखाया करो ऐब औरों के ना गिनाया करो सारी दुनिया से मिलते रहते हो हाथ अपने से भी मिलाया करो एक तिनका हो फिर भी क्या कम है रुख हवाओं का तुम बताया करो रुख हवाओं का तुम बताया करो. His fluency in creative expression was a window of his fertile mind. Not only did he write well, but he was extremely conscious of the finer of reciting those couplets also. He was one of the founder member of Council for Teacher Education, and he was which was founded by Reverend Dr. Gulab Charasiya ji on 25th June 1985. And they worked together for the upliftment of this body. And after that, firstly, he was the president of Chandigarh and Punjab chapter in 2001. And after that, 2009, and this Punjab and Chandigarh chapter, with their efforts, have great achievements, and this chapter never looked back since then. And after that, in 2009, he was nominated as the president of CTEF after the sudden demise of our Dr. Gulab Charasiya ji. Dr. Vij spread no pains in uplifting the cause and spared no pains in uplifting the cause and objectives of Council of Teacher Education Foundation. Not only the length and breadth of India, but also opening chapters in Nepal, Bangladesh, Manipur, Andaman, Nicobar, and US. His persuasion and innovative ideas took CTF to new heights by enrolling 10,000 individuals and many institutions in its fold. He was the mind behind state chapters and Goodwill Mission and CTEF blossomed into a full-fledged tree with its branches spreading into all aspects of teacher education. Reimagining learning and beyond today is the biggest crisis faced by mankind. If 1920 has taught it's anything, then it is 2020 has taught it's anything, then it is what Dr. Devraj Vij stood for throughout his life: humanitarianism. Humans are much more important than product. A land like India had shown to the world that world might have been won over by the corporates and associated materialism, but humanism still dominates in India, and the latest farmer agitation and resultant sport by Pan India is a sure indicator of that. Future is a mix of technology and humanitarianism, and that is the ideal for which Dr. Devraj Vij stood for, and that is what I plead to all of you today. Don't lose that human touch, which makes us human beings who could love, laugh, and live. Truly, he was a great humanist, a gifted teacher, far-sighted educationist, and above all, our beloved Shire. Dr. Vij will never be with us again. With us again, motivate, but he will be alive through the innovative educational methods and motivational couplets. Dr. Saab, you would inspire us forever. I bow down before Reverend Dr. Saab, Bisham Patama of teacher education. Thank you. And I am grateful to Dr. Nilima Bhagwati ji and the Assam chapter. And I want to show the slide of Dr. Vij. One pictures of Dr. Vij when he visited the Assam. Just a minute, please. शेयर नहीं हो रहा है.
I think they haven't received the share screen option. You know?
We have not received it.
So, hello, Gracia.
Yeah, we have already enabled.
No,
okay,
no.
You can.
It's only host coming. Just a minute, please. Please allow the button. Allow the button, please.
It's already allowed, ma'am. You can check it.
Now it has been.
Yeah.
This is the pictures of. I think there's some problem. Okay, thank you so much. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you. This was the Punjab and Assam teacher exchange program, actually.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
That was excellent.
Okay, thank you. Thanks. Thank you to the organizers also. And
yes.
Also. Okay.
Thank you, ma'am. It was really wonderful hearing you. And also thank you for acquainting us with the life and ideals of Dr. Vij. Now to move ahead with the agenda, we have the CTEF Awards session. For this, I'd like to again hand over to Mandira Bordloy.
Thank you. Thank you, Devastuti. Now it is time for the CTEF award session. It gives me immense pleasure to invite Dr. Nilima Bhagawati, Chairperson, CTEF Assam Chapter, Dr. S.D. Singh, National Treasurer, CTEF, Guest of Honor, Professor K.K. Sharma, former Professor Nehu, Meghalaya. Dr. S.D. Singh is a true academician and teacher educator. He was the former principal KRTT College, Mathura, UP. Dr. Singh happens to be a writer on educational issues. Professor K.K. Sharma is an academician par excellence and also a yoga teacher. He gave long years of service in the Department of Education, Northeastern Hill University, Meghalaya. In fact, Northeast India is very dear to him. He also served in Gurukul Institute, Kurukshetra, Haryana, and is now a resident of Holy City after retirement. Over to Dr. S.D. Singh to chair the CTEF award session.
I think, can you see them on the in line, please? Have they joined?
Sir is already online.
Yeah.
I think his video or audio options may be off.
No, no. I am hearing you, madam.
Okay, nice, nice. And Professor K.K. Sharma, sir, he's here.
I am hearing you,
yes,
madam.
Yes, huh. Let me just start the initial part of this session, and I welcome you all again. After the day's academic session and the panel discussion, we are getting a break to another session, to view another session, which is CTEF award session. Let me just tell you how this CTEF award function has become possible. It was actually the concept of our second national president of CTEF, Dr. Debraj Vis, to give honor and recognize those chapters who have done brilliant performance throughout the year. Therefore, after the sad demise of our founder president, when we met for the national board meeting in Delhi, then it was Dr. Vij who said that from 2010, we have to start the CTEF award in various categories. So as he said, the work started. So from 2010, we started giving recognition to the CTEF chapters. We have, I already said in my previous presentation, we have 24 chapters and we have 3 overseas chapters. So the selection of the brilliant performance of the chapter is based on the reports which are received from the chapters. So now, this year, 2020, in the 34th annual CTEF virtual global conference, we will be announcing the names of the chapters who have been awarded in the various categories, including the best CTEF state chapter. For that, before going further, I request our chairman of this session, Dr. S.D. Singh Sahab, I request you to just start the session. Time is very less for us. Within 25 minutes, we have to cover up because we have another speaker in the line. Okay, so it is a request to you, sir, to start.
Oh, thank you very much, madam. Namaskar to everybody who are sharing with us in this great event. First of all, I would like to thank CT Assam chapter and Greatia Technology Private Limited. They have jointly organized this great event international level. First of all, I would like to say about CTEF few minutes. The Council for Teacher Education, CTEF, is a professional organization of teacher educators and teachers from elementary to higher education, general and teacher education in particular. CTEF was established in 1985 in Sagar, Madhya Pradesh, under the tall leadership of Dr. Gulab Chaurasia ji, who was an eminent educationist, teacher educator, and global speaker. The prime objective of CTEF is to develop competency, resourceful, and skillful teachers with professionalism through various teacher development programs. With a large network of teachers, CTEF attained international status in 2009 with 24 national chapters and 3 overseas chapters functioning actively throughout the year under the strong leadership of Dr. K.M. Bhandarkar, National President, Professor Nilma Bhagwati, International Secretary General, and Usoshi Guha, Secretary Legal Affairs, Dr. Jasveer Kaur Chahal, Secretary Media and Communication, Dr. Jignesh B. Patel, and Dr. Satinder Dhillon, National Vice President, North Region, Professor Sanjeev Sonwane, National Vice President, West Zone, and Dr. V.M. Sasikumar, National President, Vice President, South Zone. CT is a leading professional organization of teachers from elementary to higher education, teacher education in the country. The CTF Assam is an affiliated chapter of CTF, was established in 2001. Presently under the leadership of Chairman CTF Assam, Professor Nilma Bhagwati, along with a dynamic team of executive body members putting their best services in the educational sector of the state as well in India also. So I would like to thank Madam Nilma Bhagwati ji. She is doing very well and actively in the context of education and professional programs. Something I would like to say about today's needs of wisdom and professional transformation. So, sa vidya ya vimuktaye, wisdom and knowledge. Wisdom and knowledge. Wisdom and knowledge, vidya, sa vidya ya vimuktaye. जो विद्या विमुक्ति प्रदान करे वही हमको आगे बढ़ा सकती है इन द न्यू नेशनल पॉलिसी education policy 2020. So we would like to say that in this context, wisdom and professional transformation is an important thing. The ultimate result of wisdom is personal in transformation. Ravan had a high level of vidya, but lacked in jnana and personal in transformation. It was only wisdom which transforms, and Socrates at the highest level. And in spite of knowing many things, we don't apply because we lack in wisdom. The heroes of the world are truly transformed people, not the highly educated people. Wisdom is the only solution of all kinds of mental disorders, illness, or problems. So, I can say tools for wisdom are Tadviddhi Pranipatin Pariprasnen Sevaya Gita. The service of humanity is a must. Yoga, philosophy and practice, meditation and satsanga is necessary for the personal transformation. Other than this, ahar, vihar, vyavhar and vichar, right of thoughts and right of relationship, right of practice activities of life, right food, etc. are the ways for personal transformation. So we would say Lord Buddha, Maharshi Sri Aurobindo, Swami Vivekananda, Maharshi Dayananda Saraswati, and Mahatma Gandhi was our great examples for personal transformation. So, in this regard, I conclude this our platform, our Council for Teacher Education Foundation platform is a very important platform for teachers in general and teacher educators in particular. So I conclude in these words. Thank you to organizing such a great conference in this pandemic period. Thank you very much.
I do hope Professor K.K. Sharma sir is here to join, and we're waiting to hear his presentation as guest of honor in this session.
I talked a couple of minutes back, and he said that yes, he joined, but I cannot see him.
Okay.
Maybe the video or the audio options not being.
Yeah, maybe. Please check the video and the audio option. Hello. Yes, we can't afford to lose much time also. My video also should be opened.
Madam, go ahead.
Yes. What about KK Sharma, sir?
What? KK Sharma, not in touch.
Okay, should I go ahead?
At present, so
Okay.
go next.
Okay, because we have less time with us. Okay,
Yes.
Thank you very much, Chairman, sir. Thank you very much. I'm back again to you. And whenever Professor K.K. Sharma sir joins us, then definitely we hear him again. Before going further, it is my duty, I feel it is my duty to introduce the people who is working in Assam chapter as a family. We have a very good team, very dynamic, very active team. I am simply talking with them, giving them guidance, but they are doing the works. So I'd like to just, before going further, would like to say that I am heading no doubt the chapter, but we have with us this following members who are very active and dynamic. Dr. Archana Bhattacharya, Vice Chairman, and she's also the District Coordinator of Jorhat. Dr. Utpal Kalita, Vice Chairman and in charge of Technology. Mr. Kankan Goswami, Working Chairman, in charge of CTEF Darang. Shashanka Hajarika, Secretary, CTEF. Dr. Satyabrata Barua, Treasurer, and he looks after the online works. Narul Alam, his Secretary, Media Communication. Mrs. Saida Mukhi, she's in charge of our online newsletter. Dr. Jyoti Rani Bara, Secretary, Print Media. Mrs. Shikha Datta, Member, Print Media. Mrs. Rashmi Rekha Bora, Member, Print Media. Now I'll come to the district coordinators who are also playing immensely equal role in making Assam chapter, doing various kind of works. We have the coordinators in 10 districts of Assam. We have Dr. Gitanjali Bhuya, District Coordinator, Barbeta. We have Jahidul Islam Khan, District Coordinator, Barbeta. Dr. Anamika Medhi, District Coordinator, Barbeta. We have Dr. Haimma Guhai, District Coordinator, Bishwanath. We have Dr. Utpal Saikya, District Coordinator, Bishwanath. We have Dr. Likhon Gogoi, District Coordinator, Dhemaji. We have Dr. Atwar Rahman, District Coordinator, Lakhimpur. We have Parashmani Goswami, District Coordinator, Jorhat. We have Kakuli Bhattakur, District Coordinator, Jorhat. And I already mentioned Archana Bhattacharya's name. She is also one of the coordinators. Mrs. Sangeeta Sharma, District Coordinator, Kamrup Metro. Dr. Nirupama Sharma, Coordinator, Kamrup Rural. Dr. Chayamani Datta, District Coordinator, Kamrup Rural. Mrs. Mandira Chanda Bardoloi, District Coordinator, Kamrup Rural. Mr. Bibi Prasad Brahma, District Coordinator, Kokrajhar. Mr. Gautam Dev Sharma, District Coordinator, Kokrajhar. And I'm happy to announce over here that Mr. Gautam Dev Sharma, he is the recipient of President's National Award this year. He is the only teacher from this entire region. We have Dr. Jahnavi Lakar Barua, District Coordinator, Lakhimpur. We have Mr. Puranjay Sonowal, District Coordinator, Lakhimpur. We have Triveni Saikya, District Coordinator, Nagaon. We have Dr. Sabita Devi, District Coordinator, Nagaon. We have Dr. Mallika Kolita, District Coordinator, Nalbari. Dr. Sunil Nalbari and Dr. Sunil Kumar Das, District Coordinator, Nalbari. And yes, and also I told you the name of Atwar Rahman by mistake. He is he is just looking after some other activities of this organization. So these are the people who are actually working behind the success of this conference. That is why I have just given you that is I have just given their names publicly all to you. Now coming to the CTEF award session and the categories of awards, I already told you who mooted the idea and when it was started. Now let me come to the categories. We have CTEF Best Chapter, Performing Chapter. We have another second best CTE Performing Chapter. Next is CTEF Inspiration Chapter. Next is CTEF Emerging Chapter. Then we have Best Membership Drive CT Chapter. That is, we take the year. And we have Best CTEF State Newsletter. So these are the various 6 categories. And in spite of the pandemic, the response was quite good. All are working and some couldn't work as they expected to work. But on the whole, the jury met and they decided and they went through all the activities of all the chapters. On the basis of the jury's evaluation, their discussion, their finalization, I will just announce before you, I have received it, I've announced before you the awardees, the chapter who have been awarded. So let me start with first, the Best Membership Drive CTEF State Award. And this is for the term January 2020 to November 2020. During this period, of course, I am happy to announce that it is CTEF chapter who has been awarded the Best Membership Drive given city. And from January to November 10th, Assam CTEF, they enrolled 120 members, new members, and we have other members also existing earlier. We'll come to the next emerging CTEF state chapter. Coming to the emerging CTEF state chapter, we have 2 chapters. their tally was equal. And these chapters are CTEF Uttarakhand and CTEF UP. These two chapters has been given the award Emerging CTEF States. Next category is the Inspiration State chapter. I am really happy that just I think not even 2 years, 1.5 years ago, this particular chapter was launched in the northeastern region of the country. And I'm happy to announce the name of CTEF Meghalaya, who has been awarded CTEF Inspiration Chapter. They've received the CTEF Inspiration Chapter. Coming to the Best CTEF State Newsletter. Coming to the Best CTEF Newsletter, I'm again happy to announce that it is CTEF Assam. You have already seen that this was the Beyond. The name was also very appealing. Everybody liked the name, Beyond. And over here, Assam newsletter, everything is being given clearly, and this will be sent to all the participants who registered as well as to the speakers. Then we'll come to the second best chapter. And the second best CTEF chapter, the tally was equal. So this time it was the awards given to two states, two CTEF states. They are Punjab and Chandigarh and CTEF Kerala. So these two chapters been given the second best CTEF award. Coming to the next category, which is CTEF chapter. And of course, the time is also very less with us to give you some time to think who will be getting it. If you can unmute and say your guess, maybe it will help me. If somebody or if some people, members, participants can unmute for 1 second and tell me who will be getting it, then I'll be happy to announce. Will it be possible for you to unmute? I think maybe from Grecia's side, it has been muted. I think from Grecia's side, it has been muted. Anyway, let me just end your curiosity. It is CTEF Assam. CTEF Assam has been awarded the best CTEF award. Assam CTEF award came up with 30 activities during pandemic. 30 activities pandemic, and I am grateful really to all the district coordinators because they did tremendous hard work to do something during the pandemic for the teachers and the student community. And another very unique this time about this Assam chapter, that during the pandemic, under the initiative of the Jorhat district CTEF, and in collaboration with CTEF Assam, they have done the happy schooling during the pandemic amongst the tea garden laborers, tea garden children who do not like to come to school. So for continuous 3 to 4 months, the different programs were started for them, and it was seen after just a week after the enrollment of the students, the number increased and increased and increased. And the parents had to come to the school and request that please don't stop. We'll be sending our wards to your school. This is something very great. And another very unique workshop was done in Kokrajhar. That was by the national awardee. I told you the name already, by Gautam Dev Sharma. He did one workshop on Polskate questions, which is the first time in Assam it has been done. And moreover, there are you'll get everything, all the information in the newsletter, all workshops. We did the international webinar on autism and ADHD, and that is for the first time an international webinar was done in the state of Assam. So with these 30 activities, we also found that there were some activities, I'm just telling you because these are the data, or these are the activities which is provided and the jury just 30 activities were there. And besides that, we also did a number of executive member meetings. A number of executive members meetings were there. I think it was around, yes, around 16, but some were not recorded. More than 16 EBF meetings were there. And coming to another unique thing which I want to mention over here, that this time when we conducted, either it is in Lakhimpur, either it is in Dhemaji, either it is in Guwahati Metro, a large number of participants, they gave support to our approach and they participated. And with this, I seek your blessings that on behalf of State CTEF Assam, that we can give our devoted and committed service to the people of Assam, that is the teacher community and the student community. And we are already determined that we have 10 districts and we will be extending to another 5 districts out of 33. We'll be extending another 5 CTF chapters very soon, within April 2021. And I really need your blessings for that. And with this, I do hope that you will keep on guiding us. With these words, the declaration of CTEF award comes to an end, and we'll be sending the certificates and the trophies. Of course, the donors of the trophies, they will be sending the amount to the CTEF account, and we have to purchase because of the pandemic, or we can't send it by courier too. It will be purchased and will be given on, and to the other chapters, Uttarakhand or UP, the amount will be sent to them. So likewise, we will distribute the trophies. With these words, I thank you. And really, it was a wonderful session. And I do hope our sir is here.
Yes, he is online now.
Yes, sir is online. So I am feeling I'm not thrilled or something like that. I just, the right moment, the feeling in me, because the first time we have been awarded the best chapter, the feeling in me that God give us strength, let Lord bless us all, that we can give service to humanity. We can do our best to the teaching community. We can do our best to the new generation by giving them the holistic education, which we talked all about during this time. Thank you all very much. And I request our guest of honor, our very respected Sir, Professor K.K. Sharma, to present his views, to speak few words. Sir, you are most welcome to this session. Yes, sir has joined, I can see.
Maybe his video or audio are muted.
Sir,
maybe
he is muted. Sir, you have to unmute, sir. You have to unmute. Sir, you have to unmute.
He has already unmuted actually.
Okay.
Sir can start now.
Sir can start now. Thank you so much. Sir, you can start. Because our next presenter is online. What's the problem, sir? Sir, you were requested to join, sir. He is there. I think something maybe video is not being shown. Sir, can you hear me? Sir, can you hear me? It's muted. It is shown muted.
He's not being able to unmute, or maybe he has not checked that.
Yeah, that is what I find. There he is. He is there. He is visible now. So you please start your presentation. We have very less time. I don't know why it's taking time.
His audio option maybe is muted again.
No, I think he has some video issues. Audio is unmuted.
Okay. Audio unmuted. I think something.
Video he's not being able to comment.
Sir, sir, if there is some problem in video, then you can just give a verbal presentation. Oral presentation, sir.
I think this connectivity problem is not being able to hear you, ma'am.
Yeah, that is what I find, because our person and our valedictory has to start at 3:30.
Yes, yes.
We have few minutes with us. So we have to take a very quick decision right now.
No, if he's having connectivity problem, then
what to
I
do,
guess
Dr. S.D. Singh, sir? Then he can join later on. What to do? You just give a... No. I think it won't be possible. It won't be possible because I can't see him now.
Ma'am,
we have to take a decision because it is going to be 3:30. Huh? Yeah, he's online. Do you do one thing, Mandira? Hello, Mandira.
Yes, ma'am. Yes,
I think we have to invite the next speaker.
Okay.
Because we have to end in time. The time constraint will be there.
Okay. So to invite Dr.
You thank the chairperson and you invite.
So thank you so much for this very interesting presentation. On behalf of CTEF, I would like to take the opportunity to congratulate all the recipients of the prestigious and much coveted CTEF awards. And I thank you all, the dignitaries who have facilitated the session. Now over to Debastuti to welcome Dr. Prem K. Khatri from Nepal. Over to Debastuti.
Thank you. We are joined in by Dr. Prem Khatri. I welcome you, sir. Dr. Prem Khatri is the chairman, CTEF Nepal chapter. He has retired as the professor, Department of Culture, Tribhuvan University, Kathmandu, Nepal. Dr. Khatri is also the member, Social Sciences Committee, Nepal Academy. He has made contribution in tangible cultural heritage and archaeology of Nepal. Dr. Khatri has authored a number of books in Nepali and English. With these words, may I now request Dr. Prem Khatri to give his address. Over to you, sir.
Please give an announcement again, Debastuti.
Okay.
Yes,
I'm
sure,
ready. If you hear me, all right. Can I start now?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yeah. Please.
Okay, now I can. Okay.
Yeah,
Thank you.
yes.
Okay. Good afternoon, everybody, ladies and gentlemen. Respected CTF authorities, guest speakers, panelists, professors, educationists, greetings from CTEF Nepal. Happy Christmas and a New Year to you all. I now realize more and hope you do also that time is the most powerful domain of our life. Time has forced us to hold such an important event on a screen. The charm of getting together in a big hall, shaking hands with hellos, highs, etc., talking with participants is not possible this time. God knows when all this will be over and we will smile to show our pleasure to be together once again. Is my audio all right? Okay.
Yes, sir. You're audible.
Okay. Time has taken a moderate toll on my personal life also. I lost one brother to COVID-19. Some friends, relatives also left for the other world. Even this morning, I have lost somebody very important. On the top of all, my wife suffers badly from some facial sore, etc., and I was not able to participate yesterday. However, I would not skip such an opportunity to attend the seminar and listen to voice presentations because of personal reason whatsoever. Imagining education in the present context is a very pertinent issue of the day. It is time the academia working in the field of school education gradually transfer our focus and method of transmitting knowledge to our youngsters. For me, education has these major and practical objectives. Make the learner self-dependent, morally responsible to and useful for the society. Make her, him innovative and down-to-earth practical. I remember quite a while ago, this afternoon, Professor Sonawane was saying how a geographer cannot define the physical character of his village because there is no practical item imbued in his theoretical knowledge. Third, make her, him capable and skilled in all possible fields of life. The list can be longer. If it may also differ from person to person and from one situation to the next and from one need to the next, and needs have no limits. Dear friends, we live in a global world rendered to a huge community of neighbors, competitors, financiers, researchers, policymakers, and planners, to name only few. The generation we now have with us as our charge is living in a very different world than the one we lived in. Just imagine the other generation that will follow it. That would be supersonic, perhaps a bit softer and much advanced in use of technology. If we do not prepare ourselves, the thematically sound, culturally acceptable, globally competitive, and personally tailor-made education won't work. Assam CTEF has chosen the right time, right theme under the umbrella of new education policy at a time when we really need to know to go into more detail. It is a very relevant plan for presentation to be completed through papers and panel discussion. It is good to know that the Government of India has new education plan 2020. The discussion is to be held with a follow-up action in support of the policy, or that is what I presume through a cursory reading of the reading material. Now allow me to talk a little bit about our own education policy that is putting our system at risk. With the federal system started a few years ago, Nepal government also decided to create a policy of education under this new federal system. Unofficially, majority of the team made clear effort to highlight on the public education, asking the very expensive non-taxpayer and private sector to downsize the profile and work more for the middle and lower class people and let the public school grow in quality and quantity. This focus was unpalatable to the government, and lately what they did was they put the policy under the carpet and they didn't allow the team to release it publicly. Now the team, which consisted of university professors, several of my friends and experts, what they did was release the new education policy anyway, because the policy highlighted on the issue like how the politicians, from a member of the parliament to the president and prime minister, were engaged somehow or the other through their family members in developing plan, investing more money on the private sector, not on the government sector. So they left the policy on one side and closed every activity. At this time now, 2.9 million school children have no future. All year during this pandemic, it's all confusion, no exam, no classes, no nothing. I try to survey one school from private, one from public sector, and see how they are doing during this pandemic in terms of accessing the education to the children, and how the teachers were doing to improve their classes to the students. It was not possible. Therefore, we at CTEF Nepal trying to have some sort of meeting and go with the school education when time permits us. So we're now in a dilemma that the education policy, there is nothing like that in the country. So we will work on that. CTF will actively take part in not developing the plan anyway, but then organizing some seminars, workshops, so we can discuss the policy and think about the alternative vikalpa in education, providing education to school children in the days to come. My survey showed that there's such a big community of schools and children who have no access to a smartphone, who have no access to electricity, nothing. I was listening to one, this was Mr. Rup Misraji, for example, Rup Misraji. Only 48% of Indian schools, children have access to some sort of gadgets, whereas big number of people living in remote areas, villages, have no access to even a mobile. The situation is worse in Nepal. Therefore, we cannot go publicly with these alternatives. But then something has to be done. We are expecting that the government will gradually open the schools. The pandemic is not over here. People are dying, but still the government is thinking to open schools gradually. But the main policy is how we can make education work at a time when we had nothing concrete in terms of policy to implement, but something is there out in the horizon. I can say this, but I am very much impressed. By the way, your new education policy has focused, especially I like the term holistic approach. People, several of my friends whom I have met, CTF family, so they discussed the holistic approach, and I would like to share this with my CTF Nepal committee, and I'm likely to meet the Ministry of Education, where we can be part of, CTF Nepal can be part of this activity in the future. I will not take much time because I know how pressed you were. Therefore, I thank you again, Professor Nilima Bhagwati Madam. I happen to see Professor Bhandarkar also. I happen to see several of my friends, Sonavan and others. I saw new faces, CTF India, CTF Assam. I would like to work with you in the days to come. This is a very critical situation. We cannot do much more at this time because things are very different, but gradually things will cool down. CTF Nepal will be glad to work with CTF Assam, CTF India, like we have been doing in the past. Basic thing is to see that the new generation receives the best kind of education to improve their quality of life and improve the society and do something concrete for the development of the country. You are in the right direction. Nepal is a small country. Small CTF Nepal will always follow you and will work hand in hand with you in the days to come. With these words, I conclude. Thank you, Professor A.D. Singh, sir. I have seen you after some time. You were not there in the last seminar in Nepal, but so many other people I saw. I'm very much impressed. Really encouraged to listen to you all. Sorry I missed yesterday because my wife is really a bad condition. Tell you lastly, this morning, several hours ago, I lost my brother-in-law, husband of my own sister, one sister. Her husband died. He is being cremated in the river far away from here. I cannot even say sorry to them because I had to give more time here. A big problem in the family, but I tried to keep this aside and wanted to see you. What beautiful faces, wonderful quality of presentation, wonderful paper, all practical. I can send this paper through the mail sometimes just so you can just have a look at it. I tried to just summarize the paper. Thank you very much. Namaste. All the best. It was successful. e-seminar, and I am really very much impressed by this. Thank you very much all.
Thank you, sir. We are grateful for your presence and invaluable insights.
Thank you.
Now, thank you.
Okay. Please go
Now,
ahead. I will be here. I will listen to you all. Please go ahead.
Oh, very nice. I take this opportunity to thank you profusely, Professor Khatri. You are a friend of Assam. You are a very close friend of CTEF. So your presence, in spite of the constraints you are facing at home, you have come and participated, and seeing you virtually is really great for us. We're very happy to see you.
Yeah, right.
And our CTEF friendship will always remain.
She recognized me. She recognized you. Sometimes she forgets everything. And then, oh yeah, there's Nilima madam, and she recognizes you also.
Oh, see, I love her. You just give my love to her.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you.
I mute.
Okay. Yes, over to the anchorer.
Thank you, ma'am. We have arrived at the last session of the e-conference, and that is the valedictory session. And to commence this session, we have the state anthem of Assam, O Mor Apunar Desh. Over to Gracia to play the video.
We give the time. Is it 3:40, right? Time is okay. We have to stand up.
Yes, that was wonderful, wasn't it? Hope you all enjoyed the video. I take the privilege of welcoming Professor Nilima Bhagavati, Chairperson and International Secretary General CTEF, to present the welcome address.
Namaste and good evening to all of you. The President of today's valedictory session and National President of Council for Teacher Education Foundation, Dr. K.M. Bandarkarji, the chief guest of today's valedictory session, and Honorable Union Minister of States, Ministry of Youth Affairs and Sports, Ministry of State, Minority Affairs, Sri Kiran Rijijuji, Guest of Honor, Dr. Anil Sahasrabudhe, Honorable Chairman, All India Council for Technical Education, Professor Vibhash Chandra Das Burgeister, Honorable Patron of Bharatiya Shikshan Mandal, all esteemed speakers from 7 countries amidst us online, all our wonderful global participants, the entire team of Gracia Technology Private Limited, the leading technology partner support in the country. On behalf of India's leading and pioneer professional organization, myself, I welcome you all again. I'm honored to welcome the chief guest of today's valedictory session, Honorable Union Minister of State, the Ministry of Youth Affairs and Sports, and Minister of State of Minority Affairs of India. Sir, your virtual presence in this academic event is a great source of inspiration and also motivating us to do our best service from the platform of CTEF to the country in general and Northeastern region in particular. I welcome you, sir, and I express also our gratefulness. It is my great privilege to offer a bouquet of welcome to Honorable Chairman, All India Council for Technical Education, Dr. Anil Sahasrabudhe ji. Sir, you are inspiring us always to work and move ahead in the field of education, and we have been receiving your support, your cooperation always. It is my privilege and also to offer a bouquet of welcome to Professor Vibhash Chandra Das Purkasta, the Honorable Patron of Bharatiya Shikshan Mandal. Sir, we are thankful to you for your association and guidance to carry forward constructive works to uplift the education, not only in this region, but in the entire country. You are in fact our beacon light. We are following your suggestions to take the CTEF forward. I welcome all our global speakers and participants who are indeed our great strength to host this mega academic event very successfully. I welcome Sri Biju Pegu, CEO and co-founder of Gracia Technology Private Limited, the most trusted and leading technology support in the Northeastern region and the country in general, and the entire team for giving the brilliant technology support to us. In fact, these 2 days, we are purely dependent on Gracia Technology. I welcome you, Biju Pegu, and your team members. I welcome all our media friends and one and all participating virtually in this conference. Jai Bharat Mata, long live CTF. Jai Hind. Over to the anchor.
Thank you. To carry forward the agenda, we now have with us a very respected guest. It is my pleasure and privilege to invite the guest of honor, Professor Anil D. Sahasrabudhe, Chairman, AICTE, New Delhi, to present his speech. Professor Sahasrabudhe is a professor of mechanical engineering at IIT Guwahati and chairman of All India Council for Technical Education. He is also chairman, Basic Scientific Research, BSR, Empowered Committee of UGC and Swayam Board. He is a fellow of ISTE, IET, Institute of Engineers, INAE. He has many awards and accolades to his credit. Only to name a few, he has been bestowed with the Maha Entrepreneur Award 2011 of Praj Industries, Jeevan Gaurav Purashkar from MIT World Peace University, Pune 2019, Mahatma Gandhi Leadership Award from Indian Achievers Forum and CSR Times in 2019. Please welcome Professor Anil D. Sahasrabudhe. Over to you, sir.
Good evening, everyone. Namaskar.
Namaskar.
I'm very happy to be amongst all of you who have joined here for this 2 days annual international conference, which is 34th in the series of that of CTEF, that is Council for Teacher Education Foundation. And the Assam unit has organized this in association with Gracia Technology. You had 2 days of deliberations, lot of learning from lot of educationists, and therefore, when we are coming to the concluding session, valedictory session, and in the beginning, when the Chief Minister Sarvananda Sonowal, Hemant Biswa Sarma comes in, and at the valedictory, wherein Sri Kiran Riju, the Honorable Minister for Youth Affairs, Sports and Minority Affairs, also comes in, I think we all are aware of the significance that it carries for this particular 34th annual conference. Madam Nilima Bhagwati, Madam Archana, then Professor Purkastha, all of them are here with us. Of course, Dr. Bhandarkar. They are all going to either have already spoken or will be speaking. But just a while ago, when Professor Khetri from Nepal was speaking, in fact, there were tears in my eyes, because we are all aware that we are all struck by COVID-19 crisis all over the globe. Schools have closed, colleges have closed, the universities have closed, and we have no other choice than meeting in this mode of online education. And during this pandemic, when someone near and dear is lost, and despite that, someone with his commitment to education comes on board, listens to others, he himself speaks and continues to be here. I think my pranams to Professor Khetri. You are a role model, and I'm sure all of us should take a leaf out of such lessons for our teachers. When we are talking about the particular topic at hand, that is reimagining learning and beyond, I think this National New Education Policy, which has come on 29th of July, has come after intense deliberations. Dr. Kasturi Rangan, the chairman of the ISRO for quite some time, who has innovated and created entire ecosystem of space research in India. He was the architect of this particular new national education policy. And we had stalwarts from different domains of education who were all part of this. And also we had representation from Princeton University. I think such a conglomeration of excellent educationists, when they come together, the policy which has come is absolutely superb. We are all aware of the policy which was first enunciated in India in 1968, followed by that in 1986, a slight revision of that in 1992. But after 34 years, we have got this policy where deliberations from Panchayat to the Prime Minister, they were all invoked. And therefore, this is a distillation of all the wisdom that is there in the country, which has come out. And I compare it with our famous, what we call as Amrut, which has come out of the Samudra Manthan. When we do it, we get poison as well as the Amrut. Of course, there is some poison also for those who do not work properly. Whereas the regulatory framework is going to change, and very nicely it is worded as regulatory framework will be light but tight. And many people ask me, what is this light and what is this tight? Light is that there will be self-declaration about what all we have, and then run your programs without any hassles. No regulatory framework will stop you from doing good things. You can do innovation, you can continue to do many things without any approvals required from anyone. But if you are crossing the Lakshman Rekha boundaries and you are giving fake information to your stakeholders, students, faculty and others, you will be hit hard, and that is the tightness. And that is where I am saying the earlier one was Amrut, that you will be able to digest all of that and enjoy. But if you don't do properly, you will get the severest possible punishment. And that is what is light but tight. But most importantly, the topic here is about reimagining learning and beyond. So let us reflect back, what is learning all about? In fact, learning starts from our birth and continues till our death. In fact, that is where we often talk about lifelong learning. Learning can never stop. Even at the age of 90, 95, we have to keep learning. Till the last breath that we take, we keep learning. But the learning starts at the first time when a child is born from mother. Mother is the first guru, teacher. A child will look at it here and there and start sensing using the sense of touch, sense of eyes, ears, and gradually taste and all the 5 senses which God has given to us. It will start experimenting, learning starts. And then at the age of 1 or 2, when it starts walking, talking, etc., more and more learning from other family members also begins. In the new national education policy, the child is brought to the school at the age of 3 itself, rather than at the age of 6, which we used to follow in the earlier times. And this 10+2 system is changed to 5+3+3+4 system. The outcome at the end of the 18 years of age, now after 12 years of education, and later through the new national education policy after 15 years of education, is going to be a big difference. Currently, we all are bracketed into, after the 10th standard, into arts, commerce, science, and so on. But in the new national education policy, till 12th standard, one can have all variety of things, and that is what we call it as cross-disciplinary, multidisciplinary. Therefore, a student will also learn science, he will also learn mathematics, will also learn history, psychology, philosophy, till the age of 18. And starting is at the age of 3, without pressure, without having any, what we call as the psychological barriers that the student normally faces, that when you ask the child to start writing, reading, and he is not so keen in that. And therefore, the first 5 years are going to be based on several new initiatives, new innovations in terms of storytelling, in terms of games, in terms of plays, in terms of experiential learning, taking the child outside in the garden, in the agriculture field, showing things and making use of those 5 senses which the Almighty has given to us. Thereby, learning will start, learning will continue. And this reimagining is important, because forcefully asking a child to read, write something will not help. It will help to some extent, but that will come certainly later after those 5 years. But certainly in the initial phase, when the policy of 3 language formula or teaching in the mother tongue was there, but still we were all forcing most of our children to go to the English medium schools. The child at home is speaking in Assamese, is speaking in Nepalese, is speaking in Tamil, in Marathi, Kannada, Urdu, Telugu, but suddenly in the school everything is in English. If that is the case, I think there is a big shock that the student faces, the child faces. And that's why initial phase of first 5 years in mother tongue is overemphasized in this particular policy. So there is a very smooth transition from home to the school, and therefore learning continues. And the learning is still through the use of 5 senses rather than only reading, writing. And you can tell stories in 3 different languages, 5 different languages. Once few words are known in one language, a child starts picking up. So there will be no agitation about why some language is imposed on someone. There is no imposition. There is no need of imposition. And it is the best age to learn languages. From the age of 3 to maybe age of 10, 12, you put a child into 5 or 6 languages, it will learn all of them. At the age of ours, if you are asked to learn a new language, there is a great difficulty. But I have faced that because I have spent nearly 2 decades in the Northeast, 8 years in Arunachal Pradesh, 11 years in Guwahati. For me, this conference is like homecoming in a way, because I have been away for about 15 years now. I'm still continuing my roots with IIT Guwahati. I'm on deputation to this job in Delhi. But I learned Assamese with great difficulty, whereas my son and daughter and wife learned very fast. So I think learning language is a skill, but at the younger age, it's much easier. Having said this, at the age of that 5+3 plus another 3 years, the skill education will begin. So learning through doing, learning through various types of skills, whether it is carpentry, whether it is welding, whether it is electronics technician, in terms of technology domain. And on the other side, in terms of applied art, craft, design, whether it is embroidery, whether it is stitching, whether it is painting, whether it is dance, whether it is music, whether it is drama, I think all variety of things will be available as a cascaded form. It is sort of electives, and depending on which school has which capability and which student wants to learn what, I think they can start learning. And these are the life skills. These will come handy throughout life. Otherwise, what we learn in physics, chemistry, sociology is fine. It's mostly theoretical knowledge. The experiential learning will begin at the age of that 5 plus 3, 8 onwards till the 12th standard. And when such students come to higher education in the college, whether it is arts college, commerce college, science college, engineering, medicine, law, architecture, pharmacy, all of these domains, I think that initial preparation is going to be very, very valuable, and that learning will continue. And therefore, when we are talking about reimagining learning and beyond, we have to again understand one very important aspect, that the transition or changes or transformations that are happening in this sector, in not just education, but more importantly in technology, in terms of society, in terms of economics, world over, are so rapid that what happened over thousands of years started happening in 1 century, from the 17th century onwards through the Industrial Revolution. And we talked about Industry 1, Industry 2.0, Industry 3.0, and today we are in Industry 4.0. On the other side, even education, which was under the tree, like a Gurukula system, where a child used to go at the age of 8 and learn for about 15, 16 years and return. That was absolutely experiential learning, a lot of connect between the Guru and Shishya. And to the first universities in the world were all started in India, Takshila, Nalanda, where people from all over the globe came to India to study, whether it was Buddhism, whether it was Hinduism, whether it was philosophy, whether it was psychology, whether it is education itself, even science. You know, the ancient science of India is very well known. For example, in the areas of architecture, in the art, in the area of civil engineering structures, all our temples so beautifully constructed, they are living for 500 years, 600 years without any damage. No modern structure can survive more than 100 years with the concrete and the cement which we are using. Whereas the kind of structures that were built are living today for 500 years, 600 years as well. So I think that is one part. We also had science in terms of whether it is metallurgy and material science. The iron pillar, which is there in Delhi itself, is a testimony of that. We had what is known as Ayurveda, the medical science, the first surgery that was taken place by Susruta. So I think all of this was extremely developed, and the science of yoga, through which we can keep our health very good, the science of meditation through which we get concentration, all of this ancient knowledge is also required to be reinvented and brought back to the school education and the college education. So this policy talks about Indian knowledge systems, Bharatiya Jnana Parampara, which had its historical significance, but somewhere down the line, because of invasions, because of British rule, we have got forgotten that. In fact, I call it as rusting of the iron. You know, iron gets rusted, and if you clean it up, it again becomes good. Similarly, even on silver, gold also, if you keep it near the seashore, there will be layers which are formed, and you have to, or copper for that matter, and you have to keep brushing it aside. And that is what is required to be done for our new national education system, which has come from this policy. So if you do all of that, the ancient knowledge is brought back to the studies, we will become not only understand the nuances. For example, during COVID-19 crisis, most people who did not get affected were the ones who used the principles of Ayurveda. Various utilization of whether it is tulsi, haldi, or neem, all of that, those who were consuming were hardly affected. That means there is a lot of wisdom that is embedded. We need to unearth and tell to our younger generation. So this is one part of the story. The second one, we should not be only basking in the old ancient glory. We have to make it relevant to today's requirements, today's knowledge, and then take it forward. So that is where I was coming to the continuous learning or lifelong learning. So the technologies have emerged. In the ancient past, we did not have electronics, we did not have computers, we did not have AI, IoT, machine learning. These are all new domains, robotics, 3D printing, we have blockchain, we have augmented reality, virtual reality. All of this is continuously changing and transforming the way the world is looked at. Our economy is transforming, changing. So unless we flow with the way the technology is growing, we will be left out. So for example, I was watching this particular conference itself. Many people were at difficulty in joining If they have joined, they were not able to start the audio, video. I think these kind of changes which are required, we must adapt to them. The transformation is required in ourselves, teachers as well. So if you do all of that, the constant change which is happening has to be embedded. Therefore, when we talk about education and learning, it starts with, first of all, whatever is available as knowledge, which is in the form of variety of information today available on the net. Today, we don't require books. By sitting at your place through use of your computer, laptop, or mobile phone, we can access any book in the world, which was not the case just about 20 years ago. We had to go to a library. If your college library does not have interlibrary loan system, we will adopt, or we'll go to another city and then we will borrow that book for some time. Sometimes we will read it and return. We also had a possibility of Xeroxing machines came later. We could Xerox and keep a copy of that. But today we don't have to do any of that. By sitting at our home, I can read books. I can read research journal papers. So all of that has been thanks to technology which has arrived. So we have to make use of that. So having continuously using this transformation in our curriculum, the curriculum has to be constantly transformed. So the way the classes are going to happen in the future are going to be different from what they are there. COVID-19 and the crisis has certainly helped us in going ahead with this kind of a philosophy, which we are happy that we are able to reach each other in terms of our, is it all right? Is it visible? Hello?
We're hearing you. We're hearing you, Anilji.
Because my screen suddenly got changed, so I got again a doubt. So
Even different. Yes, Gracia will look into it.
Yeah. So
you are audible, sir. You are audible,
fine.
sir.
Yeah, fine. I will continue. So the essence is we need to be transparent in being the way we operate in our classrooms. So I'm coming back to this very important thing, because many times in the classroom, when a student asks a question, and if the question is such that we don't know the answer, many times teachers will do one of the two things. They will either say that, oh, what a silly question you have asked, and brush away that student. So you make that fellow never to ask again a question. Or you will giggle out by giving some roundabout answer. But if you do not know, why can't we say that I do not know this answer? I will get back to you a couple of days later after reading it from the book or from the internet, and I will explain to you the phenomenon. I think that honesty, integrity is required. Because today, a lot of information, as I said, is available on the internet. Students are capable of looking at it on their own, and they are prepared in the class. So if they are knowing it already, you are telling them in the class, repetition of that will make the class boring. And therefore, we must adapt to a new way that you certainly know many of these things in the form of information. How this information is to be converted into knowledge is in terms of the basic foundations, the principles have to be told to the students that he might have not understood. He would have known it as is, but where is it applicable? How is it applicable? Where is it going to be used? How do you analyze the data? How do you synthesize information? How do you become creative? How do you use it for an innovative problem solving for the various problems that the world is facing today, whether it is in terms of environment, whether it is in terms of water, transportation? There are a huge number of challenges which the world is facing. It is not just the developing countries like India or Nepal, but even the developed world has all these problems. Some people will not express them, some people will express them, but problems galore. But there are solutions available, possible, provided we are honest to the problems and try to solve them, knowing whatever available information and knowledge is available. But that is not enough. As I said, from the ancient knowledge, being very happy about it is not good enough. How do we make it relevant? What new things we can do out of that? And that is what is research. So it is knowledge accumulation, dissemination, knowledge generation, and finally knowledge application. And unless we apply this knowledge which we have gained to practical problems and solve the problems of the society, problems of the government, problems of the people at large, we will not be doing a great service to the education that we are getting from whoever it is. And therefore, we need to abruptly change the modality of our teaching learning process. Therefore, the future of learning is going to be, tell the student which topic you are going to discuss in the next class. Ask him to watch a couple of videos which are available on the internet. They may be from the Swayam platform, which is indigenously developed in India and which is available for everyone free of cost. Or it could be even some of the platforms like Khan Academy. It could be even Coursera from Stanford University, or it could be MIT edX platform. And there are a huge number of them. But our own indigenous platform has more than 2,500 courses. 1.2 crore students are watching it every day. 114 countries are looking at it. Then why not nooks and corners of the country? Of course, we need to engage in creating a framework where the internet connectivity reaches nooks and corners to the remotest village in Nagaland, Arunachal Pradesh, to Jammu Kashmir, to Tamil Nadu, to Maharashtra, to Jharkhand. I think that is the role which the government has to do. Of course, Assam as well. So I think all of these are very, very significant and important initiatives of the government. Government is seized of the matter. Already we have BharatNet, which has come to almost all the places, but still our bandwidth has to increase. Because simultaneously, if more people start using, we have seen what happens. Suddenly video goes off and sometimes audio goes off. And therefore, it is like pipe connection, water connection in a city. On the same main line, if multiple connections are taken, naturally the water pressure in our homes will reduce. And it will be a very thin line of water which will come. So same way, in the internet also, bandwidth, fiber network has to have robust bandwidth. And that is what the government is already doing. Once we do that, I think knowledge is available everywhere. But how do you make use of it is what we have to discuss in the classroom. Don't give the same lecture of 55 minutes, 60 minutes to the students. They are neither interested in that because they know all of that. But where is it used? How is it used? Why is it the way it is? I think that is what is learning. And sometimes this learning is joint learning. Don't underestimate the power of our youth. They are much more accustomed to technology in learning. They are better than us in many respects. So if learning can be parallelly, simultaneously between the teacher and the student, I think that was what was there in the ancient times. Guru was never claiming that everything he knows. Sometimes he used to learn from the Shishyas. So I think if we are able to do that, number one, and as Swami Vivekananda often said, education is nothing but whatever perfection is already in man is to be brought out. And I really liked one of the finest things that happened in Assam itself. You're all aware of Hima Das. She belongs to Assam from Dhing village near Nagaon. And she was playing, football with all boys. It is the coach who was coaching them observed that her nature of running the sprint was such that she would be a better athlete rather than a football player. She was put into the Guwahati Academy, and within 6 months to 1 year, she started winning gold medals for India. First ever gold medal under 14 for the girls was won thanks to that coach. So that means the duty of the teacher is to identify what is that excellence which is embedded, which is inherent, which is intuitively inside a particular human being, is to be detected, understood, mentored, supported, modified. Further it has to be blossomed. I think that is the role our teachers have to play. And I'm very thankful that this particular Council for Teacher Education Foundation Assam unit has done 30 programs, you said, and you have got the best prize for this particular year. May you continue to do the same thing year after year, and then why 10 districts, 20 districts, all 35 districts, and similarly, why not similarly in all 720 districts of the country? I think that is where we need to move around. I think we have started a small initiative. Those who are interested must participate in that. A hackathon. AICT started what is known as Smart India Hackathons 4 years ago, taking problem statements from the government departments, from the society, from the state governments, from the small and medium scale industries, large scale industries, and gave these as challenges to the students. Quite often, many surveys from the industry bodies like CII, NASSCOM, FICCI, and all other industry bodies, and also industries, they keep saying that our graduates are not employable. because they do not know many things. They don't have communication skills. They don't know even hard skills, and so on and so forth. But the very same students, when they were just in second year and third year, when given a challenge, given the problem statement, they came out with solutions which were out of the box. And when we shortlisted and 10,000 students were taken to 48 different centers, they were asked to solve 36 hours without sleeping. In a classroom for 1 hour, you cannot keep them one place. They will be chatting with each other. They will open their mobile phones. But here 36 hours without sleeping, students worked because there was a challenge which was before them and they wanted to solve that problem. And then at the end of 36 hours, those prize winning ones are adopted by ISRO, adopted by DRDO, Ayush Ministry, the Ministry of Culture, Ministry of, we have Railways, Ministry of Transport. They have all adopted those solutions. Today, they are available for citizens to be used. So I think there is huge talent amongst the young fellows, and therefore this learning tomorrow is going to be co-learning. Nothing like I am a teacher, I will only teach and you learn. That philosophy is gone, gone and gone. I think we have to learn together. Maybe I know something better than you because of our experience, and someone else knows better because of the exposure he has in terms of technology. But both are learners, and we will go to lifelong learning. I think that is the philosophy of learning, which we must do. Then what is most significant and important is teacher education. Unless teacher education is taken forward, which we all know that for teaching in schools and high schools, you require D.Ed and B.Ed. But for teaching in beyond high school, that means in the college or in the university, you don't require any pedagogical training. We do our masters, we do MPhil, we do PhD and become professors and start teaching. Some teachers in 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 years get adjusted, learn by doing mistakes and continue forward and become better teachers, good teachers, best teachers. There are others who struggle for 10, 15 years. And I have found teachers who will never learn till the end of their retirement. And therefore, there is an important need for teacher education. AICTE has done 8-module mandatory teacher certification program, without which a teacher will not become regular. He will remain temporary, ad hoc. And these 8 modules are very significant. Since you have taken up the profession of teaching, maybe you are interested or not. You took it as a job, I don't know. If you are passionate, very good. Otherwise also, having taken, I think you must understand what is education all about. What is the curriculum? How do you design curriculum? How your professional ethics, values are to be embedded first in you and then in turn into the students. How instruction planning is to be done, delivery is to be done. How you have to communicate with your students. Your communication skills have to be better, then only you can tell students to have better communication skills. Knowledge dissemination is an important part. Use technology. How do you use technology-enabled learning for supporting the system of education? Student assessment is a very important thing. Our all question papers in all universities, please watch them. Right from KG to PG, they are all based on rote learning. I'm not saying that rote learning is not required, memory is not required. Certainly some questions can be based on memory because ultimately we have to use brain. And the memory of the person will make use of that at the required time. Otherwise, in today's world, sometimes if you ask some student 13 into 7, they will struggle with calculator to find out the answer. Therefore, I think some memory is required. Some tables are to be known by hearted, no doubt. But many of these things are not required to be remembered. Detailed, very difficult formula. Why do you want them to derive? He has to understand how derivation of the formula has come. Where is it used? That is more important than memorizing the derivation of a formula. I think, therefore, higher levels of learning in terms of Bloom's taxonomy, that is right up to the 6th level, that is creativity, innovation, down to application, synthesis, data analytics. I think this is what is to be asked in the question paper. How many of these question papers of our universities and colleges have this content today? Hardly any. And that is where our new education policy talks about, and AICTE started examination reforms 3 years ago. I'm very happy that whatever we started 3 years ago have become part of the new national education policy. These teacher training modules where creative problem solving ability, innovation, meaningful research, which is important for the society, developmental work. And not only that, in the career of 30, 40 years that the teacher remains in the education sector, he will graduate from lecturer, assistant professor, associate professor, professor, HOD, dean, director, vice chancellor, etc. So all those facets of academic life, their seeds are to be sown when he is in the nascent stage, in the early stage of the education. And that's why these 8 modules are very significant and important. I hope this will be also rolled out to other domains, not just technical education, but also for arts, commerce, science, medicine, law, etc. So this is one part. Then when students come to the college, they have been created in a particular form. We have a 3-week mandatory student induction program where students have no classes, but everything is so much involved that they will be spending more time during those 3 weeks than in the rest of the 3-4 years that they are in the graduating studies. They started getting up at 5:30, lot of work on playground. It is not computer games, video games. The literal actual games on the field, exercise, sports, yoga, and Kiran Rijuji is coming. I'm very happy that we will have all students on the playgrounds in the coming years so that their physique is good and their mental health also will automatically improve along with the physical health. That's what Swamiji had said also. I think beyond that, then a lot of discussion where students from different backgrounds who come to the higher educational institutions, rich and poor, those who are English medium educated or Assamese, Tamil, Telugu, such medium students also come. They are together. Some people come from rural, tribal areas, some from city, metros. How they get engaged with each other, how they understand the nuances, how they understand someone knows something which I do not know and I know something which he does not know. Therefore, through collaboration, through cooperation, how both of us can prosper, how both of us can be happy in the educational institution. I think that is what we have tried to do through this particular program, which is called as 3-week student induction program, where students are taken to the nearby historically important place, geographically important place, some industry, some tribal area, some village, some slum, so that they get sensitized to the challenges that the society is facing, what difficulties others are facing, because only 27% of the students have come to the higher education. That is our gross enrollment ratio in higher education. Remaining 73% students are still not coming to the higher education. What are their difficulties? What are their challenges? What are they doing? And therefore, if we are getting sensitized, I think we develop empathy. And that is very, very important. So learning is not merely the curricular learning. That is anyway one part of it is necessary, where exams are held based on which people get employment and all that. But how we make students all-rounded personalities in the process, they will become even entrepreneurs. They will create jobs rather than seeking jobs. I think this is all embedded in our new education system, which if we are able to make use of in the right earnest, right spirit, and this should start from the top to the bottom, bottom to the top. It's not just giving lectures. And Honorable Prime Minister, after the policy was announced, within 1 week, he in fact deliberated on this for nearly an hour. He spoke about the new national education policy. Probably first time ever a Prime Minister has taken so seriously about a policy which has been enunciated by Dr. Kasturi Rangan Committee, and he said, policy to achhi hai. He said that niti achhi hai, lekin rananiti ko banana chahiye. So we need to have a strategy, and that strategy should take forward to find out what are the resources available at our disposal. Using those resources, how do we create implementation plan, and how do we implement seriously? They are not meant for keeping them in almiras. Policy is not meant for sending circulars to the colleges and universities, but make use of the policy for implementation in right earnest. And then how do we review it from time to time? If we have gone wrong somewhere, how do we do course correction? I think if we are able to do all of that in the next 5 years, I will challenge that India will be back to the ancient times of the 12th century and earlier, what we say Nalandas and Takshilas of the Esther era will be reinvented in India, and instead of our students going to USA or UK or Germany or Australia for studying, students from all over the world again start coming to India for studies. I think that is what is seeded here in this new national education policy. But all of us must not only understand, but take it seriously to our heart. And unless we start implementing it in right earnest, that is not going to happen. And my appeal to all of you who are listening, that learning has to continue. We will continue to learn and then achieve that success which we have envisaged for our own country and make ourselves not only Atmanirbhar, But as our ancient saying, that we always say that Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, the whole world is family. So let us give it to the whole world. We also say Sarve Janaha Sukhino Bhavantu. Let the whole world be happy. We never said that I want to be happy. We want the whole world to be happy. I think that spirit has to be taken forward, and this policy will certainly do it. Thank you. Namaskar.
Thank you so much. Our sincere gratitude goes out to Professor Sahasrabudhe for his insightful and thought-provoking speech. Before I move on to the next speaker, let me remind you that we have to invite our Honorable Minister Kiran Rijiju at exactly 4:40. So keeping that in mind, I invite our guest of honor, Professor B.C. Daspurkaister, patron.
Sorry, Mandira, for interrupting. It is 4:30. He will join at 4:30, not 4:40.
Yes, 4:30. I meant 4:30 actually. It's now time to invite our guest of honor, Professor B.C. Daspurkaister, patron, Bharatiya Shikshan Mandal, to present his speech. Professor Bibhas Chandra Daspurkaister is a former principal of Pandu College, Guwahati, Assam. He has done his PhD in synthetic organic chemistry in 1974 from Guwahati University. Presently, he is an executive committee member of NCERT and Rajiv Gandhi University, also court member of Bodoland University. He is a Margdarshak, National Bharatiya Shikshan Mandal, resource person of UGC HRD of Guwahati University. With these words, I present before you Dr. Bibhas Chandra Daspurkaister. Over to you, sir.
Namaskar to everyone. Honorable Chief Guest, Sri Kiran Rijiju Mahaday. He must have come by the time. Guest of honor, Anil Ji, I had a difficulty in recognizing you. After a long time, I'm fine.
Because of this beard problem.
all the speakers of the valedictory program, Professor Nilima Bhagavati, the person, the women behind all this, Dr. Archana Bhattacharjee, she was contacting me regularly for last 14 days, organizers and learned and elite guest members. Namaskar to all of you. I have all appreciation for CTEF for the relentless effort for last several years. They're carrying out the teacher education, even in the pandemic situation, holding several webinars. Even there I have to speak on certain occasions. So particularly the issue, reimagining learning and beyond, the vital issue of vital importance. But whatever I like to speak, Anilji has already spoken. And I understand our chief guest is also waiting. So only for 5 minutes I shall take just to speak a little bit about a recent development. I just like to inform you that BSM Bharatiya Shikshan Mandal is officially included in NITI CSO, Civil Service Organization Standing Committee on different thematic areas. Now, BSM is entrusted with a nationwide task of connecting with educationists of different educational institutions, both for the school and higher educational institutes, about the implementation of NEP 2020. We have committed ourselves to conduct more than 500 webinars and seminars at various levels by mid-February 2021. We have to cover all 739 districts of India. Article writing, quizzes, etc., all will be there. So I shall be seeking your help, CTEF help in this regard, so that here in the northeastern region, we could cover all the districts and hold some meeting for that. So you should prepare. This is not the end. This is just beginning, as what Anilji has said. So we have to spread all this. Reimagining learning and beyond, because this is necessitated because we have long ignored the learning part. I remember when I was in school, simply you have to read several times and learn. Mugging, as you say. But what is the technique of learning that is never being taught? Swami Vivekananda, Anilji has mentioned several times, mentioned that teachers are to teach us how to concentrate. And the taught will learn the subjects automatically. That is what? Only concentration. He also said all knowledges that we have, either of the external or internal world, is obtained through only one method, by the concentration of mind. Hundreds of years before, he had done exhaustive work on concentration of mind, and I think reimagining needs to explore all thoughts and words of Swami Vivekananda. A storehouse of all these things, yoga and meditation, definitely a part of it. Let me mention only two things. I find Kiran Riji is waiting, a busy man. So only two things I'll mention. One, Italian. He is Francisco Cirillo. He has developed a method called Pomodoro. Basically, a time management technique. In late 1980s, he developed this technique. The technique uses a timer to break down the work or learning content into intervals. Traditionally, 25 minutes, then take 5 minutes rest, again start, sit for 25 minutes, stop everything, all the external world, close the door, stop, switch off the mobile and everything, and then work out for 25 minutes. So this way, this is one technique. Another technique that was used in Japan called Kaizen. Now, this is a continuous small step of improvement. I'm simply mentioning the names. Now it is being applied for education purpose. In fact, I'm suggesting nowadays, wherever I go, try to apply this Kaizen technique. But the recent technology, I was also trying with this one. Anilji has already mentioned about VR, AR, and MR, the virtual reality, augmented reality, mixed reality, holograms, all these things with artificial intelligence. This is actually coming up, 360-degree videos. In fact, I have purchased the VR glass and gone through some of the VR available, educational VR available, and I find an immersive experience in learning. But one thing is sure, these all foreign items have a price tag, while we believe Shavidya ya Vimuktaye, no price tag for any knowledge. So we Bharatiyas serve and spread this as a service to the nation and service to the world. Nilima Bhagavati ji and CTEF also doing this year after year. And I think this has got no price tag in it. I remember the techniques I used. I will end up here. What the 5 principles of learning I used to do in schools and colleges is Sravan, Pathan, Manan, Likhan, Bachan. Listening, reading, internalization, then writing and speaking. These are the 5 techniques. This can be elaborated by which I basically learned myself. A lot of things have been said, must have been covered. I want to stop here because I want to listen Kiranji also. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you so much, Dr. B.C. Daspurkayastha, for enlightening us with your insightful words. You never fail to motivate us. Now, to announce the presentation, I forward to our co-host, Debastuti Sharma.
Thank you. We are privileged to have as chief guest for the valedictory session, Sri Kiran Rijiju, the Honorable Minister of State, Ministry of Youth Affairs and Sports, and Minister of State in the Ministry of Minority Affairs of India. May I request Dr. Nilima Bhagavati, International Secretary General, CTEF, to welcome Honorable Minister to the session.
You are muted, madam. You have to unmute.
You'll have to unmute, yes.
About that, actually, yeah, unmuted. Right. Namaskar and good evening to all. On behalf of 24 chapters of Council for Teacher Education and 3 overseas chapters, Gracia Technology Foundation Private Limited, global speakers and participants who participated in these 2 days deliberations, I welcome our Honorable Union Minister of Sports and Youth as well as Minority Affairs to the valedictory session. I'm blessed to welcome you, sir. I'm blessed to welcome you in the sense that we all are eager to hear you. And in fact, about the national education policy, how we are going to implement and what we have to do. If you just focus it in your presentation, I think we'll be benefited a lot. And here, because I won't be getting a chance to speak again, I assure you, sir, that CTEF will cover up entire northeastern region of India, and we are dedicated and devoted to work in all the states. So I welcome you again and thank you very much.
So, am I invited to speak?
Yes, sir. Sir, you're invited to speak, sir.
Okay. Thank you very much. Namaskar. Professor Anil Shastrabuddhe ji, Professor Nilima Bhagwati ji, Tejaswini Orang ji, Professor B.C. Das Purkyastha ji, Dr. Ataur Rahman ji, Dr. K.M. Bandarkar ji, Dr. Archana Bhattacharya ji, and all the esteemed member of this conference, particularly from the Council for Teacher Education Foundation on this annual e-conference 2020 on the subject reimagining learning and beyond. I think it's very important discussion which is being participated by all of you, and I'm deeply honored to be invited to speak here. But to be honest, I have not really thought about any particular subject, topic, or anything where I should emphasize on. I have just come here to share the dice. Actually, I should be listening to what you wanted to say rather than I speaking out my mind, because this is a subject matter related to higher education particularly, and where people who have already contributed a lot and who are shaping the minds of the students are here in this conference, which is a e-conference now because of the prevailing situation. So as I said, since I have not thought about, and normally I don't prepare my speech or I don't prepare any text for my speech. So maybe I'll just make some random remarks and to make my presence felt. Maybe give one or two opinion about what I think about education and about the whole new education policy, which you have already discussed about in detail. Last time, just before the pandemic, there was this announcement of new education policy, and we all have had a chance of participating in various forums. And I'm looking after the youth affairs and sports of the country. So I have this my own perspective about how I should take best benefits out of this new policy. And also I had shared my thoughts with the Minister Education, Dr. Pokhriyalji, and the team about how new education policy should think about sports, youth activities, fitness, and everything in the whole outlook in the new education policy. There was one incident when the Vice Chancellor and his team from the University of Manchester came and met me. You are aware that we have started the first sports university in India. So this National Sports University, which is being established in Imphal, though university is functioning, but it is functioning in a makeshift arrangement because we don't have any infrastructure, no permanent structure yet. So it's a functioning from very, very makeshift buildings and hired rooms and all. So when I joined as a Minister for Sports and Youth Affairs, I went to Manipur and I asked, what is the status of this National Sports University? So I was told that, yes, Honorable Prime Minister has already inaugurated, but there is no regular Vice Chancellor. So I asked, who is the Vice Chancellor? They told me that Sports Secretary is the Vice Chancellor. So I said, how can the Sports Secretary of India, who is already so busy, will be a Vice Chancellor of a university? A Vice Chancellor of a university is such a full-time job. So that means, I mean, in my own ministry, there was not much due importance being given to this particular issue. So I said, okay, now within a month, I will ensure that a new Vice Chancellor is appointed and the whole process thereafter, administrative setup, this controller of examination, dean of student welfare, so many things have to come up to really call the center as a university. So at the same time, I said, we need to collaborate with some of the international universities, especially sports universities, and learn from their experiences and their ideas. So we had some kind of a contact with the University of Manchester, and the Vice Chancellor and the whole team came here. So during that discussion, we of course discussed about many things, but one thing what he told me was important. He said, before London Olympics, the University of Manchester was not highly ranked. It was not highly ranked in the world, nor it was highly ranked within UK. So they started giving maximum importance and priorities to sports for admission of the students and for all kind of curricular activities. Sports was given a top priority. He may be a student of physics, he may be a student of history, he may be doing something else, but sports was added as an important component while selecting a students or while conducting any kind of activities or events in the university. So the Vice Chancellor told me that after giving sports as priority, the ranking of the university jumped so much that it became top in UK and it was highly ranked in the global ranking system. So he said that there is that uncanny relation between sports and quality of education. Normally, we don't see that. When we talk about quality of education or standard of a university in terms of ranking or any kind of index calculation, sports doesn't come into your mind normally. So when the university has jumped suddenly to such a high ranking because of just one single step, that is giving priorities to sports. So many people may not feel this direct connect, but there is something much beyond which we have to understand. So this new education policy also talks about treating sports, fitness activities as part of education, not extracurricular activities. It is part of the human growth. It's overall, shaping of the personality. So we have to think about many things out of this new education policy. And I also suggested that until or unless we treat sports as a way of life, as a culture, as part of the education itself, sports is education in a way, then the quality of education will be stagnated in India. We may have more degrees, more theory, papers, presentation, so many things in terms of records we may have. But the actually quality of education is something when you see the output. What is the output out of your education, your knowledge, and how does it actually enrich the growth of your nation? That it has to be counted. There was another small incident. One of my friend, he told me, he's an engineer, very senior guy, very senior engineer. So he was going to Connaught Place with one of his American friend. So on the way, the tire got punctured. So the American got down and fixed the tire puncture. So my Indian friend said to his American friend that, are you engineer? He said, no, I'm not engineer. Then how did you fix the tire? He said, I'm not engineer, but I'm American. So my Indian friend is an engineer, but he can't fix the tire puncture. How much of your knowledge, whatever you have acquired, is actually applicable in your daily way of life? How much it means in terms of your caliber, in terms of your actually utility to the society. Merely acquiring education and degrees doesn't increase the output. It is the quality of your knowledge, how practical it is for the welfare, well-being, for our surroundings, for our nation, society, that matters. That is why so much of emphasis has been given for skilling. So it is being said that if we can't skill our youth, we will kill our youth. We keep talking about India as a young nation, largest young population in the world. But this young population should not be converted into a burden. This young population, if you are BA pass, MA pass, BSc, if you are jobless, then what does education has served? By acquiring a degree, you are just going to be an educated unemployed. Then it's a burden. It's not adding as a resource to the nation. So the whole approach of education needs overhauling. That is why I think the new education policy has taken care of so many dimensions, so many things. And the Shiksha Mantri also has spelled out on many occasions. Honorable Prime Minister Modi ji has already talked about new education policy in many platforms. And of course, I did not hear Anil Sahasrabudhe. He must have already talked about this issue. So I will not touch upon this education policy. What I want to just briefly mention about is, as a student, what do you want to become? Now in India, we are so used to, you want to become a doctor, you want to become an engineer. These days, you want to become an IT expert, or I mean, it's just so much of, that fixed kind of atmosphere. We are not moving out of that. Everything is being predetermined. I'm happy that my small daughter says that she wants to become an author. She's just 7 years old. I was happy that, okay, at least she is not into that regular conventional thought process. So she says she wants to become an author. Then another son says, he wants to become a painter. Another son says he wants to become a tennis player. So, okay, there is a diverse kind of choice within my family. I think this also gives me some positive energy from the family itself, that my three children, they wants to become a painter, become an author, another wants to become a sports person. I think as a nation, we have to really diverse. In my state of Arunachal Pradesh, there was a time when we were there in the school in 80s, two choice only, medical or engineer. There's no third choice actually. So now we have moved far away from that situation, and now I think we are on the cusp of relaunching ourselves, India as a major hub of knowledge. Now you all are very well aware of India's vast, rich heritage of knowledge, the education system. So our heritage also needs to be understood in right spirit. At the same time, we must understand that how we should move ahead. What is the relevancy of our past heritage with regards to our approach to go towards a new scientific way of educational system. So they are right from the school time at a very young age to the university level. We really need to understand ourselves. I keep telling whenever I visit schools that what I keep seeing is the small children are made to study so much that I think it's a punishment. At the age of 4 years, 5 years, 6, 7, 8, this is a time for the children to play. This is a time to really give them physical freedom, space. But we are making them to study for 2 hours, 3 hours. I think it's not a natural way of bringing up the children. We are really torturing our children that way. And these days, what I have seen is because the online classes have started, and every child is so used to online class now because of the pandemic. Things have become so digital, online. I've seen my own children, classes after classes, and teachers are also pushing so much and so much of homework, so much of assignments. It's interesting, but if you think carefully, at that age, 5 years, 6 years, 7 years, 8 years, 9 years of, I mean, the natural space which they have at that age needs to be understood in right spirit. I really feel we should not punish our children beyond a point. Now, I'm not saying that how the method of teaching, the manner of teaching are wrong, no. Because each child also has different, capacity to accept whatever is being told or taught to him or her. But at the same time, there are certain universal truth that a child is a child. This is a universal fact. If you understand the education system in Scandinavian countries, up to I think class 4, 5, they let the children do whatever they want to do. And today they have the best, highest ranking index for anything, for human index, economic, whatever, for comfort, for knowledge, everything. So this is the situation we are today. And negativity is creeping in slowly, 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 because we are putting too much of pressure on the children. And then you move on to higher education. Now, being a minister for youth affairs and sports, I've thought about this thing, which I'm implementing right away in my ministry. Sports as a way of life, sports as a career. Now, in our university, we are going to start so many subjects. So I have thought about in the National Sports University, 1/3 would be academics, degree, master, PhD, research, everything. 1/3 should be training, the physical training, where you will actually play competition, you will do coaching, training, everything. So it's like MBBS. It's a hospital also, and it's a college also. So you are getting MBBS degree and you are actually treating the patients. Then one thought on deep research. Anybody in South Asia or from Africa, if they want to do something about sports research, they should think about National Sports University of India. So they should come here. So to that extent, I have given a way forward thought about how our National Sports University should shape up. So in the same manner, we have started the university games, thinking that every university in India must give priority to sports. That is why I have referred to that University of Manchester. So this, see, worldwide university games is one of the most important games. After Olympics, it's a youth game and university games. It's very, very popular. I think you all are aware of it. And most of the Olympic medalists are from universities only. You see in the United States of America, you see in England, most of these Olympic medalists are from universities. So this national, concept of university games has to take a proper formal shape. That is why from last year, we have started. This time we are going to give it to one more university. Last time it was the KIT University in Bhubaneswar. That was the inaugural part where Honorable Prime Minister also attended the inaugural ceremony, and it was live telecast by Star Sports. And also we are adding a new dimension to the whole university system where sports will become very, very important component of the university lifestyle itself. This will, as I said, it is something which you may not realize it, but it has some unique strength in enhancing the image of the university, the rising atmosphere. It elates you. It makes you so happy. If a person is happy, it's more than you can add anything else. Like in Latin America, it is said that if Brazil wins World Cup, it is amounting like 5% of GDP growth. So much of happiness is being added. So this higher educational institution in India, we have this tendency of thinking that, oh, higher education means hardcore education, courses, studies. That is, of course, there. But to enhance your ability, your capacity, you have to have physical activities. So on the one hand, we have started Khelo India to make sports as a way of life, to spread sports throughout the country. On the other hand, we have started Fit India movement. Every Indian must be fit. And it is catching up with everyone, whether in the city or in the village. Most of the people, I'm getting thousands and thousands of messages every day. Some cyclothon going on, some Fit India walkathon going on, some running marathon, so many things. Earlier, people used to think that fitness means you have to go to gym and do exercise. No, you can remain fit by dancing, by doing yoga, by just being active, physical movement, physical active. Being physically active is so important. It just transforms your life itself. It's so important. So there are certain very, very universally so accepted truth, which we fail to recognize its importance in our own outlook, because these are never been given priorities. Now, why it has become so? Why I say normally that India is not a sporting nation, which we want to make, of course. And sport is not a way of life. Sport is not a culture in India. These are reality, which we are intending to change. Now, if a person plays a sport, there are two ways. One, you play for excellence. You want to play for winning medal. You want to become champion. Another is you play for passion. You love to play. You want to play for fitness. You want to just enjoy the game. So whatever may be, you must play or do some kind of physical activities which gives you certain kind level of fitness. So this Fit India movement and Khelo India, both the programs are parallelly being run, and I can tell all of you, you are very learned people joining here. that it is really becoming a people's movement. The Fit India movement today, this morning only, I have got the message that more than 2 lakhs schools under CBSE and various other boards have already registered under Fit India certification process. And then, of course, the corporate bodies are also adopting Fit India culture in their respective companies, firms, and their institutes. Higher educational institutes are also taking up. And common people are taking up fitness as their daily regime, way of life. And my target is by 2028 Olympics, India should be in the top 10. Now, to put India in the top 10, we really have to strengthen this Khelo India school games and Khelo India university games. From school and universities only we are going to have the champions. Because I don't want a player to be uneducated. So either he should be in school or university. There may be gold medalists who are not from university or schools, but ideally, everybody should be there in school or college. So that means in India, every medalist must be a student. Because there are very rare sports where you win medals at the later age, like golf or some other sports where you can play even after you cross certain age, like chess and all. But normally, sports, physical things, so one has to be in school or university. So the champions are going to be there in the universities and schools. So Khelo India School Games is the Khelo India Youth Games and the Khelo India University Games. So universities and schools will be the hub of all the sporting talents and champions of India. Now that is how sporting activities has to be totally part of the whole education system. That is why I also said that sport itself is education. Sports should not be treated as extra or extracurricular activities. It has to be integral part of the whole education process. Now, when we develop sports culture in the society, the whole outlook changes. It's amazing. I have visited some of the countries where sports is a way of life. In India, if you make a house or you make a, say, housing society, sporting space is we treat as a luxury. Or if you must have heard, when some people come to sell, flats and house, they will tell that, oh, we have the provision of the gym, swimming pool and all. If you see, we are telling that it is something extra added luxury. No, without that, the house is not complete. Say in United States also, there will be no house which is not having any kind of, some space for sports, table tennis, gym, tennis, anything. It has to be there because it's a way of life. It's part of life. Without that, the house is not complete. Now in India, we treat it as something we have added, something great. So that is how we have to treat. We have to approach a life towards that, making sports and fitness activities as our daily way of life. Now, secondly, there is a challenge, which is a bigger challenge, that why in India people do not consider sports as a way of life, or sports is not culture. Because there's no recognition of, or there's no that kind of opportunities there for the sports persons. If you win Olympic medal, if you become world champion, okay, then you get money, prize recognition, or you get some kind of job. But if you don't win, if you don't become world champion, then you are nowhere. So when I go to some of the training centers, say for example, I go to Pune to see our boxers in the Pune Army Sports Institute. There are hundreds and hundreds of young boxers undergoing training. So I asked them, what is your dream? Everybody says, my ultimate dream is to play for India. My ultimate dream is to win Olympic medal. Now there are more than 2-3 lakhs young boxers under training in India. There are more than 10 lakhs young hockey players, training, practicing with the dream of playing for India. But how many of them will play for India? In boxing, only one will go to Olympic. In one category, only one will go. In hockey, in any given time, only 16 players will be selected to represent the country in any of the tournament. You can't select more than 16. So that means if 1 million youths are going for the training and only 16 are to be selected, what will the other do? Where will they go? They will be jobless. They will be not recognized by anyone because they have not achieved anything. So by creating a sporting culture, we will be providing opportunities to all these people who even will not play for India, but they will get opportunities elsewhere. Like in the United States of America, every basketball player is a millionaire. Now, only 10 or 12 will play for the country, but rest are still earning millions because there is a sports culture, there's a club system, there are leagues, there are tournaments at the local level where large participation from the society make the club and whole league and all very rich. Now in India, other than the cricket, people are not paying any attention. Only if you win medal, then people pay attention. Cricket is not even part of the Olympics. But because half of the Indians are watching cricket all the time, so everybody is investing in cricket. Now, everybody knows that if there is a India match going on, any company is ready to invest crores and crores of money because even 10 seconds of your advertisement will be watched by at least 50 million viewership at any given time. So you earn money. But if you ask some company people to invest or advertise for boxing, they don't, because they know that viewership is so less. So if people ask me how to contribute for the growth of sports, I say you don't need to do anything. You just watch the game. That is your contribution. Go and watch in stadium or watch in television. That is how you create values to the sports. And sports is a huge part of the economy. The amount of industries making manufacturing sports goods and other things are different. But the engagement, it employs large numbers of people for organizing events, for hosting leagues and all. It almost employs 5% of the total population of any country if that country is deeply involved in sporting activities. It adds so much to the economy of the nation. It adds so much to the soft power of a country. So these are certain things which we fail. That is why nobody wants to send their children for the playing thing, thinking that, oh, kheloge, kudoge, banoge kharab. So everybody wants their children to be success. So they think that पढ़ने लिखने से ही आदमी बनता है, खेलने से कुछ होता नहीं इंडिया में. Now, once we start creating opportunities for the sports person, then sports becomes a way of life. Sports becomes your career. It gives you not only respect, it gives you money, it gives you recognition. It creates huge value addition to the GDP of the nation. It's a big component of the economy of any nation. We have to understand that. If we talk about Atmanirbhar Bharat, we want to make a prosperous India. Sports is important component which we cannot just be left alone. So that is why universities and schools, educational institutions are the key in imparting this understanding in the minds of the people that sports is a way of life. It's education itself. It's part of the education. It's not extracurricular activities. So this is how we need to look at the things. There are many things in my mind, but as I said, if I talk about some other education system, prevalent system in India, you all are well aware of the prevalent system, our teaching methods, everything. You know, there are various kind of ideas. My idea may not be accepted by some other person. We have our own way of doing things. But I only would like to say that if we have to change India, then we have to change our way of teaching. Imparting education, teaching is so crucial that we may not understand ourselves that where we can reach. India's education system is key to India's growth. And that is where the role of the teachers are so important. And it's very good that you are having this kind of e-conference about this very important topic. And this Council for Teacher Education Foundation. I think in Assam, in Northeast, you are playing very important role in shaping the education system. And we need to share among the states and union territories of the whole country. And we must learn from each other. We must, work out a mechanism where which state, which union territory has achieved how much, and then we can, come across with each other's experience and learn from each other. It's very important. And I'm sure our Honorable Prime Minister has given a detailed roadmap about this new education policy and his intention and his vision. We all have heard in detail. These days is everything is digital, so it doesn't take time to collect the information. Finally, I just want to make one remark. When we were young, I was in a small village which didn't have road, no modern facilities, no electricity, no motorable road, nothing. I was deprived of basic books. I was so craving to read books, but there were no books in my village. When I was in class 5 or 6, from the village, I came to our circle headquarters. Even there was no electricity in that circle headquarters. So there were no books, nothing. So whenever I see a book, old book, maybe 2-3 years old book, I used to treasure that book. I said, oh, now I have got this book, I will read it. And so there were no books available. So one book I used to read repeatedly, because there's nothing else to read. So then I went to my district headquarters, Bomdila. There was a district library, very limited books in the shelf. So I used to visit the library and I used to see that, oh, there's some books lying there. So some books I used to read there, some books I used to take to the hostel, read it and return it timely. So from that time to now, where everything is so available digitally. So how it has impacted on the teaching, acquiring of knowledge, imparting of knowledge. It was so difficult at that time. It was for privilege in the ancient time. Who used to get education? Only privileged children get education because they get teachers. Other people can't even think about getting a teacher. So the privileged people get the teacher, privileged lots get the education, rest of people don't get education. Rest of children don't get education. Even in my case, as I said, I was not privileged boy, so I did not get that kind of education. From then to now, those time to change small thing also, it takes centuries. But in last 20 years, it has transformed. As I always say that the discovery of wheel has changed the mode of transportation in the world. In the same manner, the advent of internet has changed our lifestyle itself. So invention of wheel and invention of internet both have equally powerful, life-changing impact on the humanity. So now, in this age where everything is available on the click of a mouse, what is the value and meaning of teaching? Teaching was different when, other than the teacher, there was no source of knowledge. And now everything is readily available in your palm, where you can get information, correction, whatever, immediately, right away. What is the role of teacher here? So this we have to understand. Now, teacher's role is something different than what it used to be, because the mode of teaching has changed. The whole dimension has changed. The character has changed. The atmosphere has changed. And the situation, the time is different. So with the changing of time, how education system should adapt in India what should be the role of the teachers, how we should prepare ourselves for the highly competitive future which is lying ahead of us. Life is becoming more competitive, countries to countries, state to state, within the same society, so competitive. So that is how we need to adapt to the changing situation of our education system. So I feel that I'm privileged to be invited here. As I said in the beginning, I have really not thought about giving any speech because I knew you all are so learned that why should I give a speech? You are thoroughly well aware of everything. So I thought I'll just come and, just give my presence, my registration of my presence, because I'm given this honor of speaking for some time with you. So I thought my presence is that much as important as, whatever I could speak, but I need not keep lecture. So that is why when I was invited to speak in Mussoorie for the IS, this academy, I have been going there every year. So whenever I go there, I told them that you all are IS, IPS, IFS officers. Why should I give lecture to you? I will rather give you some tips about life or share some of my experiences, which will be useful for you. So I normally interact and or tell some jokes or some stories rather than giving that hardcore boring lecture. I think lecture is not my cup of tea. I think you all are master of that field. So rather I would have loved to listen to you all than speaking and giving my minds to you all. So anyway, thank you very much for inviting me, and my best wishes to everyone on your endeavor to make our education more valuable and contribute to the national growth and to fulfill our ultimate dream of creating a Atmanirbhar Bharat. Thank you very much. Jai Hind.
Thank you, sir. It is always a pleasure hearing you speak, and today we are indeed fortunate to have you with us. Thank you once again.
Thank you. My pleasure. Thank you.
किरण जी
अनिल जी,
I अब थोड़ा सा बताना चाहता था कि it was so superb that what is the importance of sports? You said not just for health, fitness, that are direct benefits, but I think there are a huge number of spin-off benefits.
Yes.
Whether it is leadership, whether it is teamwork, whether it is time management, whether it is empathy.
Yes.
All of these also are entrained in the sports actually, indirectly. And that is why those universities where there is sports department, sports is given importance, all those people rise in hierarchy in the companies.
Exactly.
And my own experience in College of Engineering Pune, we have a boat club. The only two institutions in the country where there are boat clubs. There are more than 400 boats, and all students are trained in rowing. And these students, when they go not only in India and abroad, they are all occupying the position of leadership, CEOs of the companies. And they have become entrepreneurs. I think entrepreneurial skill, leadership skill, time management, all are developed through the sports. That's why it is more important.
Yes, absolutely, Anilji.
Thank you.
Yes, on behalf of CTEF, Rijuji, I thank you. It was amazing. It was amazing hearing you. And we also learned a lot. It was very informative. Thank you once again. Thank you once again.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Would Professor Bibhash Chandra Daspurkar, sir, would you like to respond to the speech of our minister? You have to unmute yourself. You have to unmute yourself. Yes. No. It's muted again. Yes, sir.
It's excellent hearing you. I used to go to the university sometimes, but I could not go now. I am also connected to Arunachal Pradesh. I love your place. It is in my corner. Particularly, sir, one thing I tell you, Northeast region is the resource of the all the athletics and players. Nagaland, Manipur, like Manipur, it was established. Similarly, in Nagaland, we got tea out from Nagaland. Arunachal Pradesh. We have to concentrate on tribal areas because of the physical fitness of the people, because they go through the ups and downs. So I feel a special emphasis be given to our tribal areas youth for attracting them to the sports universities.
Yeah, thank you very much, Purkasta Dada. Because today I was not actually speaking about sports, but just to mention that I have drawn a very detailed, elaborate planning for the talent scouting at a young age. I have already constituted committees to go to tribal areas, rural areas. Of course, in the urban area also, there are slum areas where you can identify lots of talent. So I'm overhauling the entire process of talent scouting and then bringing the youth in the sports academy, and also things are happening. I'm also trying to establish schools in the sports academies so that our children are doing their training and also getting their education, that whatever they prefer. So there are certain things going on, and I'm sure that as you all have suggested, that we will get the pure raw talents from the difficult regions of the country, especially the tribal areas of the country. We have lots of talents there.
Would you like to respond, Dr. Archana Bhattacharjee?
Just a sec. First of all, I'd like to say that after a long time, I got the opportunity to listen to a really, really excellent lecture. And not to boast, but to state facts, because I belonged to the sports background myself. I was a state player in my heydays. That is why I always give a lot of importance to sports. And in fact, right now, even after my retirement, I'm working amongst the tea garden students through my NGO in Jorhat district. And I'm encouraging those young children to take up volleyball playing. And today also, they have gone to another place to join in a Assam League match. And I'm really proud that they have come up to this level.
Oh, nice to hear this, Archanaji. Nice.
Thank you.
Thank you all the participants for your response. So now to take the agenda forward, over to Gracia for their presentation. Gracia Technology.
Thank you. So I can take a leave?
Yes.
Yes, sir. I think you are just too busy, so we can't keep you.
Thank you, Honorable Minister Saab. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Madam, sorry to interrupt. Ask Gracia Technology to give me video option.
Can we have just a minute interruption? I think we are leaving the proceeding report. Can it be heard?
Yes. Sure.
Madam,
Okay. Proceeding, no? It will come after that. Okay.
I've already shared the link with the minister's office, the YouTube and the Facebook link, and the same link can be shared with the other people also, whoever is interested. I want it. Thank you.
Yeah. Yes.
Should we invite?
Yeah, good.
Okay. So now, shall we move ahead with the agenda?
There's a presentation online. I think they have already started.
No.
It was a mistake.
I think after Gracia, or is there the last one is the proceeding, then the national anthem, right?
Yes.
Okay.
There is also the
thanks. The word of thanks is there.
Yes. President's remark is also there.
Yeah, we are in time, not to worry, not to hurry. So the last proceeding, the vote of thanks after the presentation will come. Then the national anthem.
Okay, may I invite now Dr. Ataur Rahman, member CTEF Assam, to present the report of the conference proceedings. Over to Dr. Ataur Rahman. Is he present?
Definitely.
I guess so.
He must be online.
Yeah.
Is he present?
Wait, just let me check.
Mm-hmm.
He should be.
You give an announcement again, Mandira?
Yes. With great pleasure, I invite Dr. Ataur Rahman, member CTEF Assam, to present the report of the conference proceedings. Over to Dr. Ataur Rahman. Yes, he is there. I can see him. Yeah.
Maybe he's muted, I think.
Please unmute yourself, Dr. Ataur. Yes, now you can speak.
Am I audible, madam?
Yes,
yes.
Yes, yes.
Can I start?
Yes, sure.
Honorable President, CTEF and presiding officer of this valedictory session, Dr. K.M. Bhandarkar, most respected Sri Kiran Rijijuji, Union Minister, Government of India, Professor Nilima Bhagawati, International Secretary General, CTEF, respected Professor Anil Sahasrabuddhe, Chairman AICTE, respected Professor B.C. Das Purkasta, Patron, Bharatiya Shikshan Mandal, members of CTEF from India and abroad, and esteemed participants. Namaskar and very good evening. Council for Teacher Education Foundation International 34th E-Conference hosted by CTEF Assam chapter with the technical support of Gracia Technology Private Limited on the theme Reimagining Learning and Beyond, being organized on the 19th and 20th December 2020, starting on 19th December 2020 at 10 a.m. IST with a welcome note by Mrs. Mandira Bordolui, followed by invocation and lighting of the ceremonial lamp by Tejashwani Orang, Sunita Haldekar, and Professor Nilima Bhagawati. Thereafter, Srimati Nabanita Harma Bora mesmerized the participants with a bargate. Dr. K.M. Bhandarkar, National President, CTEF, in his welcome address, expressed happiness that this conference bears significance for two reasons. First, for being organized through virtual mode, and second, as State Chief Minister inaugurated the conference. Speaking on the objectives of the conference, Professor Nilima Bhagawati emphasized providing opportunities for effective learning and taking education beyond were the main areas for reimagining learning and beyond. Right implementation of the NEP 2020 was also one important area of the conference, she remarked. Honorable Chief Minister of Assam, Sri Harbananda Sonowal, participated as the chief guest and inaugurated the conference. He applauded CTEF for its constant effort towards professional development of teachers. He expressed, ignoring technology, traditional teaching cannot fulfill learners' need. In this techno era, NEP 2020 is a timely initiative to march forward with expansion of educational institutions at all levels. Thereafter, a patriotic song was presented by Tejashwani Orang. Honorable Vice Chancellor, SNDT Women's University, Mumbai, Professor Shashikala Wanzari, was the guest of honor. In her speech, she opined that NEP 2020 provides us opportunity for Indianization of education and to make India a global superpower. She released a newsletter of CTEF Assam chapter called Beyond. Then there was a short video presentation on Assam Welcomes You, designed and developed by Gracia Technology Private Limited. Dr. Margaret Ballesteros, Director, International Cooperation Office, Department of Education, Philippines, delivered the keynote address. Dr. Ballesteros expressed her deep concern on reimagining teacher education in the post-COVID-19 world and beyond, which would include partnerships and giving premium to quality of teaching materials online. The first invited speaker, Sri Mukul Kanitkar, Organizing Secretary, Bharatiya Shikshan Mandal, Nagpur, delivered his speech by defining education as liberation from bondage, referring to the Vishnu Puran. The inaugural session ended with a words of thanks by Dr. Archana Bhattacharjee. In the first academic session, Dr. Rituparna Bhattacharjee International Chairman, CTEF Indo-UK chapter, made a presentation on towards a blended model of learning in schools of Assam. She focused on inclusive and quality school education and stressed on blended mode of teaching. The second invited speaker, Dr. Deepak Waikar, managing partner at Edu Energy Consultant, Singapore, talked on knowledge, skill, ability trilemma in the midst of pandemic and beyond. He proposed reimagining learning through multidisciplinary and holistic curriculum for 3-year basic degree. The first plenary session of the conference was chaired by Professor Girishwar Mishra, former Vice Chancellor Mahatma Gandhi Hindi Vishwavidyalaya, Wardha. The first speaker, Professor Khanindra Pathak from IIT Kharagpur, presented his paper on enhancing youth employability through holistic and multidisciplinary approach in higher education. He raised the issue that the survival skill of today is based on empowerment through categorized knowledge, and there is urgency to redefine the objective curriculum and policies for administering education. Summing up the session, Professor Girishwar Mishra spoke on the challenges of transforming education in contemporary India. He referred to issues related to declining learning attainment, teachers training, assessment, and infrastructural facilities. In this session, 2 papers on higher education were presented. Dr. Sayan Dev from Soidwar College, Assam, presented on Paradox to Prodigy, Vocational Education for Youth Employability in Assam. Dr. Biman Chandra from Shahid Pioli Fukan College, Assam, presented his paper on e-learning theory and practices in India with special reference to NAP 2020. After this, Professor Arun Goswami, Chairman CTEF Bangladesh chapter, made a presentation. He highlighted how online teaching process adopted by Jagannath University, Dhaka, Bangladesh, helped to overcome the academic disturbance made by lockdown. The second plenary session was chaired by Professor C.B. Sharma, former Chairman, National Institute of Open Schooling. Dr. Maheshwata Borga from the University of Delaware, USC, made a presentation on ownership and engagement in education, the value of service learning. Service learning not only allows students to develop personal values and social responsibility, but also helps students to gain ownership of their own educational process, she expressed. Professor C.B. Sharma talked on effective learning outcome, stimulating a joyful learning in school education. He said that the reintroduction of mother tongue in the LP level in the NAP 2020 is going to be beneficial for the first generation rural learners. One selected paper on school education was presented by Reshma N.C. Shah from Rivers Education Foundation, Guwahati, on joyful learning, case for a multilingual and multicultural approach to improve second language proficiency in urban, underprivileged areas, and preschoolings in rural Assam. The third invited speaker was Mrinal Talukdar, eminent journalist and author of Assam. His topic of presentation was reimagining the social behavior of teachers and children in the world of artificial intelligence induced by social media. He brought to light how social media influences people's behavior, how individuals' emotions are being fabricated and controlled by algorithms, and we are being converted to a priced commodity. Thereafter, a video on glimpses of Assam and the various activities of CTEF Assam chapter was displayed by Gracia Technology. Mrs. Mondira Bodul offered the words of thanks, after which the national board meeting of CTEF was held. The day 2 proceedings started at 10 a.m. IST. Professor Nilima Bhagavati presented the G. Saurashya Memorial Lecture. She referred to Gulab Saurashya as a global thinker, a visionary and policymaker. He was the founder of CTEF and behind the establishment of NCERT and regional institutes of education. He believed in developing the 3 C's in teacher, that is communication, critical thinking, collaboration, and creative expression, Madam Bhagavati remarked. Dr. K.M. Vandaka, President CTEF, presented the Dr. J.P. Nayak Memorial Lecture on J.P. Nayak, an educationist par excellence. He highlighted the contribution of Dr. J.P. Nayak in the freedom struggle, humanitarian services, and in the field of education, who was instrumental in setting up ICSSR, NCERT, NEPA, and many more. He was an epitome of human values. He was listed among top 100 thinkers of the world. He was among the 3 great thinkers of India along with Gandhi and Tagore. His works and thinking reflect his 100% competence and commitment. The third plenary session of the theme, Rebooting Teacher Education for New Generation of Learners, was chaired by Professor Keshav Sharma, former professor and dean, Himachal Pradesh University. The first speaker in this session was Mr. M.S. Chauhan, Deputy Commissioner at Kendriya Vidyalaya Sangathan, New Delhi. He emphasized on the need of reformation in teacher education, development of creative and critical thinking, and need of pre-service and in-service training. He emphasized that the success of NEP 2020 depends on the design of the national curriculum framework, where the content should be from the field of interest of the child. One selected paper was presented by Dr. Sheikh Fahimida, Principal, SAH College of Education, Karnataka, on perspective of NEP 2020, challenges for teaching professionals. Professor Keshav Sharma in his speech expressed sorrow over the condition of the teacher educational institutes. They are in the ICU due to political intervention. They produce incompetent teacher educators. If the teaching community, educational administrators, and policy framers cultivate commitment and human values, there is no need of a new education policy, Dr. Keshav Sharma added. The fourth invited speaker was Dr. Ram Bhuj, former program chief, Natural Sciences, UNESCO. Dr. Bhuj delivered his speech on reimagining learning and beyond from a sustainable lens, focusing on World Teachers' Day 2020. Dr. Bhuj highlighted the important aspects of the year 2020 as super year for environment and nature and the result of COP25 of UNESCO's for climate change. He pointed out the phenomenon, climate emergency, and emphasized on education for sustainable development 2030 framework of UNESCO based on SDG 4. Professor K. Radeshwari, Secretary, CTEF Kerala, delivered the Dr. K.S. Pillai Memorial Lecture. In her presentation on rebooting teacher education need of the hour, she said in order to meet the need of the first generation learners, major rebooting of education system is the call of the hour. To face the challenges, teachers need to be provided with meaningful, techno-focused professional development. Another learned speaker, Professor R.G. Kothari, former Vice Chancellor, MS University, Baroda, spoke on holistic national development, a robust approach to research studies. He expressed his concern over the rapid deterioration of PhD programs in India, as research has not been conducted to fulfill the very purpose of research, to establish the relationship among variables and to generate knowledge. He suggested stopping PhD and going for real research, which requires a multi-faculty and multidisciplinary approach to research. From 12:40 p.m. to 2:40 p.m., a panel discussion on National Education Policy 2020 Paradigm Shift in Indian Education System took place. The discussion was chaired by Professor Sanjeev Sonawani, Dean, Faculty of Interdisciplinary Studies, SPPU, MS University, Maharashtra. Speaking on holistic, integrated, engaging, and joyful learning in school education, Professor Sanjeev Sonawani focused on NEP 2020 and hopes to give learners opportunities to build their repertoire of skills through industry, integrated, innovative, vocational courses, and entrepreneurship skills. Professor Amit Kaur, Dean, Faculty of Education, GNDU, Amritsar, emphasized the need and importance of continuous professional development of teachers in school education and career progression. He mentioned the teachers need 50 hours annually for professional development. For bringing qualitative professional development, there should be some localized and nationalized intervention in teacher education program. Professor Nita Kalita Borwar from the Department of Education, Dibrugarh University, and Chairperson Center for Studies in Applied Psychology, stressed on the importance of 3 focal points, that is equity, inclusion, and multidisciplinary approach in NEP 2020, and they are the heart of the NEP 2020. Dr. Arup Kumar Mishra, Associate Professor, Assam Engineering College, made a very interesting presentation on science and technology use and integration in higher education. Dr. Mishra has ably expressed and highlighted the need and importance of integration of science and technology in education system by focusing the NEP 2020. After the panel discussion, there was poster presentation on selected papers from the 3 categories of higher education, school education, and teacher education. Dr. Satinder Dhilo, Vice President, CTEF North Zone, delivered the Dr. D.R. Veej Memorial Lecture. She traced the life of Dr. D.R. Veej and referred to him as a multidimensional personality who combined in himself idealism and practicalism with a great sense of humor. After her speech, the CTEF annual awards were declared. The session was chaired by Dr. S.D. Singh, National Treasurer, CTEF. The award for the best CTEF state chapter was awarded to Assam chapter. The award for the second best CTEF state chapter was jointly awarded to Punjab and Chandigarh and Kerala chapter. CTEF Inspiring Chapter Award was presented to Meghalaya chapter. CTEF Emerging State chapter was awarded to Uttarakhand and Uttar Pradesh chapter. CTEF Membership Drive Award for the period from January 2020 to November 2020 was awarded to Assam chapter. CTEF State Best Newsletter Award was also given to Assam chapter. Then Dr. Prem Khatri, Chairman, CTEF Nepal chapter from the Department of Culture, Tribhuvan University, made a brief presentation. In the valedictory session started with the playing of the state anthem. Professor Nilima Bhagavati welcomed the invited dignitaries. Sri Kiran Rijijuji, Honorable Union Minister, participated as the chief guest. In his illuminating speech, his focus was on sports and sporting activities. He talked about collaborating with other universities across the globe to discuss sports components and its relation to quality education. Sports should be treated as a way of life, and NEP 2020 talks about sports as part of education, he remarked. He also emphasized that merely acquiring degree will not make one skillful. Applicability of knowledge in practical field is necessary. He referred to the Fit India and Hello India movement, which are becoming a people's movement now. He also expressed his concern how children are overburdened with books and are punished in the name of education. NEP 2020 is going to eradicate these practices. Professor Anil Sahasrabuddhe, Chairman AICTE, and Professor B.C. Das Purkastar from Bharatiya Shikshan Mandal were the guest of honor. Professor Sahasrabuddhe observed that NEP 2020 is going to be an easy transition for the child from home to school. Skill education will also begin. The first 5 years are going to be experiential learning for the child. Ancient knowledge system is required, and NEP 2020 talks about this. Parallelly, we have to march forward by using technology and the demand of the world. Teacher education and assessment method requires amendment, Professor Sahasrabuddhe remarked. Professor Purkastar in his address pointed out, Bharatiya Shikshan Mandal is planning to connect with institutions across the country for proper implementation of the NEP 2020. Reimagining learning and beyond, the theme of the e-conference is very apt and timely, he remarked. Dr. Vandaka presided over the validity session. So this is in brief from the desk of the Reporter Committee. Thank you all for your focused listening. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Ataur Rahman, for the detailed presentation. Finally, it is time for the President's remark. I take the privilege to invite Dr. K.M. Bhandarkar, National President, CTEF, for his remark on this second day's e-conference. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, madam. Thank you very much. A request to Glacier Technology to give me video option. Start my video, please.
Yeah, we have started, sir. Kindly check.
Okay, thank you. Good evening, everybody.
Good evening.
We are really blessed to have with us Sri Kiren Rijiju, Honorable Minister of State, Ministry of Youth Welfare and Sports, Government of India, New Delhi. And second esteemed guest, a very popular figure in the field of education, engineering and technology, Professor Anil Sahasrabuddhe, Honorable Chairman of the All India Council for Technical Education, AICTE. Then we were having some esteemed guests also, Bibhash Chandra sir from Bharatiya Shikshan Mandal. He is advisor of the Bharatiya Shikshan Mandal. Professor Nilima Bhagwati, Devastuti Madam, Archana Madam, Mandira Madam, and friends. I know it is already too late. I will not take more than 4 or 5 minutes. We all were really impressed by the views expressed by Professor Anil Sahasrabuddhe. He rightly said that teaching and learning should not become a punishment to the child. Our total education system should not be only examination oriented. He appealed teachers to use modern technology in teaching and learning. But at the same time, he expressed concern over the availability of connectivity and other means of technology. She pointed out that only teaching is not the job of teacher. The teacher should be generator of knowledge, disseminator of knowledge, and at the same time, he should never neglect the applicability of the imparted knowledge. Then he expressed that information should end in knowledge. We can further say that knowledge should end in wisdom. So that is the key actually. Information should end in knowledge, but knowledge should end in wisdom. He stressed on academic honesty and integrity of teachers. And we are really thankful to him as he appreciated the presence of Prem Khatri sir from Nepal, in spite of some mishappening in the family, that his brother died out of COVID-19. Even then, he was present and he appreciated the dedication of Professor Prem Khatri. We are really thankful to Professor Anil Sahasrabuddhe sir. We were indeed blessed to have Rijiju sir with us, and a person who is a Minister of Sports and Youth Affairs can speak he can give such a remark and he can give suggestion that is beyond our imagination. First of all, we were very much impressed by his simplicity, because simplicity is itself a great virtue. He was so simple. We could understand his simplicity and we appreciate his presence like anything. Teaching learning should not become punishment. He also remarked. He appealed to accept sports as a way of life. In our country, we don't see sports as a career. If any child says that I will become a sportsman, we often discourage him. As a parent, we will never encourage him to become a sportsman because there is no career in sports in today's state also. We can simply imagine that if Tendulkar's parent have discouraged him at that time when he was a student of 12th class, what would have happened to him? Now he is Bharat Ratna and well-known personality, not in India, but in the world. So encouraging the child according to his capabilities, according to his abilities, according to his potentialities is perhaps the most important thing a teacher and parents can do. The minister also said that Play India movement and Fit India movement is their slogan. And universities and schools should become the sports hub. I think that is actually the most innovative way of thinking to encourage, to promote sports. If we wish to change our country, then we have to change our way of teaching. I think that was the key sentence in his address. Because teaching counts a lot for the development of child. And we should think teaching in terms of learning. That is why all national bodies like NCT and especially NAC are accrediting the agencies, the colleges, the institutions on the basis of learning outcomes only. We know that the weightage is 30-70 and 70% weightage is given to the learning outcomes and only 30% to the visit. So that is the key point. The way of teaching should be changed. Only lecture method we were using, especially in higher education, and that is quite passive. We know that it is the most used and abused method of teaching. So we should discard it totally now. On behalf of CTEF, I express my gratitude towards the organizers, especially the Assam chapter of the CTEF, Chairman of Assam chapter, Professor Nilima Bhagwati, and all efficient members of her team, Archana Madam, Mandira Madam, and I should not forget Ataur Rahman sir. Thank you. And I think this is the last part of the conference. I am really, really thankful to all of you. I express my gratitude, my sincere gratitude towards all our speakers, invited speakers, the persons, those who have delivered memorial lectures, the chairman of the various panel discussions, our experts from foreign countries, and especially all our participants. Thank you. Thank you very much. I wish you all the best. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. K.M. Bhandarkarji. We are indeed very grateful to you for your encouraging remarks, and we shall always remember your inspiring words. You have covered all the remarks in detail. Your words will continue to motivate us in the days to come. Thank you so much, sir.
I am
Now
very much glad.
Now, to wind up the two-day e-conference and to deliver the final words of thanks, I invite our ever-energetic Dr. Archana Bhattacharjee, the organizing secretary of this e-conference 2020. Over to you, Archana.
Good evening and namaste to everyone. Dignitaries, esteemed speakers, panelists, CTF officials, participants, guests, and others assembled here virtually for the valedictory function of the CTEF International 34th Annual E-Conference. As the organizing secretary of this conference, it is my privilege to propose the vote of thanks. First of all, I would like to thank the president of this valedictory function, Dr. K.M. Bandarkar, who is also the national president of CTEAF, for gracing this occasion with his virtual presence. Thank you, sir, for sharing your words of wisdom. You have been a constant support, and we feel blessed to have you with us. Next, on behalf of CTEF Assam chapter and our organizing committee, I express my heartfelt gratitude to our chief guest, Sri Kiran Rijiju, Honorable Minister of State in charge of the Ministry of Youth Affairs and Sports, Minister of State, Ministry of Minority Affairs of India. Thank you so much, sir, for taking time out of your busy schedule to grace this occasion and deliver your excellent speech with emphasis on holistic education, particularly sports. It was truly an eye-opener. We really look forward to great changes in the sports sector in the days and years ahead during your tenure. Next, I offer my heartiest thanks to our guest of honor, Professor Anil Sahasrabuddhe, Chairman, AICTE, New Delhi. Your speech was truly inspiring and gave us plenty of food for thought. Thank you, sir, for your gracious presence. Next, I express my gratitude to our second guest of honor, Professor B.C. Das Purkashtar, Patron, Bharatiya Shikshan Mandal. You have been a constant source of inspiration, and we are really happy that you are with us this evening and shared with us your pearls of wisdom. The sails for this particular notion were adjusted by a person who is not only a great motivating force for all of us at CTEF, but a visionary who gave us the belief that this conference would be possible. She is none other than Professor Nilima Bhagwati ma'am, Chairman, Council for Teacher Education Foundation, Assam, and International Secretary General of CTEF2. Her incessant efforts to make this event successful has added another feather to the glory of our CTEF Assam chapter. Thank you, ma'am, for your huge contribution. I would also like to take this opportunity to thank all our distinguished speakers from India and abroad, our panelists who had virtually joined us from different parts of the country in this 2 days international conference. I'm sure.
Archana, you are muted, Archana. You're muted.
It became muted, maybe.
Okay. I would also like to take this opportunity to thank all the distinguished speakers from India and abroad, our panelists who have virtually joined us from different parts of the country in this 2 days international conference. I'm sure your deliberation, your insights, and solutions to many challenges will provide solution to many challenges in the field of education. I would also like to thank all our informed participants without whom no conference is complete. I'd be failing in my duty if I do not convey my thanks to the print and electronic media for the efforts they are taking for coverage of the event. On behalf of the organizing committee, I take the opportunity to thank the entire team of the Gracia Technology Private Limited, our technical partners of this international e-conference, led by Mr. Biju Pegu, Managing Director, CEO and founder of Gracia Technology, from the core of my heart for your excellent service and support. It is your untiring effort that has contributed to the success of this virtual event. Thank you, Gracia team. I would also like to extend my gratitude to the entire team of reporters for their continuous, untiring efforts to cover all the aspects of this 2 days conference painstakingly. And these finds reflection in the conference proceeding read out by our excellent reporter, Dr. Atiur Rahman. Furthermore, let me thank all our virtual audience who remained patient throughout and encouraged the morale of the speakers with their enthusiastic presence. Thank you so much for being our pillars of support. Above and beyond, let us not forget the backbone of this grand conference, our organizing committee officials and members who have been involved in this particular exercise for the last several months. Without their cooperation and full support, this conference would not have been possible. My team went an extra mile to turn this dream into reality. Thank you so much, dear friends. A big thank you to our anchors, Mrs. Mondira Chanda Borduloy and Debastuti Sharma, for smoothly conducting this 2 days international conference. Your ever-smiling presence added special flavor to the event. End of a story is the new beginning for many others. On this positive note, let us conclude a remarkable, memorable, and knowledgeable event, the CTEF International 34th Annual E-Conference. We sincerely promise you that in the coming years too, CTEF Assam will keep on organizing such events with more innovative notions to nourish our mind, body, and spirit. Wishing everyone an advance, healthy, and happy Corona-free New Year. Now it's time for the national anthem, and with that, we will conclude our program. Jai Hind. Jai
Thank
Bharat.
you, Archana madam. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. It's time for the national anthem now.
National anthem.
जन गण मन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड उत्कल बंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जलधि तरंगा तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मांगे गाहे तव जय गाथा जन गण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे
Thank you all again from my end. I'm really happy that the 2 days conference ended very successfully, very fruitfully, very meaningfully. All the speakers, as said by the Archana Bhattacharya, who gave the vote of thanks, were excellent. But here I have to thank the person who proposed the vote of thanks, no other than Archana Bhattacharya. Thank you, Archana, for your great teamwork and also for proposing vote of thanks in today's valedictory session. Thank you. We hope to meet again and again.
Our 2-day e-conference.
Sir, also, thank you very much.
Our 2-day e-conference has come to an end. And as we bid goodbye, on behalf of CTEF Assam chapter, I wish you all good health and happiness. Stay safe, stay healthy. Don't let the pandemic dampen your spirit. And also in advance, wish you a Merry Christmas and a very Happy New Year.
Yes, as wish you all, as Archana has said, a corona-free year, a tension-free year, a free year, and hope all our activities will come to normal situation, and also CTEF will go on working with vigor in robust way in the entire northeastern region of the country, as well as in the other parts of the country.
Stay healthy and take care of yourself. Thank you. Thank you.
Yes,
Thank you.
definitely.
Goodbye.
Definitely. Goodbye.
Bye-bye.
Goodbye.
Bye-bye.
Thank you all. Thank you all.